Welcome to Bible Sleep Stories. Tonight, we begin an extraordinary journey through 25 connected stories that reveal how God's love has been unfolding since the dawn of time. As gentle rain washes the world outside your window, let these ancient words wash peace over your heart. We start at the very beginning, not just of human history, but of everything. Picture the moment before moments existed, when there was only God, perfect, complete, eternal. Yet from this completeness came the desire to create, not from need, but from love overflowing. Imagine the vast silence before the first word was spoken. Not empty silence, but pregnant with infinite possibility. The Spirit of God moved over dark waters like a gentle breath, ready to speak worlds into existence. You are part of this story, not an accident in an indifferent universe, but an intentional masterpiece from the God who spoke galaxies into being. Tonight, let yourself remember your place in this cosmic love story that began with 3 simple words: let there be light. Take a peaceful breath now and drift back to that moment when eternal love first chose to create something beautiful to cherish. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth hung in space, formless and empty, like an artist's blank canvas waiting for the first brushstroke. Darkness covered the deep waters, not the darkness of evil, but the gentle darkness of potential, pregnant with possibility. The Spirit of God hovered over these waters, moving like a mother bird protecting her nest, ready to breathe life into existence. Then God spoke. What power lived in that voice? Not the harsh command of a distant ruler, but the gentle word of a loving Father delighting in gift-giving. Let there be light. Light exploded from nothingness, not artificial light, but pure, living radiance carrying warmth, hope, and life itself. This light had never existed before, yet somehow felt like coming home. God gazed at this newborn light with the satisfaction of an artist seeing his vision come to life. It was good, not just functional, but truly, deeply good. With the tenderness of a master painter, God separated light from darkness, giving each its proper time and place. Day, he called the light, and you can almost hear the joy in his voice as he named this first gift. Night, he called the darkness, honoring its role in creation's rhythm. The first day was complete. On the second day, God continued his cosmic symphony. Let there be a vault between the waters. Picture the vast dome of sky stretching out like an enormous blue tent, holding waters above in perfect balance with waters below. The heavens became both engineering marvel and artistic masterpiece, a canvas where clouds would paint themselves, a stage where winds would dance. The third day brought drama. Let waters gather in one place and let dry ground appear. Imagine the earth's birth pangs as mighty mountains thrust skyward, their peaks piercing clouds, their roots anchoring deep. Valleys carved themselves into gentle curves where future rivers would sing their way to the sea. Oceans sparkled under the new light, waves dancing to creation's heartbeat. But God wasn't finished. The earth lay beautifully sculpted but silent, like a concert hall waiting for its orchestra. Let the land burst with vegetation, God declared. And oh, what happened next defied every law of nature yet to be written. The first blade of grass pushed through virgin soil, then another, then millions carpeting the earth in living emerald. Trees erupted from the ground, not growing, but appearing in full majesty. Apple trees heavy with fruit that had never known decay. Orange groves perfuming the air with citrus sweetness. grapevines cascading with purple clusters. Roses bloomed in crimson glory, jasmine released its intoxicating fragrance, and sunflowers turned their golden faces toward light that would soon have a source. The fourth day brought celestial theater. "Let there be lights in the sky," God announced, like a director positioning spotlights for the grandest show ever conceived. The sun blazed forth, a perfect sphere of nuclear fire positioned at precisely the right distance to warm without burning, to illuminate without blinding. As evening approached, the moon appeared like a silver coin in the darkening sky, mysterious and romantic. Then came the stars, not dozens or hundreds, but billions upon billions scattered across space like diamonds on black velvet. Each one a distant sun, each perfectly placed, each singing silent songs of praise. Some clustered in constellations that would one day guide lost travelers home. Others stood in solitary splendor. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like a river of light. Day 5 awakened the waters. "Let the seas teem with life," God commanded, and the oceans responded with an explosion of movement and song. Great whales materialized in the depths, their voices carrying for miles through liquid darkness. Dolphins burst from the waves in joyful arcs, their playful spirits reflecting their creator's delight. Schools of tropical fish painted the coral reefs in colors that had no names: electric blue, sunset orange, violet purple. Above the waters, the sky filled with the music of wings. Eagles took their maiden flight on thermals rising from sun-warmed earth. Hummingbirds hovered like living jewels, their wings beating rhythms too fast for eyes to follow. Songbirds filled the air with melodies of pure joy, larks ascending, nightingales calling, robins welcoming each dawn with liquid notes. Day 6 brought the grand finale. First, God populated the land with creatures magnificent and mild. Lions paced through golden grasslands, their manes flowing like liquid amber. Elephants wandered ancient paths not yet worn, their wise eyes holding secrets of ages yet to come. Bears played like oversized puppies. Giraffes stretched elegant necks toward heaven. Tiny field mice scurried about with busy importance, while deer bounded through meadows on legs built for grace. But God saved his masterpiece for last. All of creation had been spoken into existence from a distance. Now came something different, something personal, intimate, sacred. "Let us make mankind in our image." God knelt in the dust, like a master sculptor approaching his greatest work. With infinite care, he formed man from earth's clay. Every feature crafted with love, every detail planned with purpose. This wasn't mass production, but individual artistry. Then came the moment that separated this creation from all others. God breathed into man's nostrils the breath of life. Feel the wonder of that moment. The breath of the Almighty, carrying his very essence, filling human lungs for the first time. Man became a living soul, not just alive, but alive with God's own life pulsing through his veins. God planted a garden in Eden, paradise in its truest sense. Every tree pleasant to sight and good for food. Rivers flowing with crystal waters. No death anywhere, no pain, no sorrow. Only beauty, harmony, and perfect peace. Here God placed the man, not as a prisoner, but as a caretaker, a co-creator, a beloved child. "It is not good for man to be alone," God observed. Even in paradise, isolation wounded the human heart. So God caused deep sleep to fall upon the man, and from his rib, the place closest to his heart, fashioned woman. When man awoke and saw her, His heart exploded with recognition and joy. This at last is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. God looked at everything he had made, spinning planets and singing stars, mountains that touched clouds and seas that kissed shores, every plant and animal, and especially the man and woman who would walk with him in evenings cool. And behold, it was very good. On the seventh day, God rested. Not from exhaustion, how could infinite power grow weary, but from completion. His work was finished, perfect, whole. He blessed this day and made it holy, giving creation its first gift, the rhythm of work and rest, activity and peace. The universe hummed with perfection. All was well in God's world. As this ancient story settles into your spirit, feel the profound peace of knowing your place in the cosmic order. You carry within you the very breath of God, the same breath that first filled human lungs in Eden's garden. When anxiety whispers that you're insignificant, remember, the God who positioned every star knows your name. Every sunrise echoes that first "Let there be light." Every flower in your garden carries genetic memory of Eden's perfection. You are not random matter in an uncaring universe, but God's intentional masterpiece, created in His image, loved beyond measure. The rhythm of creation itself teaches us. God worked, then rested. Day followed night. Everything had its season, its purpose, its time. Your life too needs this rhythm, engagement and rest, activity and peace. Tonight's sleep isn't just physical necessity, but participation in the sacred pattern God established at creation's dawn. Notice how God created everything in relationship. Light defined darkness, land shaped water, plants needed soil and sun. You too were designed for connection with your Creator, with others, with the world around you. Even in paradise, it was not good for man to be alone. As sleep approaches, imagine yourself in that perfect garden. Feel the security of being completely known and unconditionally loved by the one who spoke galaxies into existence. You belong here. You are part of the greatest love story ever told, a story that begins with God's heart and will end with His love triumphant. From creation's perfection, our journey moves deeper into the garden where love would face its first test. Paradise was built for relationship, but true love requires freedom to choose. In the garden's heart stood two trees, the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. God had given one simple boundary. Of every tree you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it you shall surely die. This wasn't a trap, but an opportunity for love to prove itself genuine. For love that cannot say no makes yes meaningless. Let us now walk deeper into Eden, where innocence would meet temptation, where the first great choice of human history was about to unfold. From the moment of creation's completion, we now step into paradise itself, not just as observers, but as companions to the first man and woman who walked with God in perfect innocence. This is the story of love in its purest form, of relationship as it was meant to be, and of the choice that would change everything. In Eden's perfect garden, Adam and Eve knew no shame, no fear, no loneliness. They walked naked before God and each other, not merely without clothing, but without pretense, without masks, without the barriers that sin builds between hearts. Every moment was communion, every breath was worship, every glance was love. But paradise was not merely a place of beauty, it was a place of testing. For love to be genuine, it must be freely chosen. and choice requires alternatives. In the garden's heart stood two trees that would define the future of humanity: the tree of life, offering eternal existence in God's presence, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, representing independence from their Creator. Tonight, as you rest in the gentle rhythm of rain outside your window, let yourself imagine what it felt like to live in perfect harmony with God, with each other, with all creation. Feel the peace of having nothing to hide, nothing to fear, nothing to regret. This is the paradise your heart still remembers, the home for which your soul still longs. But even in paradise, choices must be made. And the greatest choice of all was approaching on silent feet, carrying with it the seeds of both humanity's fall and ultimately its redemption. Adam opened his eyes to the first morning after his creation, and the world burst into his consciousness like a symphony of wonder. Every sense awakened to perfection. The air carried fragrances of jasmine and roses without the memory of decay. Light filtered through leaves in patterns of gold and green that painted the earth in glory. And there, beside him, was the one who completed his very soul, Eve, bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh. "Good morning, beloved," she whispered, and her voice was music he had never heard yet somehow always known. Her eyes held the same wonder that filled his heart, the amazement of being fully known and completely loved. Together they rose and walked through their garden home. Every step was an adventure, every moment a discovery. They named the animals that came to them without fear: the gentle lion who purred like an enormous cat, the elephant who trumpeted joyful greetings, the colorful birds who seemed to dance just for their delight. The creatures sensed the peace that radiated from their human caretakers, responding with trust and affection. "Look," Eve laughed, as a family of rabbits hopped circles around her feet. "They're playing." Her laughter rang like silver bells through the garden, and Adam felt his heart swell with a love so pure it seemed his chest might burst. In the cool of the evening, they heard the sound they cherished most, the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden. Not the thunderous voice that had spoken worlds into existence, but the gentle tone of a father coming home to his children. They ran toward the sound with the eager anticipation of children racing to greet a beloved parent. "My children," God called, and his voice carried all the warmth of infinite love. "Come, walk with me." And they did walk, the three of them together, through paths lined with flowers that never wilted, beside streams that sang with crystal voices. God shared with them the wonders of creation, explaining the delicate balance of ecosystems, the purpose behind every design, the love that motivated every detail. "You see how the bees gather nectar from the flowers?" God pointed to the busy hives humming with activity. "They take what they need, and in return, they carry life from blossom to blossom. This is the way of love, taking only to give, receiving only to share." Adam and Eve listened with hearts wide open, absorbing not just knowledge, but wisdom, not just facts, but truth. They understood their role as caretakers of this paradise, and the responsibility filled them with purpose rather than burden. Days flowed into weeks in perfect rhythm. Mornings brought new discoveries: a waterfall they hadn't explored, a grove of fruit trees heavy with varieties they hadn't yet tasted, caves filled with crystals that caught and scattered light like frozen rainbows. Afternoons found them working together, tending the garden that seemed to respond to their very thoughts, growing more beautiful under their loving care. But it was the evenings they treasured most, when God would come walking in the garden and they would share the day's adventures with Him. He delighted in their discoveries, laughed at their innocent observations, and answered their endless questions with patience that never waned. "Why do the stars sing at night?" Eve asked one evening as they lay on soft grass, gazing at the celestial display above. "Because they cannot contain their joy," God replied, His voice soft with tenderness. "They sing of the love that made them, just as your hearts sing when you are truly happy." Will we always be this happy? Adam wondered aloud, and even as he asked, he couldn't imagine any other way to live. God's silence stretched a moment longer than usual, and when He spoke, His voice carried depths they didn't yet understand. "Happiness that is chosen is the greatest happiness of all, my son, and choice requires alternatives." It was then He showed them the two trees in the garden's heart. They had seen them before, of course, but tonight God spoke of them specifically. "This," He said, laying His hand on the tree whose fruit glowed with soft light, "is the tree of life. Its fruit ensures that life continues forever in my presence, in perfect communion, in endless love." The tree was magnificent, its branches reaching high into the starlit sky, its leaves rustling with what sounded almost like whispers of eternity. The fruit that hung from its branches seemed to pulse with inner light, beautiful beyond description. "And this," God continued, His voice growing more serious, "is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Of every tree in the garden you may freely eat, but of this tree you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die." The second tree was equally beautiful, but somehow different. Its fruit gleamed with an alluring shine, and something about it seemed to call to the mind rather than the heart. It promised knowledge, understanding, independence. "Why would we want to eat from it?" Eve asked, genuinely puzzled. "We have everything we could ever need." "Indeed you do," God said gently. "But love must always be chosen freely, my daughter. Without the freedom to say no, yes has no meaning. This tree represents the choice to trust me completely or to trust yourselves. I hope you will always choose to trust me, for I love you more than you can comprehend." Adam reached for Eve's hand and squeezed it gently. "We will never choose anything but you, Lord. Why would we? You have given us everything." God smiled, but there was something in His eyes, not doubt, but perhaps sadness for what He knew was coming. "Remember this moment, my children. Remember the peace you feel right now, the completeness, the joy. Hold it in your hearts." As they walked back toward their dwelling place, a bower of living trees that had grown together to form walls and roof, furnished with soft moss and fragrant flowers, Adam and Eve felt nothing but contentment. The warning about the forbidden tree seemed irrelevant, almost silly. Why would they ever want anything other than what they had? They settled into sleep that night, as they always did, with grateful hearts and peaceful minds. The stars sang their silent songs overhead. The night breeze carried the perfume of countless flowers, and somewhere in the distance, a nightingale poured out its liquid song to the moon. But they were not alone in the garden. In the shadows beneath the forbidden tree, something stirred, something that had once walked in light, but had chosen darkness, something that burned with jealousy at the love God showed these new creatures. The serpent was more cunning than any beast of the field, and he watched the sleeping couple with eyes that glittered with malicious intelligence. Soon, he whispered to himself, his voice like the rustle of dead leaves. Soon I will show them that God is not as loving as he pretends. Soon they will see that he keeps the best for himself. But Adam and Eve slept on in innocence, unaware that their paradise was about to be tested, unaware that tomorrow would bring the first temptation, the first doubt, the first step toward the long journey that would lead humanity far from Eden's gates. Yet even in the shadow of what was coming, love remained. God's love, which had created them, their love for each other, pure and untainted. And somewhere in the heart of God, already forming like a promise yet to be spoken, was the love that would one day bring them home again. For now, though, they slept in peace, the last night of perfect innocence in human history. The garden sang its lullabies around them, and all was well in their small corner of paradise. In this ancient story, we glimpse what our hearts have always known. We were made for paradise. Not just a place of beauty, but a state of perfect relationship where shame, fear, and loneliness have no power. Adam and Eve's innocence wasn't ignorance, it was wholeness. They were fully known and completely loved, holding nothing back from God or each other. Their evening walks with God reveal the intimacy for which every human heart longs. In a world of surface relationships and hidden hurts, we remember that we were designed for communion with our Creator and with each other. The peace you feel in moments of complete acceptance, the joy of being truly seen and loved anyway, echoes Eden's fellowship. Notice how work was worship in paradise. Adam and Eve tended the garden not from obligation, but from love, partnering with God in caring for His creation. Your own work, when done with love and purpose, reflects this original design. You are not just earning wages, but participating in God's ongoing creativity. The forbidden tree teaches us about love's requirement, freedom. God didn't create robots programmed to obey, but children free to choose relationship or rebellion. Every day you choose to trust God's love over your own understanding, you echo the choice Adam and Eve faced in Eden. Most profoundly, their perfect love foreshadows what is possible when barriers come down. In a world of masks and pretense, your soul remembers the possibility of being fully known and completely loved. Tonight, as you rest, imagine laying down every mask, every fear, every shame. Experience, even briefly, the peace of being exactly who you are in the presence of infinite love. Eden isn't just humanity's past, it's your heart's true home, the relationship for which you were created and to which, through God's grace, you will one day return. In paradise, time moved differently. Days flowed like gentle streams, unmarked by anxiety or regret. But even in Eden, choices waited to be made. The tree of knowledge stood in the garden's heart, beautiful and forbidden, representing the eternal question: will we trust God's love, or will we trust ourselves? Tomorrow would bring a visitor to the garden, one whose silver tongue carried poison, whose questions would plant seeds of doubt in hearts that had never known mistrust. The serpent was already moving through the shadows, preparing words that would shatter innocence and send humanity on a long journey away from home. But even as paradise teetered on the edge of loss, love remained stronger than rebellion, and God's plan for redemption was already written in the stars. Let us now witness the choice that changed everything, the moment when humanity traded innocence for knowledge, paradise for independence, and communion for exile, From the garden's tragic loss, our story leaps forward through generations of choices that led humanity further from home. What began with one act of rebellion multiplied into a world drowning in violence and corruption. Yet even in the darkest hour, God's love refused to give up. Where judgment fell, mercy prepared an escape. Where death reigned, life found a way. This is the story of Noah, a man who walked with God when the world walked away, who built hope on dry ground when no clouds threatened the sky, who saved tomorrow when today seemed hopeless. In a generation that had forgotten their Creator, Noah remembered. In a world that mocked righteousness, he remained faithful. Tonight, as rain falls gently outside your window, let yourself hear the echo of another rain that fell long ago. Not the gentle shower that refreshes the earth, but the great flood that washed the world clean and gave humanity a second chance. In every raindrop, God's patience writes its story across the sky. But this is not just a tale of judgment and cleansing. It's a story of grace, of one family chosen to carry hope through the storm, of creatures great and small, preserved by divine love. Most beautifully, it's the story of a rainbow promise that still arches across our skies today, reminding us that God's mercy endures forever. As the gentle rhythm of tonight's rain soothes your spirit towards sleep, remember that every storm eventually passes, every flood finally recedes, and every long wait ends with feet on solid ground. This is Noah's story, but it's also yours, a tale of surviving the deluge and finding God's faithfulness on the other side. 600 years into a life marked by quiet faithfulness, Noah heard a voice he had grown to treasure above all others. In a world where men had forgotten how to listen for God, Noah still walked in the cool of evening, still paused in his work to hear the whisper of the Almighty. Noah, the voice came, gentle but unmistakable, carrying authority that made the earth itself seem to pause and listen. "Here I am, Lord," Noah replied, setting down his tools and turning his full attention to the one who still spoke to those who would hear. "The end of all flesh has come before me," God said, and his voice carried a sorrow that made Noah's heart ache. "The earth is filled with violence. Corruption has covered the land like a disease. But you, Noah, have found grace in my eyes. You and your family will be saved from what is coming." Noah listened in stunned silence as God outlined a plan that seemed impossible, ridiculous, even mad by human standards. A flood was coming, not just any flood, but waters that would cover the highest mountains, rain that would fall for 40 days and nights, a deluge that would wash the earth clean and give creation a fresh start. "Build an ark," God commanded, and in his voice, Noah heard both judgment and mercy intertwined. "Make it of gopher wood, 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, 30 cubits high. Coat it with pitch inside and out. Make rooms, decks, and a window. Take your wife, your sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their wives. Of every living creature, take 2 of every kind aboard the ark. Of clean animals, take 7 pairs. Store food for all." The instructions seemed to go on forever. Detailed plans for humanity's survival vessel, specifications that would preserve life through the coming storm. When God finished speaking, silence settled over Noah like a heavy blanket. Around him, life continued its normal rhythm. Birds sang in trees, children played in dusty streets, merchants hawked their wares in crowded markets. No one suspected that the world as they knew it was about to end. Noah looked up at the clear blue sky, Not a cloud in sight. No rain had fallen for weeks. The very idea of a flood seemed absurd. Yet he had heard the voice of God, and that was enough. "I will do as you have commanded," Noah said simply. What followed were years of back-breaking labor that transformed Noah from respected elder to village laughingstock. Every morning he rose before dawn and walked to the construction site where the massive ark slowly took shape. The sound of hammering, sawing, and construction drew curious crowds who came to mock the old man building a boat where no water flowed. "Hey, Noah," they would call. "Planning a voyage? Might want to build closer to the sea." Their laughter echoed across the valley, but Noah kept working, one plank at a time, one nail at a time, one day at a time. His sons helped, though he could see doubt creeping into their eyes as the years stretched on. "Father," Japheth asked one scorching afternoon, "are you certain you heard God correctly?" Perhaps he meant a different kind of flood, a flood of people, maybe, or prosperity. Noah paused in his work, sweat dripping from his weathered brow. "Son, when God speaks, his words are clear as mountain streams. A flood is coming, and this ark will be our salvation." As the ark neared completion, something extraordinary began to happen. Animals started arriving, not in pairs yet, but in growing numbers. They came from distant lands, following instincts they couldn't name, drawn by a call only they could hear. Lions padded silently out of the wilderness, their usual hunting instincts mysteriously dormant. Bears lumbered down from mountain caves. Elephants trumpeted across vast plains, beginning the longest migration of their lives. The people of Noah's generation watched in amazement as creatures they had never seen gathered around the massive ark. Tigers walked peacefully beside deer. Wolves lay down next to lambs. Predator and prey mingled without violence, as if Eden's peace had suddenly returned to earth. "It's impossible," the onlookers whispered. "Wild animals don't behave this way." But Noah understood. God was calling his creatures home to safety, and they were responding to their Creator's voice. 1 week before the flood, God spoke again. "In 7 days I will send rain upon the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. Enter the ark, you and all your household." That final week passed in a blur of activity. Noah's family loaded the last supplies while the animals began their orderly procession into the ark. 2 by 2 they came, eagles soaring down from mountain peaks, bears shambling up the ramp, tiny field mice scurrying alongside massive elephants. 7 pairs of clean animals followed, destined to provide food and sacrifices in the new world. The loading took 6 days. On the 7th day, Noah stood at the ark's entrance, looking out at the world he had known for 6 centuries. The mockers had grown silent, watching the impossible scene unfold before their eyes. Some even approached, asking if they could join Noah's family aboard the ark. "It is too late," Noah said sadly. "God has already sealed our fate and yours." As if in response to his words, an unseen hand swung the massive door shut. No human strength could have moved that door, but it closed with a sound like thunder, sealing 8 human souls and countless creatures inside their floating sanctuary. That night, the first drops began to fall. At first, just a gentle pattering on the ark's roof. Drops so light they could barely be heard above the shuffling and settling of the animals below. But as darkness deepened, the rain intensified. What started as a sprinkle became a steady shower, then a downpour, then a deluge unlike anything the earth had ever experienced. For 40 days and 40 nights, heaven opened and earth's fountains burst forth. Rain fell in sheets so thick that daylight barely penetrated. Water rose steadily, first covering the fields, then the roads, then the rooftops. The mocking voices that had once ridiculed Noah's obedience were silenced forever beneath the rising flood. Inside the ark, Noah's family huddled together, listening to the drumming of rain on the roof and the creaking of wood under unprecedented strain. The vessel that had seemed impossibly large on dry ground now felt small and fragile against the fury of the storm. Yet it held. God's design proved perfect against nature's unleashed power. For 150 days, water covered the earth. Mountains disappeared beneath the flood. Every living thing that breathed air perished, except those safely sealed inside the floating sanctuary. The ark became the only spot of life on a world returned to the formless void of creation's beginning. But God remembered Noah. He sent wind to drive the waters back, sealed the fountains of the deep, and closed the windows of heaven. Slowly, gradually, the waters receded. After months of floating on the endless sea, the ark settled with a gentle bump on the mountains of Ararat. Noah waited. He sent out a dove to search for dry land, but she returned with no place to rest. 7 days later, he sent her out again, and this time she returned with a fresh olive leaf in her beak, the first sign that life was returning to the cleansed earth. 7 days more, and the dove flew away and did not return. The earth was ready. When Noah finally opened the ark's door and stepped onto solid ground, he found a world washed clean and new. The air smelled fresh, the sky gleamed like polished sapphire, and somewhere in the distance, a rainbow arched across the heavens. God's first rainbow, his covenant sign that such a flood would never come again. Noah built an altar and offered sacrifices of thanksgiving. The smoke rose toward heaven, carrying with it the gratitude of a family that had witnessed the end of one world and the beginning of another. Never again, God promised, his voice gentle as morning breeze. Never again will I destroy the earth by flood. As long as earth endures seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night will never cease. This rainbow is my covenant with you and with all living creatures. When clouds gather and rain threatens, look for my bow in the sky and remember, I keep my promises. Noah lived 350 years more, but none matched the wonder of those months aboard the ark when he and his family were the only humans on earth, when they carried the future of all creation in their hands, when they learned that God's mercy is as vast as his justice and his faithfulness as endless as the sky. Noah's story speaks to every soul that has ever felt alone in standing for truth. In a world that mocked his obedience, Noah kept building. When others abandoned faith, he remained faithful. His life reminds us that God always preserves a remnant, always provides a way of escape, always keeps his promises even when circumstances seem hopeless. The ark itself becomes a beautiful picture of salvation, a vessel prepared by grace, entered by faith, sealed by God's own hand. Inside that floating sanctuary, natural enemies dwelt in peace. The violent became gentle, and survival depended not on strength, but on trust in the builder's design. Every time you trust God's protection in life's storms, you echo Noah's faith. Notice how the animals came when called, following instincts deeper than fear. They recognized their Creator's voice, even when humans had forgotten how to listen. Your heart, too, knows its Maker's call. In the noise of modern life, God still speaks to those who will listen, still guides those who will follow, still preserves those who trust His timing. The rainbow promise remains God's signature across every storm. When life's floods threaten to overwhelm, when the waters of sorrow or fear rise high, remember that God sets His bow in the clouds as a covenant of mercy. Every rainbow you see carries the same message God gave Noah. I remember my promises. I will preserve you through this storm. Most beautifully, Noah's faithfulness preserved tomorrow. Because one man listened and obeyed, humanity received a second chance. Your faithfulness today may seem small and unnoticed, but it carries forward God's purposes in ways you cannot imagine. Like Noah, you are building something eternal with every act of obedience, every choice to trust when you cannot see. The flood ended, but the rainbow remains. And so does God's faithfulness to all who call on His name. From the ark's ramp, Noah's family stepped into a world washed clean, carrying with them God's promise that mercy would always triumph over judgment. The rainbow in the sky sealed a covenant that endures to this day. Whenever you see those colors arch across the heavens, you witness God's faithfulness to a promise made thousands of years ago. But the new world needed new people to fill it, new nations to establish God's purposes on earth. From Noah's 3 sons would come all the families of the earth, and from one particular family line would emerge a man whose faith would become the foundation for all who trust in God's promises. His name was Abraham, and his story begins not with a flood, but with a call to leave everything familiar and follow God into the unknown. Let us now walk with the man who would become the father of faith, whose trust in God's promises would echo through eternity. From the rainbow promise above Mount Ararat, we now journey to a bustling city in ancient Mesopotamia, where the descendants of Noah had settled and built a civilization. Among them lived a man named Abram, content with his life of prosperity and comfort, unaware that he was about to become the most important figure in human history after Noah himself. This is the story of the great call, the moment when God reached across time and eternity to choose one man who would become the father of all who believe. Unlike Noah, who was called to preserve the old world, Abram would be called to pioneer a new one, to leave everything familiar and step into the unknown with nothing but God's promise as his guide. Tonight, as you rest in the security of your own home, imagine what it would mean to hear God say, "Leave everything you know and go to a place I will show you." No GPS, no detailed itinerary, no guarantee of safety, just a voice calling you to trust completely in promises that seemed impossible to human reason. This is more than ancient history. This is the story of faith itself. Abraham's journey mirrors every believer's journey from the comfortable but limited world of self-reliance into the boundless possibilities of God's promises. His story teaches us that God's greatest blessings often require our greatest leaps of faith. As the gentle rain continues outside your window, let yourself feel the call that still echoes through time. God's invitation to leave the small world of your own understanding and enter the vast landscape of His purposes. For in Abraham's yes to God's impossible call, we discover the secret of a life that matters not just for time, but for eternity. 75 years had taught Abram much about life in Haran. He knew which merchants offered the best prices for his livestock, which routes provided the safest passage for his caravans, which investments would multiply his already considerable wealth. His flocks numbered in the thousands, his servants in the hundreds. By every measure his culture valued, Abram was a success. Yet as he stood on his rooftop that starlit evening, something stirred within his spirit, a restlessness that prosperity couldn't satisfy, a longing that achievement couldn't fill. He had everything a man could want, except the one thing that mattered most, an heir to carry on his name and inherit his legacy. His wife Sarai was barren. The medical knowledge of their time offered no hope, and at 65 she was long past the years of childbearing. Their greatest wealth could not purchase the one gift they most desired, a child to call their own. "Lord," Abram whispered to the star-filled sky, "you have given me so much, yet my house remains empty of children's laughter." As if in response to his prayer, a presence filled the night air, not visible but unmistakable. The same voice that had called to Noah spoke again to human ears, carrying with it the weight of eternity and the warmth of perfect love. Abram. The name hung in the air like a bell's resonance, and Abram knew immediately who spoke. He had heard stories from his grandfather about the God who had saved Noah, who had made covenants with humanity, who still walked among those who would listen for his voice. "Here I am, Lord," Abram replied, his heart pounding with anticipation and awe. "Leave your country, your people, and your father's household," God commanded. "Go to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. All peoples on earth will be blessed through you." The silence that followed stretched like eternity. Leave everything? Go where? How could he become a great nation when he had no children? How could his name become great when he was already past his prime? How could all peoples be blessed through him when he was just one aging man with a barren wife? Yet something in God's voice carried conviction deeper than logic, certainty that transcended understanding. This was not a human promise subject to human limitations. This was the word of the Creator of heaven and earth. And when God spoke, impossibilities became inevitabilities. "When do we leave?" Abram asked. The next morning brought chaos to Abram's well-ordered household. Servants scurried about, unsure what to pack for a journey with no destination. Sarai moved through their home, touching familiar objects, wondering which memories to carry and which to leave behind. "Are you certain about this?" she asked her husband as he supervised the loading of their belongings onto caravan animals. "We have a good life here. Your nephew Lot has already established himself in business. Your father Terah is aging and needs family near. Are you sure you heard correctly?" Abram paused in his work and took his wife's hands in his. "When God speaks, Sarai, the words burn themselves into your heart. I have never been more certain of anything. We are about to embark on the greatest adventure of our lives." Word spread quickly through Haran about Abram's strange decision. Friends and fellow merchants gathered to bid farewell, their faces mixing concern with barely concealed judgment. "You're throwing away everything you've built," one warned. "At your age, starting over in a foreign land? It's madness." "Where exactly are you going?" another asked. "I don't know," Abram replied honestly, "but I know who is leading us." The caravan that departed Haran that morning was impressive by any standard. Hundreds of servants, thousands of animals, wagons loaded with possessions accumulated over decades of prosperity. Yet Abram felt lighter than he had in years, as if he were finally moving in the direction his heart had always wanted to go. For days they traveled, following ancient trade routes that wound through valleys and over hills. Each evening, Abram would climb to a high place and listen for God's voice, waiting for direction. Sometimes the guidance came as an inner certainty about which path to take. Other times, it was simply peace about continuing forward. Always, it was enough. After weeks of travel, they reached the land of Canaan. As they crested a hill and looked down into a valley green with promise, God spoke again. "This is the land I will give to your offspring." Abram surveyed the landscape spreading before them, rolling hills, dotted with olive groves, fields rich with grain, streams flowing with clear water. It was beautiful, but it was also occupied. The Canaanites had cities and armies, established claims and ancient roots. "How will this become ours, Lord?" Abram asked. "We are nomads with flocks and tents. They are a settled people with fortified cities." "Trust me," came the reply, simple and profound. "What I promise, I will perform." At Shechem, near the great tree of Moreh, Abram built his first altar in the Promised Land. As the sacrifice burned and smoke rose toward heaven, he felt the presence of God settle over the place like a blessing. This altar would be the first of many, marking the journey of faith with monuments of worship. Years passed. The nomadic life brought challenges Abram had never faced in Haran's comfort. Drought forced them into Egypt for a time, where his deception about Sarai nearly brought disaster. Conflicts with Lot over grazing rights led to painful separation from his nephew. Raiders threatened their flocks and required military action to defeat. Through it all, Abram waited for God's promise to begin fulfilling. He was now 85 years old, Sarai 75. By all natural reasoning, the time for children had passed completely. Yet still God repeated his promise during nighttime visits and daytime encounters. "Look up at the sky and count the stars, if indeed you can count them," God said during one particularly discouraging season. "So shall your offspring be." Abram looked up at the vast canopy of stars, more numerous than grains of sand, stretching beyond the limits of human sight. In that moment, something shifted in his heart. Faith rose like dawn, driving away the shadows of doubt. "I believe you," Abram whispered, and the words carried the weight of complete surrender to divine possibility. Scripture records that God credited this faith to Abram as righteousness, not because he was perfect, but because he trusted completely in promises that required divine intervention to fulfill. When Abram was 99, God appeared to him again with an announcement that would change everything. "No longer will you be called Abram," God declared. "Your name will be Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations. I will make you very fruitful. I will make nations of you, and kings will come from you. I will establish my covenant as an everlasting covenant between me and you and your descendants after you. The whole land of Canaan I will give as an everlasting possession to you and your descendants." Abraham fell face down before the Lord, overwhelmed by the magnitude of God's promises. A father of many nations? At 99? With a wife of 89 who had never borne children? "As for Sarai, your wife," God continued, "you are no longer to call her Sarai. her name will be Sarah. I will bless her, and will surely give you a son by her. I will bless her so that she will be the mother of nations. Kings of peoples will come from her." Abraham laughed, not the laugh of doubt, but the laugh of amazement at God's incredible promises. Will a son be born to a man 100 years old? Will Sarah bear a child at the age of 90? "Is anything too hard for the Lord?" came the gentle reply. "At the appointed time next year, Sarah will have a son." That next year brought Isaac, whose very name means laughter, God's gift to the couple who had waited 25 years for his promise to begin fulfilling. In Sarah's arms lay not just their personal miracle, but the beginning of the great nation God had promised, the first link in the chain that would eventually bless all peoples on earth. As Abraham held his son for the first time, tears streaming down his weathered face, he understood something profound about God's character. The Lord was not in a hurry, but he was always on time. His delays were not denials, and his promises, however impossible they seemed, were guaranteed by his unchanging character. "Thank you," Abraham whispered, his voice breaking with emotion. "Thank you for keeping your promise, for making a way when there seemed to be no way, for proving that nothing is too hard for you." The baby stirred in his arms, and Abraham saw in that small face the fulfillment of dreams that had seemed impossible, the beginning of blessings that would flow to generations yet unborn, the proof that God's word is more reliable than human sight, and his promises more certain than human understanding. Abraham's story speaks to every soul wrestling with impossible dreams and divine promises. His journey from Haran to Canaan mirrors our own movement from self-reliance to God-dependence, from the comfortable known to the promising unknown. When God calls you to leave your comfort zone, he's inviting you into adventures that exceed your wildest imagination. Notice that Abraham's greatest test wasn't leaving Haran, but waiting in Canaan. 25 years elapsed between promise and fulfillment, a quarter century of trusting when nothing visible supported his faith. Your own waiting seasons aren't empty time, but training ground for deeper trust. God uses delays not to deny his promises, but to develop your character. Abraham's wealth couldn't purchase what mattered most, a child. Similarly, your deepest needs can't be met by human effort alone. Some blessings require supernatural intervention. Some promises demand patient faith. Some miracles need God's perfect timing to unfold. The name change from Abram, exalted father, to Abraham, father of many nations, happened before Isaac's birth. God called him what he would become, not what he currently was. When God speaks identity over your life, he's not describing your present, but declaring your destiny. His promises aren't wishful thinking, but prophetic certainty. Most beautifully, Abraham's faith was credited as righteousness, not because he never doubted, but because he ultimately trusted God's character over his circumstances. Your relationship with God isn't based on perfect performance, but on persistent faith in his perfectly reliable nature. Every time you choose to trust God's promises despite contrary evidence, you walk in Abraham's footsteps. Every time you say yes to his call, despite uncertain outcomes, you join the family of faith that traces its lineage back to this one man who believed God could do the impossible. Abraham's laughter at Isaac's birth echoes through eternity. The joy of those who discover that God's promises are always worth the wait. Abraham's laughter at Isaac's birth marked the beginning of God's promise fulfillment, but it also marked the beginning of the most difficult test of his entire life. For this promised son, this miracle child, this fulfillment of decades of waiting, would soon become the subject of God's most challenging command. Could Abraham trust God even with his most precious gift? Could faith survive when it seemed God was asking him to destroy the very promise he had given? Could love for the giver exceed love for the gift itself? The test that awaited Abraham would become one of history's most powerful pictures of sacrifice and substitution, of faith that trusts even when it cannot understand. This is the story of Abraham, Isaac, and the ram caught in the thicket, a story that would echo through time until another father would sacrifice another beloved son on another mountain not far away. From the joyous laughter of Isaac's birth, we now move to the most heart-wrenching test in human history, a test that would probe the deepest depths of faith and reveal the highest heights of God's provision. This is not merely the story of Abraham's obedience, but a divine drama that foreshadows the greatest sacrifice ever made. Isaac had grown from miracle baby to beloved son, the living proof of God's faithfulness, the joy of his elderly parents' hearts. Every day with him was a gift, every moment a reminder that God keeps his promises. Yet now, in the most shocking command ever given, God would ask Abraham to offer this treasured son as a sacrifice. How do you surrender what you love most? How do you obey when obedience seems to contradict everything you know about God's character? How do you trust when the command appears to destroy the very promise it was meant to fulfill? Tonight, we journey with a father and son up a mountain where love, faith, and divine provision would intersect in ways that still echo through eternity. This story challenges every parent's heart and speaks to every soul that has wrestled with God's seemingly impossible requests. It reveals that true faith doesn't demand understanding before obeying, doesn't require sight before stepping, doesn't need explanations before trusting. As gentle rain falls outside your window tonight, washing the earth clean, let yourself feel the weight of this ancient moment when everything Abraham held dear hung in the balance, when the future of God's promises teetered on the edge of a knife, when one man's willingness to sacrifice everything demonstrated the depth of surrendered love. This is the story of Isaac and the ram, a tale of substitution that would change the world forever. Isaac was now a young man, strong and vibrant, his laughter still filling Abraham's tent as it had since his miraculous birth. At perhaps 25 years old, he had grown into everything Abraham had dreamed: intelligent, faithful, kind-hearted, and devoted to the God who had made his very existence possible. Father and son shared not just blood, but faith, walking together in the cool of evening, discussing the promises God had made and the future they would build together. Abraham often watched his son with wonder that never dimmed. This boy, now man, represented everything God had promised: descendants as numerous as stars, nations that would bless the world, a covenant that would endure forever. Isaac was not just Abraham's son, he was the living embodiment of divine faithfulness. Then came the morning that would test everything Abraham believed about God's character. Abraham, the familiar voice called, the same voice that had first summoned him from Haran decades earlier. "Here I am," Abraham replied, as he always did when God spoke. What came next shattered the peaceful morning like thunder splitting clear skies. Take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains I will show you. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Abraham's mind reeled, grasping for understanding that would not come. Sacrifice Isaac, the son of promise, the miracle child, the future of God's covenant with humanity. It was impossible, unthinkable, seemingly contrary to everything God had revealed about himself. Yet Abraham had learned to recognize God's voice with absolute certainty. This was not his imagination, not a test of hearing, not a misunderstood message. This was the clear, unmistakable command of the Almighty. How long Abraham stood in stunned silence, wrestling with thoughts too agonizing to voice, we cannot know. Did he argue with God, as he had when Sodom and Gomorrah faced destruction? Did he plead for another way, as any father would? Scripture records only his response. Early the next morning, Abraham rose and saddled his donkey. The preparation was methodical, almost mechanical. Cut wood for the burnt offering, check. Gather fire, check. Pack provisions for the journey, check. Each action carried the weight of impending grief, yet Abraham's hands remained steady, his purpose unwavering. Isaac, he called to his son, we're going to worship. Where are we going, Father? Isaac asked, always eager to join his father in acts of devotion to God. To the region of Moriah. We'll worship there, and then we'll return home. The word "we" was loaded with faith that defied logic. Somehow, some way, both father and son would return. Abraham didn't know how this could be possible, but he knew God's character. The same God who had given Isaac in the first place, who had promised descendants through him, who never broke his covenants. This God would provide a way. 2 young men accompanied them on the 3-day journey, servants who had no idea they were witnessing the most extraordinary test of faith in human history. For 3 days, Abraham walked with the weight of God's command pressing on his heart. For 3 days, he watched Isaac's animated conversations, heard his laughter, saw his eager anticipation of worshiping God together. Each step brought them closer to the mountain, closer to the moment that would require everything Abraham had learned about trusting God completely. On the 3rd day, Abraham saw the place God had designated. From a distance, it looked like any other mountain, rocky, tree-covered, unremarkable. Yet Abraham knew this was the spot where everything would change, where his faith would face its ultimate test. "Stay here with the donkey," Abraham told his servants. "I and the boy will go over there. We will worship, and then we will come back to you." There it was again. We will come back. Not I will come back, but we will come back. Abraham spoke with the certainty of faith that trusted God to keep his promises, even when the path to fulfillment was invisible. Isaac shouldered the wood for the sacrifice, while Abraham carried the fire and knife. As they walked up the mountain path together, the weight of what was about to happen pressed down on Abraham like a physical burden. Every step felt like a betrayal of paternal love, yet every step was an act of faith in divine wisdom. Halfway up the mountain, Isaac spoke. "Father, yes, my son, the fire and wood are here, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" The question pierced Abraham's heart like a sword. How do you answer when the truth is too terrible to speak? How do you explain that the beloved son? Asking the question is himself the intended sacrifice. Abraham's response revealed the depth of his faith. God himself will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son. The words came from somewhere deeper than understanding, from a well of trust that had been dug through decades of walking with God. Abraham didn't know how God would provide, but he knew God would provide. The same God who had given Sarah a child in her old age, who had sustained them through famines and conflicts, who had never once failed to keep his word, this God would not abandon them now. They continued climbing in silence, heavy with unspoken emotion. When they reached the designated place, Abraham began building an altar with stone upon stone, each one placed with the precision of hands that had performed this ritual many times before. But never like this, never with such personal cost. Isaac helped, still unaware that he was preparing the place of his own sacrifice. When the altar was complete and the wood arranged properly upon it, Abraham turned to face his son. The moment of truth had arrived. "Isaac," Abraham said, his voice thick with emotion, "God has asked me to offer you as a sacrifice." Isaac's eyes widened with shock, then understanding, then something that took Abraham's breath away, complete trust. This young man, strong enough to resist, fast enough to flee, was instead looking at his father with the same faith Abraham had shown God. "If this is what God has commanded," Isaac said quietly, "then this is what we must do." With tears streaming down his weathered face, Abraham bound his son's hands, not to restrain a struggling victim, but as a sacred ritual performed with trembling reverence. Isaac lay willingly upon the altar, trusting his father's faith when his own understanding failed. Abraham raised the knife, his hand shaking with the effort of obedience that went against every fiber of his being. The blade caught sunlight, ready to descend, ready to end the life of the promise, ready to trust God in the darkest valley of faith. "Abraham, Abraham!" The voice rang across the mountain with urgent authority. "Here I am," Abraham gasped, knife suspended in midair. "Do not lay a hand on the boy. Do not do anything to him. Now I know that you fear God, because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son." Abraham's legs gave way beneath him as relief flooded through his body like a river breaking through a dam. Isaac sat up on the altar, alive, unharmed, the miracle of preservation as stunning as any miracle of provision. But God wasn't finished. Abraham looked up and saw something that made him laugh with amazement. A ram caught by its horns in a thicket nearby. There was the sacrifice God had provided, the substitute God had prepared, the answer to Isaac's question about the lamb. With hands that shook from relief and gratitude, Abraham released his son and caught the ram. As he offered it in Isaac's place, smoke rose toward heaven, carrying not just the scent of sacrifice, but the aroma of absolute surrender, complete trust, and divine provision. "Because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son," God said, his voice now warm with approval, "I will surely bless you and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies, and through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed me." Abraham called that place, "The Lord will provide," Jehovah Jireh, a name that would echo through generations as a reminder that God always makes a way when there seems to be no way. As father and son walked down the mountain together, both changed forever by their encounter with divine testing and divine provision, Isaac asked quietly, "Father, Why do you think God tested us this way?" Abraham was quiet for a long moment before answering. "I think, my son, that God wanted to show us something about love, that true love holds nothing back, that genuine faith trusts even when it cannot understand, and that our God provides exactly what we need, exactly when we need it." They rejoined the servants and returned home, but the mountain experience had marked them forever. In years to come, Isaac would tell his own sons about the day he learned that God provides substitutes for what seems impossible, that faith sometimes requires everything before it receives anything, and that the God who asks for our greatest treasures is the same God who provides our greatest needs. The ram in the thicket became more than just an animal sacrifice. It became a picture of substitution that would find its ultimate fulfillment many years later when another beloved son would climb another mountain not far away, carrying wood for his own sacrifice, offering himself as the final substitute for all humanity. Abraham's willingness to sacrifice Isaac reveals the heart of true faith, holding our most precious gifts with open hands, trusting God's character even when his commands seem to contradict his promises. Every parent resonates with Abraham's agony, yet his story teaches that what God asks us to surrender, he ultimately multiplies beyond our imagination. Notice that God stopped the sacrifice, not because Abraham hesitated, but precisely because he didn't. The test wasn't about whether Abraham would go through with it, but whether he was willing to. God desires heart surrender, not actual loss of what we love. When you release your Isaac, your dreams, relationships, security, into God's hands, you often discover he gives them back transformed and blessed. Isaac's willing participation is equally profound. Strong enough to resist, but choosing to trust his father's faith when his own understanding failed, he models the surrender we're all called to make. Sometimes God asks us to be the Isaac, to trust others' faith when ours wavers, to submit to divine purposes we cannot comprehend. The ram caught in the thicket wasn't coincidence, but divine provision. God had prepared the substitute before Abraham faced the test. In your impossible situations, remember that God's provision often precedes your problem. What looks like last-minute rescue has been planned from the beginning. Abraham's declaration, "God himself will provide," proved prophetic in ways he couldn't imagine. This mountain in Moriah would later become the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, where countless sacrifices would be offered. Centuries later, on a hill nearby called Calvary, God would provide the ultimate substitute, his own Son, for all humanity. When you face your Moriah moments, remember that the same God who provided a ram for Isaac provided a lamb for the world. Your tests become testimonies, your sacrifices become blessings, and your willingness to surrender what you love most often becomes the pathway to receiving what you need most. The mountain of sacrifice always becomes the mountain of provision for those who trust completely. From Mount Moriah, where faith learned to release what it treasured most, our journey continues with Isaac as he grew into manhood, carrying within him the profound understanding that life itself is a gift from God's provision. He would marry Rebekah and father twin sons whose rivalry would shape nations. But Isaac's greatest contribution to our story lies not in what he accomplished, but in what he experienced. The knowledge that God provides substitutes for impossible demands, that divine love sometimes tests us not to harm, but to reveal the depths of our trust. His son Jacob would inherit both the promise and the testing, learning through a long night of wrestling that encounters with God transform us at the deepest level. Let us now follow this man whose name would be changed to Israel, whose dream at Bethel would open heaven's gates and establish a ladder between earth and glory. From the mountain where sacrifice met provision, we now journey with a man fleeing for his life across the ancient landscape of promise. Jacob, whose very name means supplanter or deceiver, was running from the consequences of his own cunning, carrying nothing but the clothes on his back and the weight of family betrayal on his conscience. This is the story of a man who thought he could manipulate his way into God's blessings, only to discover that divine grace operates by different rules entirely. In his moment of greatest isolation and fear, when he felt most abandoned and alone, heaven would break open above him in a dream that would change not just his life, but the course of human history. Tonight, as you rest in the comfort of your own bed, imagine sleeping on hard ground with only a stone for a pillow, haunted by guilt and uncertainty about the future. Picture yourself as an exile from everything familiar, wondering if you've forfeited God's blessing through your own poor choices. Into such darkness, God specializes in shining his light. Jacob's dream at Bethel reveals something profound about divine grace. It comes not to the deserving, but to the desperate, not to the perfect, but to the penitent, not to those who have earned God's favor, but to those who desperately need it. In a place that seemed utterly ordinary, God would establish an extraordinary connection between earth and heaven. This story speaks to every soul that has ever felt far from home, whether by choice or circumstance. It whispers hope to everyone who has wondered if they've wandered too far from God's love to find their way back. Most beautifully, it demonstrates that our lowest moments often become the settings for God's highest revelations, that what we call coincidence is often divine appointment in disguise. As sleep approaches and dreams prepare to visit your own rest, remember that the same God who met Jacob in the wilderness still speaks in the night seasons, still bridges the gap between earth and heaven, still transforms ordinary places into holy ground through his presence. Jacob's feet ached from days of desperate travel, putting as much distance as possible between himself and his brother Esau's murderous rage. The birthright blessing he had stolen through deception now felt more like a curse as he fled into the wilderness with nothing but his staff and the bitter taste of family betrayal in his mouth. The sun was setting behind the hills of Canaan, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold that reminded Jacob painfully of home. Home, a place he might never see again. His mother Rebekah had sent him away to save his life, but at what cost? He had gained his father's blessing, but lost his brother's love, secured his inheritance, but forfeited his family. As darkness settled over the desolate landscape, Jacob realized he would spend this night alone under the open sky. No servants to prepare his meal, no comfortable tent waiting, no family gathered around the evening fire. Just a fugitive and his guilty conscience beneath the vast indifference of the stars. He gathered a few stones to form a windbreak and selected the smoothest one to serve as a pillow. The ground was hard and cold, nothing like the soft bedding he'd known all his life. As he lay down, drawing his cloak tight against the night chill, Jacob wondered if this was how it would always be now. exile, isolation, the loneliness of consequences. God of my father Abraham and my father Isaac, he whispered into the darkness, if you even still care about a deceiver like me, I could use some sign that I haven't wandered beyond your reach. Sleep came fitfully at first, disturbed by the sounds of the wilderness and the accusations of his own heart. But gradually, exhaustion overcame anxiety, and Jacob drifted into slumber on the hard ground of what seemed like the most ordinary, forgotten place on earth. Then the dream began. At first, Jacob thought he was still awake, for the vision seemed more real than reality itself. A ladder appeared, not the simple wooden ladder he knew from daily life, but a magnificent stairway of light stretching from the very spot where he lay all the way up into the heavens. It was wider than any road, more solid than any earthly structure, pulsing with divine energy that made the air itself shimmer with holy presence. And on this ladder, angels were ascending and descending in continuous motion, not the cherubic figures of children's stories, but mighty beings of light and power, each one radiant with the glory of heaven itself. They moved with purpose, some carrying what looked like prayers upward toward the throne of God, others bringing what appeared to be answers and blessings down to earth. Jacob watched in breathless wonder as the traffic between heaven and earth flowed like a river of light. These messengers of God were constantly at work, constantly connecting the realm above with the world below. The ladder wasn't just a vision, it was a revelation of how things really worked, a glimpse behind the veil of everyday existence into the spiritual reality that undergirded all of life. But the most incredible moment was yet to come. At the top of the ladder, a figure appeared that made Jacob's heart stop beating. The presence was unmistakable. This was the Lord himself, the God of Abraham and Isaac, the creator of heaven and earth. Light blazed around him like the sun, yet somehow Jacob could bear to look upon his face, could see the love and compassion that burned in his eyes. When God spoke, his voice carried the same authority that had called worlds into existence, yet it was gentle as a father speaking to a beloved child. I am the Lord, the God of your father Abraham and the God of Isaac. I will give you and your descendants the land on which you are lying. Your descendants will be like the dust of the earth, and you will spread out to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. All peoples on earth will be blessed through you and your offspring. Jacob's mind reeled. The promises given to Abraham, confirmed to Isaac, were now being passed to him, Jacob the deceiver, Jacob the exile, Jacob who had cheated his way into blessing and was now running from the consequences. How could this be? How could God's favor rest on someone who had acted so dishonorably? But God wasn't finished speaking. I am with you and will watch over you wherever you go, and I will bring you back to this land. I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you. The words washed over Jacob like healing balm on a wounded spirit. I am with you, the God of the universe, declaring his presence with a fugitive in the wilderness. I will watch over you wherever you go. Divine protection promised to a man who felt utterly alone. I will not leave you. A covenant of faithfulness given to one who had just broken faith with his own family. This wasn't conditional blessing based on Jacob's performance. This was grace, unmerited favor flowing from God's character, not human worthiness. The promises weren't being given because Jacob deserved them, but because God had chosen to love him anyway. As the vision continued, Jacob began to understand something profound about the ladder. It wasn't just a means of transportation for angels. It was a bridge, a connection point, a place where heaven touched earth. And it was centered right here, right where he lay, in this seemingly insignificant patch of wilderness. The ladder revealed that no place is too ordinary for God's presence, no person too flawed for God's love, no situation too desperate for God's intervention. Heaven was not distant and unreachable, but connected to earth by God's active involvement in human affairs. Gradually the vision faded, the angels disappeared, the ladder dissolved into dawn light. But the presence lingered, the promises echoed in Jacob's heart, and the transformation was complete. The man who had lain down as a fearful fugitive awoke as a chosen vessel of God's purpose. Jacob sat up, his heart pounding with awe and wonder. "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I was not aware of it," he whispered. The very ground beneath him felt sacred now, charged with the memory of divine encounter. Rising to his feet, Jacob looked around with new eyes. The desolate wilderness had become holy ground. The forgotten hillside had become the gate of heaven itself. What had seemed like the end of his story was actually the beginning of his real life. Taking the stone that had served as his pillow, Jacob set it up as a pillar and poured oil on top of it as an act of consecration. This marker would remind him forever of the night heaven opened above him, the night he learned that God's grace is larger than human failure. "If God will be with me and will watch over me on this journey I am taking," Jacob prayed, "and will give me food to eat and clothes to wear so that I return safely to my father's household, then the Lord will be my God, and this stone that I have set up as a pillar will be God's house. And of all that you give me, I will give you a tenth." He called that place Bethel, house of God, though the city had formerly been known as Luz. Names matter, and this place would forever be remembered not for what it had been, but for what God had made it when he chose to reveal himself there. As Jacob resumed his journey that morning, his steps were lighter despite the same hard road ahead. He was still in exile, still facing an uncertain future, still carrying the consequences of his deception. But he was no longer alone. The God of heaven had made himself the God of Jacob's journey, and that changed everything. The ladder in his dream had shown him something that would sustain him through all the difficulties ahead. Heaven and earth were connected. God was actively involved in human affairs, and no one was too far from home to be beyond the reach of divine love. Years later, when Jacob had become Israel and had learned to walk by faith rather than manipulation, he would return to Bethel. He would worship again at the place where his real life began, where a scared young man running from his mistakes encountered the God who specializes in transforming failures into founders of nations. The latter remained invisible to physical eyes, but its truth remained constant. God builds bridges between his heart and ours, establishes connections between heaven's resources and earth's needs, and transforms ordinary places into sacred space through the power of his presence. Every prayer that rises from earth follows the path that ladder revealed. Every blessing that descends from heaven travels the route those angels walked. The dream at Bethel wasn't just Jacob's vision. It was a window into how God works in every generation, in every life, in every moment when human need meets divine love. Jacob's dream at Bethel speaks to every soul that has ever felt exiled from grace, wondering if poor choices have moved them beyond the reach of God's love. In his moment of greatest isolation, heaven opened above him, not because he deserved it, but because grace operates by its own beautiful logic, reaching toward the desperate rather than the deserving. The latter reveals profound truth about God's accessibility. Heaven isn't distant and disconnected from earthly concerns, but actively engaged through constant divine traffic. Every prayer you lift follows the path those angels walked upward. Every blessing you receive travels the route they descended. The same connection that existed at Bethel exists wherever you seek God with genuine heart. Notice that Jacob called the place Bethel, house of God, though it had no building, no priesthood, no religious infrastructure. Sacred space isn't created by human architecture, but by divine presence. Your bedroom becomes a sanctuary when you meet God there. Your workplace becomes holy ground when you acknowledge Him there. Geographic location matters less than heart posture. Jacob's stone pillow became a pillar of remembrance, marking the spot where heaven touched earth. Your own encounters with God deserve similar markers: journals, verses, songs that help you remember when darkness lifts and hope returns. These monuments of mercy sustain faith during seasons when God's presence feels distant. Most beautifully, God's promises to Jacob weren't conditional on perfect behavior, but grounded in divine character. "I will not leave you" echoes through every generation to every believer wrestling with inadequacy and failure. Your mistakes don't disqualify you from God's purposes. They often become the very places where grace shines brightest. The man who went to sleep as a deceiver awoke as a recipient of covenant promises. When you feel most disqualified for God's blessing, remember Jacob's dream. Grace specializes in meeting us in our wilderness moments and opening heaven above our hardest ground. Bethel reminds us that we're never as alone as we feel, never as abandoned as circumstances suggest, never as far from home as our hearts fear. From the sacred ground of Bethel, where heaven touched earth through a dreamer's vision, our story continues with that same dreamer, now transformed into Israel, as he fathered 12 sons who would become the tribes of a great nation. But among these sons, one would stand apart, not for his strength or birthright, but for his gift of interpreting dreams and his journey from favored son to forgotten prisoner to powerful ruler. Joseph inherited more than his father's blessing. He inherited his ability to see beyond present circumstances to God's greater purposes. His story would demonstrate that what people intend for evil, God can weave into good, that dreams deferred are not always dreams denied, and that the longest detours sometimes lead to the most important destinations. Let us now follow the dreamer whose colorful coat would become a symbol of both family jealousy and divine favor, whose pit would become a pathway to palace. From the sacred ladder of Bethel, where Jacob learned that heaven and earth are forever connected, we now journey into one of history's most dramatic tales of family dysfunction, transformed by divine purpose. This is the story of Joseph, a dreamer whose visions would save nations, a son whose betrayal would become redemption, a slave whose faithfulness would lead to a throne. Joseph's story unfolds like a tapestry woven with threads of jealousy and love, hatred and forgiveness, exile and homecoming. It reveals how God works through human choices, both good and evil, to accomplish purposes larger than any individual life. In the hands of divine providence, even the cruelest betrayals become instruments of blessing. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep and dreams of your own, imagine being 17 years old with visions that seem too grand for reality, with a father's special love that breeds resentment in others, with dreams that promise greatness but lead first through darkness deeper than any pit. Joseph's journey reminds us that God's plans often take us through valleys we never expected to reach mountains we never imagined. This story speaks to every soul that has felt misunderstood, every heart that has been wounded by those closest to them, every dreamer whose visions seem to die in circumstances beyond their control. It whispers hope to anyone whose present situation bears no resemblance to their promised future, whose current chapter seems to contradict their ultimate calling. Most remarkably, Joseph's tale demonstrates the power of forgiveness to transform not just relationships, but entire destinies. When the one who was wronged becomes the one who provides, when the victim becomes the victor, not through revenge, but through grace, we glimpse something of God's heart toward a world that has betrayed him, yet desperately needs his salvation. As gentle rain falls outside your window, washing the earth clean, let Joseph's story wash over your spirit with its timeless truth. What others mean for evil, God means for good, and the dreams he plants in faithful hearts will always find their way to fulfillment, even if the path leads through places we never wanted to go. 17-year-old Joseph walked through his father's fields with the confidence of one who knew he was deeply loved. The coat of many colors that Jacob had given him hung from his shoulders like a banner declaring his favored status, its rich fabric catching sunlight and turning heads wherever he went. To Joseph, it was simply a gift from a doting father. To his 10 older brothers, it was a daily reminder of their father's obvious preference for Rachel's firstborn son. "There goes the dreamer," Simeon muttered, as Joseph approached where they were tending the flocks. The nickname had started as mockery, but had grown sharper with each vision Joseph shared, each dream that seemed to elevate him above his elders. Joseph, in his youthful enthusiasm, seemed oblivious to the growing tension his dreams created. Just that morning at breakfast, he had shared his latest vision with the entire family. "Listen to this dream I had," he had announced, his eyes bright with excitement. "We were binding sheaves of grain out in the field when suddenly my sheaf rose and stood upright, while your sheaves gathered around mine and bowed down to it." The silence that followed was thick with offense. His brothers' faces darkened with resentment, while even Jacob looked troubled by the implications of such a dream. "Do you intend to reign over us?" Judah had asked, his voice dangerously quiet. "Will you actually rule us?" But Joseph, caught up in the wonder of his visions, had shared another dream just days later. "Listen, I had another dream, and this time the sun and moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me. Even Jacob had rebuked him for that one. What is this dream you had? Will your mother and I and your brothers actually come and bow down to the ground before you?" Yet Scripture notes that while Jacob rebuked him openly, he kept the matter in his heart, wondering what God might be saying through his favored son's dreams. Now, as Joseph approached his brothers in the field, he carried with him their father's instructions to check on both his brothers and the flocks. The coat of many colors rippled in the breeze, a walking reminder of their father's favoritism and their own diminished status in his eyes. "Here comes that dreamer," Reuben called out, but the tone was far from friendly. The years of resentment had been building like pressure in a sealed vessel, and Joseph's approach seemed to trigger something dark and dangerous in his brothers' hearts. "Come now, let's kill him and throw him into one of these cisterns," Simeon suggested with shocking casualness. "We can say that a ferocious animal devoured him. Then we'll see what comes of his dreams." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. 10 men, grown rough and hard from years in the wilderness, nodding in agreement to murder their 17-year-old brother. The family that had been chosen to carry God's covenant forward was teetering on the edge of fratricide. But Reuben, the eldest, felt the weight of responsibility. "Let's not take his life," he urged. "Throw him into this cistern here in the wilderness, but don't lay a hand on him." His plan was to rescue Joseph later and return him safely to their father, but he would not get the chance to execute his secret plan. When Joseph reached them, still unsuspecting, his brothers seized him with sudden violence. The coat of many colors was torn from his shoulders, that beautiful symbol of their father's love, becoming the first casualty of their jealousy. They stripped him of his tunic and threw him into an empty cistern, its walls too high and smooth for escape. Joseph's cries echoed from the pit as his brothers sat down to eat their meal, their hearts hardened to his pleas. The sound of their brother's voice calling for mercy while they calmly shared bread revealed how deeply resentment had poisoned their souls. Then Providence arrived in the form of a merchant caravan. Ishmaelite traders appeared on the horizon, their camels loaded with spices, balm, and myrrh, bound for Egypt. Judah saw opportunity in the approaching caravan. "What will we gain if we kill our brother and cover up his blood?" he reasoned. "Come, let's sell him to the Ishmaelites and not lay our hands on him. After all, he is our brother, our own flesh and blood." It wasn't mercy that motivated Judah. It was greed mixed with a thin veneer of family loyalty. 20 shekels of silver exchanged hands, and Joseph found himself bound and walking toward Egypt, his dreams apparently dying with every step that carried him further from home. To cover their crime, the brothers killed a goat and dipped Joseph's torn coat in its blood. When they returned to Jacob with the bloodied garment, their deception was masterful in its cruelty. "We found this," they said, holding up the ruined coat. "Examine it to see whether it is your son's robe or not." Jacob's anguish was immediate and total. "It is my son's robe. Some ferocious animal has devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces." He tore his clothes in grief and put on sackcloth, mourning for his son with an intensity that revealed the depth of his love. For many days, Jacob refused to be comforted. "No," he said, when his sons and daughters tried to console him, "I will continue to mourn until I join my son in the grave." The irony was bitter. His sons, the very ones who had caused his grief, now attempted to comfort him in his loss. Meanwhile, in Egypt, Joseph was learning that dreams delayed are not dreams denied. Sold to Potiphar, captain of Pharaoh's guard, he found himself a slave in a foreign land where no one knew his name, his family, or his God. Yet even in slavery, the Lord was with Joseph. Everything Joseph touched prospered. His master's household flourished under his management. His business dealings succeeded beyond expectation. His entire estate thrived. Potiphar recognized that something supernatural attended this Hebrew slave and eventually put Joseph in charge of everything he owned. But prosperity brought new temptations. Potiphar's wife, attracted to this handsome and successful young man, tried repeatedly to seduce him. Day after day she pursued him, but Joseph's response revealed character forged in the crucible of suffering. "How then could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God?" he declared, choosing faithfulness over pleasure, integrity over advancement, obedience to God over temporary satisfaction. His virtue became his apparent downfall. When he finally fled from her advances, leaving his cloak in her hands, she used it as evidence for false accusations. Joseph found himself thrown into prison, from pit to palace to prison, each transition seeming to move him further from his dreams rather than closer to them. Yet even in prison, the Lord was with Joseph. He gained the warden's trust and was put in charge of all the prisoners. Two of his fellow inmates, Pharaoh's cupbearer and baker, had troubling dreams that Joseph interpreted through divine revelation. The cupbearer would be restored to his position. The baker would be executed. Both interpretations proved accurate. "When all goes well with you, remember me and show me kindness," Joseph asked the cupbearer. "Mention me to Pharaoh and get me out of this prison." But the cupbearer forgot Joseph for 2 full years, leaving him to wonder if God had forgotten him too. Then Pharaoh himself had dreams that troubled his spirit. 7 fat cows devoured by 7 lean ones, 7 healthy heads of grain consumed by 7 thin ones. When none of his wise men could interpret these visions, the cupbearer finally remembered the Hebrew prisoner who had accurately interpreted his dream. Joseph was hastily brought from prison, cleaned up, and brought before the most powerful ruler in the world. When Pharaoh described his dreams, Joseph's interpretation was immediate and clear. 7 years of abundance would be followed by 7 years of devastating famine. The dreams were a warning, allowing Egypt to prepare for the crisis ahead. "Can we find anyone like this man, one in whom is the Spirit of God?" Pharaoh asked his officials. At 30 years old, Joseph found himself second in command of Egypt, wearing Pharaoh's signet ring, dressed in robes of fine linen with a gold chain around his neck. The dreams of his youth were finally coming to pass, but not in the way he had ever imagined. During the 7 years of abundance, Joseph stored up massive quantities of grain. When the famine came, it was severe throughout the known world, but Egypt had food to sell. From every nation, people came to buy grain from Joseph. Among them, inevitably, came 10 men from Canaan, Joseph's brothers, sent by their father to buy food for their starving families. They bowed down before the powerful Egyptian official, not recognizing the brother they had sold into slavery 20 years earlier. The 17-year-old dreamer had become a 37-year-old ruler, and the dreams of grain sheaves bowing down were literally fulfilled. Joseph recognized them immediately, but concealed his identity, testing their hearts through a series of encounters that revealed how the years had changed them. When he finally revealed himself, his words carried not revenge, but redemption. "I am your brother Joseph, the one you sold into Egypt. And now do not be distressed, and do not be angry with yourselves for selling me here, because it was to save lives that God sent me ahead of you." In the moment of revelation, Joseph chose forgiveness over vengeance, restoration over retribution. The coat of many colors was long gone, but the dreams it had represented were finally, completely fulfilled. Joseph's story speaks to every soul that has experienced the gap between divine promise and present reality. His dreams seem to mock him from the bottom of the pit, from the darkness of prison, from years of faithful service that went unrecognized. Yet God was weaving those very circumstances into the tapestry of his purposes, preparing Joseph not just for personal success, but for the salvation of nations. The coat of many colors represents more than paternal favoritism. It symbolizes the special calling God places on certain lives, the destiny that others may resent but cannot ultimately thwart. When your own coat is torn from you by jealous hands, when your dreams seem buried in pits of betrayal, remember that God's purposes are larger than human opposition. Joseph's faithfulness in small things, managing Potiphar's household, caring for fellow prisoners, interpreting dreams without payment, prepared him for great things. Character developed in obscurity sustains us when thrust into prominence. Your integrity today, in situations no one sees, prepares you for influence tomorrow that everyone will witness. Notice how Joseph's sufferings positioned him perfectly for his ultimate purpose. Only someone who had experienced slavery could relate to Egypt's needs. Only someone who had endured prison could appreciate freedom's value. Only someone who had been rejected by family could offer grace to those who had wounded him deepest. Joseph's forgiveness of his brothers reveals the heart of redemption itself. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. This perspective transforms victims into victors, wounds into wisdom, betrayals into blessings. When your present circumstances seem to contradict your divine calling, when the path to your promises leads through valleys you never chose, remember Joseph. God specializes in using detours to develop character, delays to deepen faith, and even betrayals to position us for greater blessing than we ever imagined possible. Dreams deferred are not dreams denied. They're dreams being prepared for perfect timing. Joseph's elevation to power in Egypt wasn't just personal vindication. It was divine preparation for the next chapter in God's plan for his chosen people. The 7 years of abundance, followed by 7 years of famine, would drive Jacob and his entire family down to Egypt, where they would grow from a family of 70 into a nation of millions. But prosperity in Egypt would eventually become slavery in Egypt, and the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob would cry out for deliverance from bondage they had not chosen. Into this darkness, God would send another deliverer, a man raised in Pharaoh's palace but called to the wilderness, a shepherd who would confront the mightiest empire on earth with nothing but a staff and an unshakable conviction that I am had sent him. This is the story of Moses, who would meet God in a burning bush and learn that ordinary people become extraordinary when touched by divine fire. From the palace of Egypt, where Joseph's dreams became reality, our journey now moves forward 4 centuries to another Egyptian palace, where a Hebrew baby's tears would touch the heart of Pharaoh's daughter and change the course of history. This is the story of Moses, a man who thought his life was over at 40, only to discover it was just beginning at 80. Moses had already lived 3 distinct lives: Prince of Egypt for 40 years, shepherd in exile for 40 years, and now, unknowingly, he was about to embark on his 3rd and greatest chapter as deliverer of God's people. But transformation rarely comes gently, and the God who was about to call Moses would first have to strip away everything he thought he knew about himself. Tonight, imagine walking through the wilderness with nothing but sheep for company. Your dreams of making a difference long buried beneath decades of routine. Picture yourself as a forgotten man in a forgotten place, tending flocks that belong to someone else, knowing that your people suffer in slavery while you live in comfortable exile. This was Moses at 80, successful enough, settled enough, but carrying within his heart the ache of unfulfilled purpose. Into such ordinary moments, God specializes in breaking through with the extraordinary. A bush that burns but is not consumed, a voice that calls a shepherd to confront an empire, a promise that the impossible is about to become inevitable. Moses' encounter with the burning bush reminds us that God's calling often comes not when we feel ready, but when we finally understand how desperately we need His power. As you prepare for sleep tonight, remember that divine encounters don't require special locations or perfect circumstances. They require only open hearts willing to turn aside when heaven invades earth, willing to remove the shoes of pride when standing on holy ground, willing to say yes when God calls ordinary people to do extraordinary things for His glory. This is the story of the burning bush, where an 80-year-old shepherd became the deliverer of millions, where excuses met infinite patience, where human inadequacy discovered divine adequacy. The sun hung low in the western sky, casting long shadows across the rocky terrain of Mount Horeb as Moses guided his father-in-law's flock toward a patch of sparse grass. 40 years of shepherding had taught him to read the desert like a book, where to find water in the dry season, which paths avoided predators, how to keep sheep from wandering into danger. It was honest work, peaceful work, but hardly the life he had once imagined for himself. Once he had been Prince Moses of Egypt, raised in Pharaoh's palace, educated in all the wisdom of the Egyptians, mighty in words and deeds. Once he had dreamed of using his position to help his Hebrew kinsmen, enslaved and oppressed in the land of his adoption. Once he had thought himself destined for greatness. That dream had died 40 years ago in a moment of rash violence when he killed an Egyptian taskmaster who was beating a Hebrew slave. The next day, when he tried to mediate between two fighting Hebrews, one had sneered, "Who made you ruler and judge over us? Are you thinking of killing me as you killed the Egyptian?" The words had cut deeper than any sword. His own people didn't want his help, and Pharaoh wanted his head. So Moses had fled into the wilderness, trading palace luxury for desert hardship, political power for sheep-herding simplicity. He had married Zipporah, daughter of Jethro, the priest of Midian, and settled into a life he never would have chosen but had learned to accept. Now, at 80 years old, he was just a shepherd. His hair was white, his hands were weathered, his body moved with the careful deliberation of age. The fire of youth had long since cooled to the steady warmth of resignation. He had made his peace with obscurity. As he followed the sheep around a rocky outcropping, something caught his eye that made him stop in his tracks. There, growing out of what appeared to be a thorn bush, was a flame. But this was no ordinary fire. The bush blazed with intense light, its branches fully engulfed in flames that danced and crackled, yet the leaves remained green, the branches uncharred, the bush itself completely unconsumed, by the fire that burned within it. Moses rubbed his eyes, certain that the desert heat was playing tricks on his vision. But when he looked again, the sight remained, a bush burning with fire that did not destroy. "This is strange," he said aloud, his voice echoing off the canyon walls. "Why does the bush not burn up? I will go over and see this strange sight." As he approached the burning bush, each step felt heavier than the last, as if the very air around him was thickening with a presence he couldn't name, but instinctively recognized. The fire seemed to pulse with life, to breathe with intelligence, to watch with infinite awareness. When Moses had come close enough to feel the warmth of the flames on his face, a voice spoke from the heart of the fire, a voice that carried the authority of creation itself, the tenderness of perfect love, and the power of unlimited might. "Moses! Moses!" The sound of his own name, spoken by the voice of eternity, stopped Moses cold. His heart hammered against his ribs as he realized he was not alone on this mountain, that the God of his fathers had found him in his hiding place. "Here I am," Moses replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do not come any closer," the voice commanded with gentle authority. "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." With trembling hands, Moses removed his sandals, feeling the warm sand beneath his feet, suddenly aware that he stood at the intersection of heaven and earth, that the ordinary mountain had become a sacred sanctuary simply by virtue of God's presence. "I am the God of your father," the voice continued, "the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." Moses hid his face, afraid to look upon the divine fire, overcome by the weight of standing in the presence of the Almighty. This was the God who had called Abraham from Ur, who had promised Isaac to aged parents, who had wrestled with Jacob and changed his name to Israel. This was the God of covenant and promise, of miracle and mystery. "I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt," God said, and his voice carried a pain that surprised Moses. "I have heard them crying out because of their slave drivers, and I am concerned about their suffering. So I have come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians and to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and honey." Moses' heart leaped. God had seen. God had heard. God was going to act. For 400 years, his people had cried out under the whip of Egyptian taskmasters, and finally, heaven was going to respond. But then came words that changed everything. "So now, go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt." The words hit Moses like a physical blow. Me? Go to Pharaoh? The same Pharaoh whose predecessor had wanted to kill him? The same Egypt he had fled from in shame and fear? The same people who had rejected his leadership 40 years earlier? "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?" Moses protested, his voice cracking with disbelief and terror. The response came with infinite patience and unmovable certainty. "I will be with you. And this will be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you will worship God on this mountain." But Moses' objections were just beginning. "Suppose I go to the Israelites and say to them, 'The God of your fathers has sent me to you,' and they ask me, 'What is his name?' Then what shall I tell them? I am who I am, came the reply, and the name seemed to echo through the mountains and reverberate through Moses' soul. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you. Say to the Israelites, the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my name forever, the name you shall call me from generation to generation. I am, not I was or I will be, but I am, eternal present tense, unchanging reality, the ground of all existence. The name revealed God's nature. He simply is, needs nothing, lacks nothing, fears nothing, depends on nothing outside himself. But Moses wasn't finished objecting. What if they do not believe me or listen to me and say, the Lord did not appear to you? In response, God gave Moses signs that defied natural law. His staff became a serpent when thrown to the ground, then returned to being a staff when picked up. His hand became leprous when placed inside his cloak, then was restored to health when removed. Water from the Nile would turn to blood when poured on dry ground. Still Moses protested, "Pardon your servant, Lord. I have never been eloquent, neither in the past nor since you have spoken to your servant. I am slow of speech and tongue." God's patience held, but his response carried a gentle rebuke. Who gave human beings their mouths? Who makes them deaf or mute? Who gives them sight or makes them blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go, I will help you speak and will teach you what to say. Finally, Moses played his last card. Pardon your servant, Lord. Please send someone else. Now the Lord's anger burned against Moses, though his love never wavered. What about your brother, Aaron the Levite? I know he can speak well. He is already on his way to meet you, and he will be glad to see you. You shall speak to him and put words in his mouth. I will help both of you speak and will teach you what to do. He will speak to the people for you, and it will be as if he were your mouth and as if you were God to him. But take this staff in your hand so you can perform the signs with it. The conversation was over. God had called, provided answers to every objection, and given Moses everything he needed for the task ahead. There would be no more delays, no more excuses, no more hiding in the wilderness. As the fire in the bush gradually diminished and the voice faded to whisper quiet, Moses stood alone on the mountain, changed forever by his encounter with the living God. The shepherd's staff in his hand would become the rod of God's power. The hesitant speech would carry words that would topple an empire. The man who felt inadequate would become the deliverer of millions. Moses gathered the sheep and began the long journey back to his father-in-law's tent, his mind reeling with the magnitude of what God had asked him to do. Behind him, the bush returned to ordinary appearance, but the place would forever be holy ground where heaven had touched earth and a reluctant leader had been born. That night, as he lay beneath the desert stars, Moses thought about the impossible task ahead. Face Pharaoh, demand freedom for slaves, lead millions through the wilderness to a promised land. It seemed utterly beyond his abilities. But echoing in his heart were the words that would sustain him through every trial ahead. I am has sent you. I will be with you. When God calls, he also equips. When he commands, he also empowers. When he sends, he also sustains. The burning bush had been consumed with divine fire, but was not destroyed. Moses would soon learn that the same principle applied to human vessels touched by God's presence. They might be refined by the flames of service, but they would not be consumed, for the God who calls is faithful to preserve what he has chosen to use. Moses' encounter with the burning bush speaks to every soul that has felt too old to start over, too damaged to be used, too ordinary to make a difference. At 80, when most people think their useful years are behind them, Moses discovered that God's timeline operates by different principles than human expectation. Your greatest calling may be waiting for you in what seems like your winter season. The burning bush itself carries profound symbolism, consumed with divine fire, but not destroyed. This represents what happens when God's presence fills human vessels. We burn with his purposes, but are not consumed by them. We glow with his glory, but are not diminished by it. We serve with supernatural power, but remain finite, dependent creatures. Notice Moses' stream of excuses. Who am I? What if they don't believe? I'm not eloquent enough. Send someone else. God patiently answered each objection, providing solutions before problems arose. When God calls you to something that feels impossible, he's not asking about your adequacy, but offering his. Your weakness becomes the perfect backdrop for his strength. The removal of sandals teaches us about approaching holy ground. Some encounters with God require us to strip away our protections, our professional personas, our carefully constructed defenses. Bare feet on holy ground represents the vulnerability required for divine encounter. No barriers between us and God's transforming presence. God's name, I Am, reveals his eternal, unchanging nature. While circumstances shift and feelings fluctuate, I Am remains constant. The same God who met Moses in the wilderness meets you in your current situation with unchanged power and unfailing love. Most powerfully, this story reminds us that God chooses ordinary people for extraordinary purposes. Moses wasn't selected because he was qualified, but because he was available. When you feel inadequate for what God is calling you to do, remember that adequacy comes not from human ability, but from divine empowerment. The bush burned, but was not consumed. And neither will you be when God's fire fills your life. From the burning bush on Mount Horeb, Moses descended with more than just a divine calling. He carried the promise that I Am would be with him every step of the journey ahead. The reluctant shepherd was about to become the great deliverer, armed not with military might, but with a wooden staff and the word of the Lord. The confrontation with Pharaoh would test everything Moses had learned about God's character and power. Through 10 devastating plagues, the mightiest empire on earth would discover that the God of Hebrew slaves was greater than all the gods of Egypt combined. But the greatest miracle was yet to come, a night when death would pass over marked doorposts and freedom would dawn for a people who had forgotten what liberty felt like. Let us now witness the moment when Moses would raise his staff over the Red Sea and watch the impossible become inevitable through the power of I Am. From the burning bush where Moses received his impossible calling, we now stand at the shore of an impossible situation. Behind the fleeing Israelites thundered the most powerful army on earth, 600 of Pharaoh's finest chariots bearing down on 2 million former slaves who had nowhere to run. Ahead stretched the Red Sea, its waters deep and wide, offering no passage for the multitude that had followed Moses out of Egypt. This was the moment when faith would face its ultimate test, when divine promises would meet earthly impossibilities, when the God who had spoken from fire would demonstrate his power over water. The Israelites found themselves trapped between the devil and the deep blue sea, literally caught between destruction behind them and drowning before them. Tonight, as you listen to rain falling gently outside your window, imagine standing beside waters that offered no gentle passage but seemed to mock every promise of deliverance. Picture yourself among people who had risked everything to follow God's call to freedom, only to find themselves apparently led into a death trap with no escape route visible. This story speaks to every soul that has obeyed God's leading, only to find themselves facing circumstances that seem to contradict his faithfulness. It whispers hope to everyone who has stepped out in faith, only to discover the path leads to what appears to be a dead end. Most powerfully, it revealed that God's greatest miracles often require his people to walk to the very edge of impossibility before his power becomes visible. The crossing of the Red Sea wasn't just the escape of Hebrew slaves from Egyptian bondage. It was a demonstration that the God who created water could command it, that the Lord who established natural laws could supersede them, that faith sometimes requires walking through walls of water held back by nothing but divine word. As sleep approaches and your own dreams prepare to carry you through the night, remember that the same God who made a highway through the sea still makes ways where there seem to be none, still parts the waters of impossibility for those who trust his timing and follow his leading, even when the path requires walking through miracles. The celebration in the Israelite camp had lasted through the night as 2 million people tasted freedom for the first time in 4 centuries. The plagues had broken Pharaoh's resistance. The angel of death had passed over their marked doorposts, and Egypt had practically begged them to leave, loading them with silver, gold, and fine clothing as payment for generations of unpaid labor. Moses had led them out with the bones of Joseph, fulfilling the ancient promise that the patriarch's remains would return to the promised land. They were no longer slaves but a free people, no longer captives but covenant children, no longer property but God's treasured possession. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob had remembered his people and acted on their behalf. But now, just 3 days into their journey toward the promised land, everything had changed. A massive cloud of dust on the horizon announced the approach of Pharaoh's army. 600 of Egypt's finest chariots, horses bred for war, soldiers trained for conquest, all bearing down on the defenseless multitude of former slaves. "What have we done?" Pharaoh had raged after the initial shock of loss wore off. "We have released Israel from serving us." His heart, hardened through months of divine judgment, had grown even harder in the aftermath of the Exodus. The economic devastation of losing his entire workforce had driven him to pursue the Israelites with murderous intent. Now the Egyptian war machine approached like a storm cloud, and the Israelites found themselves trapped against the shore of the Red Sea. Behind them, death approached on wheels and hooves. Ahead, the vast expanse of water offered no passage for millions of people with their flocks, herds, and possessions. Panic rippled through the camp like wildfire. Was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you brought us to the wilderness to die? The people cried to Moses, their faith evaporating as quickly as morning dew. What have you done to us by bringing us out of Egypt? Didn't we say to you in Egypt, leave us alone, let us serve the Egyptians? It would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in the wilderness. The complaints grew louder and more bitter as the dust cloud drew closer. Children cried in terror, mothers clutched their babies, fathers stood helpless before an enemy they could not fight and waters they could not cross. The joy of liberation had turned to the despair of apparent destruction. Moses felt the weight of leadership pressing down on him like a physical burden. 2 million people looking to him for answers he did not have, for solutions he could not provide, for miracles he could not perform. The same people who had celebrated him as deliverer now accused him as destroyer. The same voices that had praised God's power now questioned God's wisdom. Yet in that moment of extremity, when human hope died and earthly options vanished, Moses found something unshakable within his spirit. The memory of the burning bush, the echo of the divine voice, the certainty that I Am had sent him and would not abandon him now. Do not be afraid, Moses called out over the chaos, his voice carrying a conviction that seemed to come from beyond himself. Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today. The Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Even as he spoke these words of faith, Moses cried out to God in desperation, Lord, why are you letting this happen? We followed your leading, obeyed your commands, trusted your promises. Now we're trapped with nowhere to go. What would you have us do? God's response came with gentle rebuke and clear direction. Why are you crying out to me? Tell the Israelites to move forward. Raise your staff and stretch out your hand over the sea to divide the water so that the Israelites can go through the sea on dry ground. Move forward into the sea? The command seemed to defy both logic and the law of gravity. But Moses had learned in the wilderness that God's ways transcend human understanding, that divine solutions often appear as impossible as the problems they solve. As Moses raised the staff that had turned to a serpent before Pharaoh, that had brought plagues upon Egypt, that had demonstrated God's power time and again, something magnificent began to happen. A strong east wind arose, sent by the Lord, and began to blow across the waters with supernatural intensity. All night the wind blew, not the gentle breeze of nature, but the commanded breath of the Almighty. As the Israelites watched in amazement, the sea began to respond to its Creator's voice. Waters that had stood in place for centuries started to move, to separate, to pile up in walls on either side of what was becoming a pathway through the depths. By morning, the impossible had become reality. The Red Sea stood divided like massive liquid walls, held in place by nothing visible yet solid as mountains. Between these walls of water lay a highway of dry ground, not muddy sea bottom, but firm earth that could support the weight of millions of people and their possessions. The pillar of cloud that had guided them by day moved to position itself between the Israelites and the advancing Egyptian army, creating a barrier of darkness for their enemies while providing light for God's people. Protected by divine providence and faced with divine provision, the Israelites began their march through the sea. Moses led the way, stepping onto the sea floor with faith that each footstep would find solid ground. Behind him came Aaron and the elders, then family by family, tribe by tribe, the entire nation walking through walls of water that towered above their heads, yet did not fall. Children looked up in wonder at fish swimming in the liquid walls beside them. Mothers clutched their babies close while walking on ground that should have been ocean floor. Fathers drove their flocks and herds through a miracle that defied every law of nature they had ever known. For hours the procession continued. 2 million people, countless animals, wagons loaded with possessions, all making their way across the bottom of the Red Sea, while walls of water stood guard on either side. The ground beneath their feet remained firm and dry. The walls beside them remained solid and secure, and the God above them remained faithful to his promise of deliverance. Behind them, the Egyptian army reached the shore just as the last Israelites entered the miraculous pathway. Pharaoh's chariots plunged into the seabed in hot pursuit, their wheels churning through what had been ocean floor, their horses straining to catch the fleeing slaves. But the God who had divided the waters for his people's deliverance would not permit their enemies to follow safely. The chariot wheels began to come off, the horses stumbled and reared, the pursuit became confused and chaotic. "Let us flee from the Israelites," the Egyptian soldiers cried in terror. "The Lord is fighting for them against Egypt." Too late they recognized the hand of the divine. As the last Israelite reached the far shore, as Moses and the multitude stood safe on the other side, God spoke again to his servant. "Stretch out your hand over the sea so that the waters may flow back over the Egyptians and their chariots and horsemen." Moses raised his staff once more, and the walls of water that had stood at attention throughout the night came crashing down with thunderous roar. The entire Egyptian army, chariots, horses, soldiers, the pride of Pharaoh's military might, disappeared beneath the returning waters. Not one survived to carry news of the disaster back to Egypt. When morning came and the sea had returned to its normal flow, the shore was littered with Egyptian armor and weapons, but no living enemy remained. The people who had threatened to recapture God's children had been swallowed by the very waters that had provided passage for the Israelites. As the sun rose over the Red Sea, now flowing peacefully as if nothing extraordinary had occurred, Moses and Miriam led the people in songs of praise that echoed across the wilderness. "I will sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. Both horse and driver he has hurled into the sea. The Lord is my strength and my defense. He has become my salvation. He is my God, and I will praise him, my father's God, and I will exalt him." The crossing of the Red Sea became more than just an escape from slavery. It became the defining moment when a group of former slaves became the people of God, when divine power transformed human impossibility into eternal testimony. For generations to come, whenever God's people faced insurmountable obstacles, they would remember the night when walls of water stood guard while they walked through the depths on dry ground. The sea had been crossed, the enemy had been defeated, and the people had learned that their God could make highways through the deepest waters when they trusted his timing and followed his leading, even when the path required walking through miracles. The Red Sea crossing speaks to every soul trapped between the past they're trying to escape and the future they cannot yet reach. Like the Israelites, we often find ourselves caught between the familiar bondage behind us and the intimidating unknown ahead, wondering if following God's call was a mistake when circumstances seem impossible. Notice that God didn't remove the obstacle, He provided a way through it. The sea remained a sea, but it became a highway for those who trusted divine provision over natural limitation. Your Red Sea moments aren't meant to turn around from, but to walk through with faith that God's power exceeds every barrier that stands between you and His promises. The timing teaches us about divine drama. God allowed the Israelites to reach the point of complete helplessness before revealing His solution. When every human option is exhausted, when natural resources are insufficient, when earthly wisdom fails, these become the perfect stages for divine intervention. Your extremity often becomes God's opportunity. The pillar of cloud positioning itself between Israel and Egypt demonstrates God's protection during transition. When you're moving from one season to another, God doesn't just provide direction. He provides defense against everything that would drag you back to what you've been delivered from. Most powerfully, the Israelites had to take the first step onto what looked like sea floor before they could see it was solid ground. Faith always requires moving forward before the path becomes clear, trusting God's word over visual evidence, choosing His promises over present circumstances. The Egyptian army's destruction reminds us that what pursues us in one season cannot follow us into the next when God opens new paths. The same waters that provided passage for God's people became judgment for their enemies. Divine timing protects us from threats we don't even recognize. When you face your Red Sea, remember, the God who divided waters for Hebrew slaves still makes ways where there seem to be none, still commands impossible circumstances to yield to His purposes, still fights for those who trust His deliverance. Sometimes the miracle isn't changing your situation. It's walking through it on dry ground. From the shores of the Red Sea, where impossible became inevitable through divine power, the Israelites began their journey through the wilderness toward the Promised Land. They had witnessed God's deliverance in the most dramatic terms possible, seen His power overcome the mightiest empire on earth, experienced His provision in ways that defied natural law. But freedom from Egypt was only the beginning. Now they needed to learn how to live as God's people, how to order their society according to divine principles, how to worship the one who had delivered them. 50 days after crossing the Red Sea, they would stand at the foot of another mountain where Moses had first encountered the burning bush, ready to receive not just freedom, but the law that would guide their freedom. Mount Sinai awaited, shrouded in smoke and thunder, where the voice that had spoken from fire would now speak from stone, giving 10 commandments that would become the foundation of human civilization. From the miraculous shores of the Red Sea, where walls of water had become highways of deliverance, the Israelites now found themselves at the foot of Mount Sinai, the same mountain where Moses had first encountered God in the burning bush. But this time, The entire mountain burned with divine fire, shrouded in smoke and thunder, as the Creator of the universe prepared to speak not to one man, but to an entire nation. 50 days had passed since their escape from Egypt. 50 days of wilderness wandering, of learning to trust God for daily bread, of discovering what it meant to be free people after 4 centuries of slavery. But freedom without guidance becomes chaos, and liberation without law leads to license. The people who had been delivered from bondage now needed to learn how to live in liberty. Tonight, as gentle rain falls outside your window, imagine standing with 2 million people at the base of a mountain that shook with the presence of the Almighty. Picture smoke billowing from the peak like a great furnace, lightning flashing through the clouds, thunder rolling across the desert with the voice of eternity itself. Feel the ground trembling beneath your feet as heaven prepared to touch earth in the most dramatic giving of law in human history. This is the story of the 10 Commandments, not merely ancient rules carved in stone, but timeless principles written by the finger of God, eternal truths that would become the foundation of human civilization. These weren't suggestions for better living, but divine declarations of how relationships should work, between humans and God, between people and each other, between individuals and communities. The commandments represent something profound about God's character. He doesn't leave his children to figure out life on their own. The same God who delivered them from slavery loved them enough to give them guidelines for freedom, boundaries that would protect rather than restrict, laws that would bless rather than burden. As you prepare for sleep, remember that the voice that spoke from Sinai still speaks today, that the principles carved in stone remain relevant for hearts of flesh, that the God who gave law also gives grace to those who recognize their need for both guidance and forgiveness. The people of Israel had been camped at the foot of Mount Sinai for 3 days, washing their clothes and consecrating themselves as God had commanded through Moses. The entire camp buzzed with anticipation and anxiety as they prepared for an encounter with the divine, unlike anything in human history. They had seen God's power in the plagues of Egypt, witnessed his deliverance at the Red Sea, experienced his provision in the wilderness. But now they were about to hear his voice directly. On the morning of the 3rd day, the mountain began to change. What had been a normal desert peak became something that defied description. Thick clouds gathered around its summit, shot through with lightning that seemed to dance rather than strike. Thunder rolled continuously, not the random rumbling of a desert storm, but rhythmic and purposeful, like the beating of an enormous cosmic heart. The entire mountain trembled violently, shaking as if the earth itself was struggling to contain the presence that had descended upon it. Smoke billowed from the peak, rising like the smoke of a great furnace, and fire blazed from within the clouds with an intensity that made the sun seem dim by comparison. Moses had warned them not to approach the mountain, not even to touch its base, for God's holiness was not something human flesh could endure without preparation. A boundary had been set around the entire mountain, marked with stones and enforced by the understanding that the God who had delivered them was also the God whose very presence could consume them. "Stay back," Moses had instructed the people. "When you hear the trumpet sound, that will be the signal that God is ready to speak. But do not come up the mountain or even touch the edge of it, or you will surely die." Now that trumpet sounded, not the brass instrument of human making, but a supernatural blast that seemed to come from the mountain itself, growing louder and louder until it filled the entire valley and echoed off the surrounding hills. The sound pierced every heart, commanded every ear, demanded the attention of every soul in the camp. As the trumpet reached its crescendo, a voice spoke from the fire, the same voice Moses had heard from the burning bush, but now amplified to reach the ears of millions. It was a voice that carried the authority of creation, the power of infinite might. Yet somehow each person heard it as if God were speaking directly to them alone. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. The words rolled across the camp like thunder, establishing the speaker's identity and authority. This was not some unknown deity making arbitrary demands, but the God who had proven his love through deliverance, demonstrated his power through miracles, shown his faithfulness through provision. He had earned the right to speak into their lives. Then came the commandments, each one striking the air like lightning, carving itself into the consciousness of every listener. You shall have no other gods before me. The first commandment addressed the fundamental issue of allegiance. In a world filled with countless gods competing for human devotion, Yahweh declared his exclusive claim on the hearts of those he had redeemed. Not because he was insecure, but because he alone was truly God, and to worship anything else was to diminish themselves. You shall not make idols. The second commandment protected against reducing the infinite God to finite representations. No carved image could contain his glory. No human craftsmanship could represent his character. No physical object could hold his presence. He was spirit and must be worshipped in spirit and truth. You shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God. The third commandment guarded against trivializing the sacred. God's name carried his character, his reputation, his very essence. To use it carelessly or falsely was to treat the holy as common, the sacred as ordinary. Remember the Sabbath day by keeping it holy. The fourth commandment established rhythm in human life. Just as God had rested on the seventh day of creation, his people needed regular rest, time set apart from labor and worry, space for worship and restoration. This wasn't legalism, but love, God protecting his children from the destruction of endless work. Honor your father and your mother. The fifth commandment began the section dealing with human relationships, starting with the most fundamental, the family. Parents represented God's authority in children's lives, and honoring them taught respect for all legitimate authority. This was the first commandment with a promise, so that you may live long in the land the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder. The sixth commandment protected the sanctity of human life. Made in God's image, every person carried infinite worth that no one had the right to destroy. This wasn't just about ending life, but about preserving and protecting it. You shall not commit adultery. The seventh commandment guarded the sacred bond of marriage. In a world where relationships were often treated casually, God established marriage as a covenant that reflected his own faithfulness to his people. Sexual purity wasn't about restriction, but about protecting the beauty of intimate commitment. You shall not steal. The eighth commandment established respect for property and the principle of honest work. Taking what belonged to another violated the trust that held communities together and the justice that made society possible. You shall not give false testimony against your neighbor. The ninth commandment protected truth itself. Justice depended on honest witnesses. Relationships required truthful communication, and society functioned only when people could trust each other's words. You shall not covet. The 10th commandment addressed the heart behind all the others. Coveting, desiring what belonged to another, was the root from which all other violations grew. Murder, adultery, theft, and false witness all began with the coveting heart that was dissatisfied with God's provision. As each commandment thundered from the mountain, the people trembled not just from the physical manifestations, but from the weight of moral law being written on their consciences. They were discovering that the God who had delivered them from external slavery was now addressing the internal bondage of sin that enslaved every human heart. When the voice finished speaking, the people stood in stunned silence. They had heard the very words of God, received direct communication from heaven, been entrusted with divine law that would govern not just their lives, but the course of human civilization. But the experience was too overwhelming for them to bear. "Speak to us yourself, and we will listen," they said to Moses. "But do not have God speak to us, or we will die." Moses reassured them, "Do not be afraid. God has come to test you, so that the fear of God will be with you to keep you from sinning." It was a holy fear they needed, not terror that drove them away from God, but reverence that drew them closer to Him. While the people remained at a distance, Moses approached the thick darkness where God was. There he would receive additional laws and instructions, but the 10 Commandments had already been given. 10 simple statements that would shape the moral consciousness of humanity for thousands of years to come. When Moses came down from the mountain 40 days later, he carried 2 stone tablets written by the finger of God Himself. But he also carried something more precious, the knowledge that the God who creates also commands, the Lord who delivers also directs, the one who saves also sanctifies. The law wasn't given to earn God's favor, but to express it, not to achieve relationship with Him, but to live worthy of the relationship He had already established through grace. The same God who had said, "I will take you as my own people, and I will be your God," now said, "This is how my people live." The 10 Commandments became Israel's constitution, humanity's moral compass, and every believer's guide to relationships that honor God and bless others. They revealed that freedom isn't the absence of boundaries, but the presence of right boundaries. That true liberty comes not from doing whatever we want, but from wanting what is truly good. As the thunder faded and the smoke cleared from Mount Sinai, the people carried within their hearts words that would echo through eternity, divine principles that would outlast every empire, outlive every generation, and outshine every human philosophy. The God who spoke from the mountain had given them not just law, but love expressed in limits that would protect and bless all who followed them. From Mount Sinai, where divine law was carved in stone and written on hearts, the Israelites continued their journey toward the Promised Land. Armed now with both deliverance and direction, with freedom and guidelines for using that freedom, They moved forward to claim the inheritance God had sworn to their fathers. But the transition from wilderness wandering to settled possession would require new leadership and new faith. Moses, who had led them out of Egypt and through the sea, would not be the one to lead them into Canaan. That honor would fall to Joshua, his faithful assistant, who would face walls that seemed impregnable and enemies that appeared invincible. The first test of faith in the Promised Land would come at a city whose walls had never been breached, whose defenses had never failed. But the God who had spoken law from Sinai would now demonstrate his power over the walls of Jericho. From the thunder and lightning of Mount Sinai, where God's law was carved in stone and written on human hearts, our journey now moves to the banks of the Jordan River, where a new generation stands ready to claim promises made to their fathers. Moses, the great deliverer, has passed from this life, and the mantle of leadership has fallen to Joshua, a warrior who must learn that God's battles are won not through military might, but through faithful obedience. Across the river lies the Promised Land, but between the Israelites and their inheritance stands Jericho, a fortress city whose walls have never been breached, whose defenses have protected it for centuries. Archaeological evidence suggests these walls were massive, towering structures that seemed absolutely impregnable to any army of that era. No siege engines could penetrate them. No human strategy could overcome them. Tonight, as you rest in the security of your own home, imagine standing outside walls that mock every conventional approach to victory. Picture yourself facing obstacles so massive, so established, so apparently permanent, that human wisdom offers no hope of overcoming them. This is where Joshua found himself, commissioned to take a city that seemed untakeable, armed only with divine promises and some very unusual battle instructions. The story of Jericho's walls speaks to every soul facing impossible barriers, walls of addiction that seem unbreakable, walls of fear that appear insurmountable, walls of circumstances that feel absolutely immovable. It whispers hope to everyone whose promised land lies just beyond obstacles that dwarf their natural abilities, whose inheritance waits just past walls their own strength cannot breach. Most remarkably, this story reveals that God's strategies often appear as foolishness to human wisdom. Marching around walls instead of attacking them, using trumpets instead of catapults, employing priests instead of warriors. Divine methodology rarely matches earthly expectations. Yet when God gives the battle plan, victory is guaranteed for those who follow his instructions exactly, no matter how strange they seem. As gentle rain continues outside, washing the earth clean, let this ancient story wash over your spirit with its timeless truth. The walls that seem permanent to human eyes are temporary obstacles to divine power, and obedience to God's seemingly impossible instructions opens pathways to seemingly impossible victories. Joshua stood on the hills overlooking the Jordan Valley, his weathered hands gripping the staff that had once belonged to Moses. 40 years in the wilderness had transformed him from an eager young warrior into a seasoned commander, but nothing had prepared him for the weight of leading an entire nation into their promised inheritance. The man who had once been content to serve as Moses' aide now bore responsibility for 2 million souls and the fulfillment of promises made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The Jordan River flowed before them, swollen with spring floods that made crossing seem impossible for such a vast multitude. But God had already proven he could part waters for his people, and Joshua's faith had been strengthened by decades of witnessing divine provision. The river would not stop them. Beyond the river lay their first and greatest challenge, Jericho, the gateway city to Canaan. From their vantage point, Joshua could see the massive walls that surrounded the fortress, ancient fortifications that had protected the city for generations, walls so thick that houses were built into them, so high that they seemed to scrape the sky itself. Military reconnaissance had confirmed what Joshua could see with his own eyes. Jericho was virtually impregnable. The walls were well maintained, the gates were heavily guarded, and the city was fully stocked for a long siege. By every measure of warfare known to that generation, attacking Jericho was futile. Yet the same God who had spoken to Moses from the burning bush had spoken to Joshua with clear promise. Every place where you set your foot, I have given you. No one will be able to stand against you all the days of your life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will never leave you nor forsake you. After the miraculous crossing of the Jordan, where the waters had piled up just as they had at the Red Sea, the Israelites made camp at Gilgal within sight of Jericho's imposing walls. There they celebrated their first Passover in the Promised Land, and there the manna that had sustained them for 40 years ceased to fall. They would now eat the produce of the land God had given them. It was near Jericho that Joshua had his encounter with the divine warrior. Walking alone one evening, surveying the challenge that lay ahead, he saw a man standing nearby with a drawn sword in his hand. As a military commander, Joshua immediately challenged the stranger. "Are you for us or for our enemies?" Joshua demanded. The response shattered every assumption Joshua had about the coming battle. "Neither, but as commander of the army of the Lord, I have now come." Joshua fell face down in reverence, recognizing that he stood in the presence of divinity. This was no ordinary messenger, but the Lord himself, appearing as a warrior to take personal command of the battle ahead. "What message does my Lord have for his servant?" Joshua asked. "Take off your sandals, for the place where you were standing is holy," came the reply, echoing God's words to Moses at the burning bush. Joshua was about to receive battle instructions from the ultimate strategist, war plans from the God who had created both the city and the means of its conquest. The strategy God revealed defied every principle of military science. There would be no siege engines, no scaling ladders, no conventional assault on the walls. Instead, Joshua was to organize a religious procession that would circle the city once a day for 6 days, led by armed guards, but followed by 7 priests carrying trumpets made of ram's horns, the Ark of the Covenant, and the rear guard. "March around the city once with all the armed men," God commanded. "Do this for 6 days. Have 7 priests carry trumpets of ram's horns in front of the ark. On the 7th day, march around the city 7 times, with the priests blowing the trumpets. When you hear them sound a long blast on the trumpets, have the whole army give a loud shout. Then the wall of the city will collapse, and the army will go up, everyone straight in." The instruction seemed absurd by human standards. What army conquered fortified cities by marching around them? What walls fell because of trumpet blasts and shouting? Yet Joshua had learned through long years of following Moses that God's ways are higher than human ways, that divine strategy often appears as foolishness to earthly wisdom. Joshua assembled his commanders and shared the unusual battle plan. If any of them questioned the strategy, Scripture does not record it. These were men who had seen water turn to blood, seas parted by divine command, and bread fall from heaven. They had learned to trust God's methods even when they defied understanding. On the first day, the strange procession began. Armed soldiers led the way, their weapons ready but not raised in attack. Behind them came 7 priests, each carrying a ram's horn trumpet, their instruments silent for now. The Ark of the Covenant followed, borne on the shoulders of Levites, its golden cherubim gleaming in the sunlight. More armed guards brought up the rear of this most unusual army. In complete silence, except for the sound of marching feet, they circled the mighty walls of Jericho once and returned to camp. The defenders on the walls watched in bewilderment. What kind of siege was this? What did the Israelites hope to accomplish by walking around the city? The second day brought the same routine, and the third, and the fourth. For 6 days, the people of Jericho watched this bizarre ritual, perhaps beginning to relax as it became clear that no conventional attack was coming. Perhaps they even began to mock the strange tactics of these desert wanderers. But within the Israelite camp, anticipation was building. They were following God's instructions to the letter, trusting that He who had commanded the march would also deliver the victory. Faith was being tested not through dramatic action, but through patient obedience to seemingly meaningless activity. On the 7th day, everything changed. The procession began as usual, but this time it did not stop after one circuit. Around the city they marched a second time, then a third, a fourth. With each circuit, the tension mounted until it seemed the very air crackled with anticipation. As they completed the 7th circuit of the 7th day, Joshua gave the command the entire army had been waiting for. Shout, for the Lord has given you the city. The priests raised their ram's horn trumpets and blew one long, sustained blast that echoed off the hills and valleys around Jericho. At the same moment, 2 million voices lifted in a shout that shook the earth itself. Not a battle cry of human rage, but a victory celebration of divine faith. The result was instantaneous and miraculous. The massive walls that had stood for centuries, the fortifications that had seemed impregnable, the barriers that human strength could never breach, all came crashing down with a roar that could be heard for miles. Not partially damaged, not weakened for later assault, but completely collapsed, leaving the city defenseless before the army of the Lord. Only one section of wall remained standing, the portion where Rahab the prostitute lived, she who had hidden the Israelite spies and been promised protection for her faith. God's judgment was complete, but His mercy was precise, preserving those who had trusted in Him while removing every obstacle that stood between His people and their inheritance. The Israelites charged straight into the city over the rubble of the fallen walls. The conquest was swift and complete, but it was not achieved through superior military tactics or overwhelming force. It was won through faith expressed in obedience, through trust demonstrated in following God's instructions exactly, through patience that waited for His timing rather than rushing ahead with human plans. Joshua stood among the ruins of Jericho's walls, marveling at what God had accomplished through such simple means. Marching and trumpets and shouting. These were the weapons that had conquered the unconquerable, the strategies that had overcome the immovable. The victory at Jericho became more than just the conquest of a city. It became a declaration that the God of Israel was establishing his people in their promised land, that no wall could stand before him, that no obstacle could prevent the fulfillment of his promises. Word of the miraculous victory spread throughout Canaan, striking fear into the hearts of enemies and establishing Joshua's reputation as a leader whom God had chosen and empowered. As the Israelites gathered the spoils of victory, silver and gold and articles of bronze and iron that would go into the treasury of the Lord, they understood that they had witnessed something far greater than military conquest. They had seen divine power at work through human obedience, watched impossible barriers fall through faithful following of God's unconventional methods. The walls of Jericho became a pile of rubble, but the memory of their falling became a monument to faith. For generations to come, whenever God's people faced impossible obstacles, they would remember the day when walls fell not to siege engines, but to obedience, when victory came not through human strength, but through divine strategy, when the impossible became inevitable through faith that followed God's instructions, no matter how strange they seemed. The gateway to the promised land was open, and nothing could stop the fulfillment of promises made to Abraham, confirmed to Isaac, passed down to Jacob, and now being realized through Joshua and the generation that had learned to walk by faith rather than sight. The walls of Jericho speak to every impossible barrier standing between you and God's promises for your life. These walls represent more than ancient fortifications. They symbolize every obstacle that seems immovable, every challenge that appears insurmountable, every circumstance that human strength cannot overcome. Notice that God's strategy seemed foolish by human standards. Military commanders would have laughed at the battle plan, marching around walls instead of attacking them, using trumpets instead of siege engines, employing faith instead of force. Yet divine wisdom often appears as foolishness to earthly understanding. When God gives you seemingly illogical instructions, remember that His ways are higher than your ways. The 7-day process teaches us about God's timing. The walls didn't fall after 1 day or even 6 days. They fell on the 7th day after the 7th circuit. Divine timing rarely matches human impatience. Your breakthrough may require patient obedience through seasons that seem unproductive, faithful following of God's instructions, even when progress appears absent. The Israelites had to keep marching when nothing seemed to be happening. Your own marching orders might involve consistent prayer when answers seem delayed, persistent faithfulness when circumstances don't change, continued obedience when results aren't visible. The walls are weakening with each step of faith, even when you can't see it. Most powerfully, the walls fell at the moment of unified praise. When the people shouted in faith rather than fear, victory became reality. Your own breakthrough may be waiting for you to praise God for the victory before you see it, to shout in faith while still facing the wall, to celebrate His faithfulness while obstacles still loom. The same God who brought down Jericho's walls is still in the wall-removing business. What seems permanent to human eyes is temporary to divine power. Your walls will fall not when you find the right strategy, but when you follow God's strategy with complete obedience. Keep marching, keep trusting, keep obeying. Your seventh day is coming. From the rubble of Jericho's walls, where divine strategy had proven superior to human military wisdom, the Israelites continued their conquest of the Promised Land. Victory followed victory as God fought for his people, establishing them in the inheritance he had sworn to their fathers. But the time of conquest would eventually give way to the time of settlement, and settlement would bring new challenges. Without the unifying threat of external enemies, the tribes of Israel would struggle with internal leadership, spiritual drift, and the constant temptation to adopt the practices of their pagan neighbors. Into this cycle of rebellion and deliverance, God would raise up judges, extraordinary leaders empowered by his Spirit to deliver his people in times of crisis. Among these was a man whose name would become synonymous with unlikely victory, who would learn that God's strength is made perfect in weakness. This is the story of Gideon and his 300 warriors from the fallen walls of Jericho, where divine strategy had triumphed over human impossibility. Our story now moves forward to a darker chapter in Israel's history. The generation that had conquered the Promised Land had passed away, and their descendants had forgotten the God who had given them victory. The cycle had begun. Blessing led to complacency, complacency to rebellion, rebellion to oppression, and oppression to crying out for deliverance. For 7 years, the Midianites had descended upon Israel like locusts, destroying crops, stealing livestock, and reducing God's chosen people to hiding in caves and makeshift shelters. The descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, once a mighty nation that had made Egypt tremble, now cowered before desert raiders who swept across their land with impunity. Tonight, as you rest in the security of your own home, imagine living in constant fear of invasion, hiding your food in secret places, watching helplessly as enemies destroy everything you've worked to build. This was Israel's reality when God chose the most unlikely man to become their deliverer, a farmer named Gideon who was threshing wheat in a wine press, literally hiding from his enemies while trying to preserve a meager harvest. This story speaks to every soul who has felt overlooked and underqualified, every heart that has wondered if God could possibly use someone ordinary for something extraordinary. Gideon's tale reveals that God delights in choosing the foolish things of the world to shame the wise, the weak things to shame the strong, the nobodies to become somebodies in his kingdom. Most remarkably, this story demonstrates that God is more interested in reducing our armies than increasing them, more concerned with ensuring that he gets the glory than that we feel confident in our abilities. When victory comes through overwhelming odds overcome by divine power, no one can claim the credit belongs to human effort. As gentle rain falls outside your window, washing the earth clean, let Gideon's story wash over your spirit with its timeless truth. God plus one willing person equals a majority. Divine strength is perfected in human weakness, and the battles that matter most are won not by the size of our army, but by the size of our God. The winepress was not designed for threshing wheat, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Gideon worked frantically in the confined space, using a stick to beat the grain while constantly glancing toward the hills where Midianite raiders might appear at any moment. 7 years of oppression had reduced Israel's mightiest warriors to farmers hiding their harvest like criminals protecting stolen goods. The irony was bitter. This land, promised to Abraham and conquered by Joshua, now belonged more to Israel's enemies than to Israel itself. Every spring brought the same devastating cycle. The Israelites would plant their crops, tend them through the growing season, and watch helplessly as vast hordes of Midianites, Amalekites, and eastern peoples descended like clouds of locusts to devour everything in sight. "So much for being God's chosen people," Gideon muttered as he worked, sweat dripping from his brow in the stifling confines of the winepress. His father Joash was one of the few men in their village who still maintained an altar to the Lord, but even he had hedged his bets by also erecting an altar to Baal. When your crops failed year after year and your enemies seemed invincible, it was tempting to wonder if you were worshiping the wrong God. As Gideon paused to wipe his face, a shadow fell across the entrance to the winepress. He looked up to see a man sitting calmly under the oak tree nearby, watching his frantic work with an expression of mild amusement. The stranger appeared to be a traveler, but there was something about his presence that made the air itself seem to thicken with significance. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior," the stranger said, and Gideon nearly dropped his threshing stick. Mighty warrior. Him? Gideon looked around to see if the man was talking to someone else. He was a farmer, not a fighter. He was hiding in a winepress, not leading armies. He was barely surviving, not conquering enemies. "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon replied, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. "But if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt?' But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian." The stranger's response changed everything. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" The words hit Gideon like a physical blow. Save Israel? Him? This had to be some kind of joke. "Pardon me, my lord, but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." "I will be with you," came the simple reply, "and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." Something in the stranger's voice convinced Gideon that this was no ordinary conversation. "If now I have found favor in your eyes, give me a sign that it is really you speaking to me. Please do not go away until I come back and bring my offering and set it before you." "I will wait until you return," the stranger promised. Gideon hurried to prepare an offering, a young goat and bread made from an ephah of flour. When he returned and placed the meat and bread on a rock as instructed, the stranger touched them with the tip of the staff in his hand. Fire flared from the rock, consuming the offering completely, and the stranger vanished from sight. "Alas, sovereign Lord," Gideon cried in terror, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." But the Lord's voice came to him. "Peace. Do not be afraid. You are not going to die." That night, God gave Gideon his first assignment, not to fight the Midianites, but to tear down his father's altar to Baal and cut down the Asherah pole beside it. Then he was to build a proper altar to the Lord and offer his father's second bull as a burnt offering. Gideon obeyed, but he was so afraid of his family and the townspeople that he did it at night with 10 servants helping him. When morning came and the people discovered what had been done, they demanded that Joash hand over his son to be executed for destroying Baal's altar. But Joash surprised everyone, including his son. Are you going to plead Baal's cause? Are you trying to save him? If Baal really is a god, he can defend himself when someone breaks down his altar. From that day, Gideon was called Jerub-Baal, meaning, let Baal contend with him. Soon after, the Midianites and their allies crossed the Jordan and camped in the valley of Jezreel. The Spirit of the Lord came upon Gideon, and he blew a trumpet, summoning his clan to arms. He sent messengers throughout Manasseh, Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali, calling for warriors to join him. But Gideon's faith still wavered. Twice he asked God for signs, laying out a wool fleece and asking for dew to be on the fleece, but not the ground, then reversing the request. Both times God patiently provided the sign, understanding that Gideon needed reassurance for the impossible task ahead. When Gideon finally assembled his army, 32,000 men responded to his call. It was a respectable force, but still vastly outnumbered by the enemy coalition that stretched across the valley, like locusts for multitude. Then God spoke words that shattered all conventional military wisdom. You have too many men. I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. My own strength has saved me. Now announce to the army, anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave Mount Gilead. 22,000 men immediately departed, leaving Gideon with only 10,000. The army was now hopelessly outnumbered, but God wasn't finished reducing it. There are still too many men, the Lord said. Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there. At the spring, God instructed Gideon to separate the men based on how they drank. Those who lapped water like dogs, bringing it to their mouths with their hands, were to be in one group. Those who knelt down to drink directly from the stream were to be in another. Only 300 men lapped the water, while the rest knelt to drink. With the 300 men that lapped, I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands, God declared. Let all the others go home. 300 men against an army that covered the valley like a swarm of locusts. By human calculation, it was suicide. By divine mathematics, it was perfect, small enough that only God could get the credit for victory. That night, God told Gideon to attack the enemy camp, but first offered him encouragement. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Gideon and Purah crept close to the enemy camp and overheard a Midianite soldier telling his friend about a dream. A round loaf of barley bread came, tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed. His friend's interpretation sent chills down Gideon's spine. This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon son of Joash, the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands. Even the enemy knew that God was fighting for Israel. Gideon returned to his 300 warriors with renewed confidence and a battle plan that was as unconventional as everything else God had commanded. He divided the men into 3 companies, giving each man a trumpet and an empty jar with a torch inside. "Watch me," he instructed. "When I get to the edge of the camp, do exactly as I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then from all around the camp blow yours and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" In the middle of the night, at the beginning of the middle watch, the 300 took their positions around the enemy camp. At Gideon's signal, they blew their trumpets, broke their jars, and held up their torches while shouting, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." The effect was immediate and devastating. The Midianites awoke to what seemed like a massive army surrounding them. Hundreds of torches blazing in the darkness, trumpets blaring from every direction, war cries echoing off the hills. In their panic and confusion, they began attacking each other, unable to distinguish friend from foe in the chaos. The Lord set every man's sword against his companion throughout the whole army. Those who weren't killed in the friendly fire confusion fled in terror, and the 300 Israelites pursued them. Soon warriors from Naphtali, Asher, and Manasseh joined the chase, and the victory became complete. What had begun as an impossible situation, 300 men against a vast host, had become a rout so complete that it would be remembered for generations. The oppression that had lasted 7 years was broken in a single night, not through superior numbers or better weapons, but through God's power working through unlikely instruments. Gideon stood on the battlefield as dawn broke, marveling at what God had accomplished through such simple means. Trumpets and torches and broken jars. These were the weapons that had defeated an army. 300 nervous farmers led by a reluctant warrior. This was the force that had liberated a nation. The victory at the Valley of Jezreel became more than just military triumph. It became a demonstration that God's strength is made perfect in weakness, that He chooses the foolish things of the world to shame the wise, that divine power works best through human vessels small enough that He gets all the glory. Israel enjoyed peace for the rest of Gideon's lifetime, and he was offered the crown but wisely refused it. "I will not rule over you, nor will my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." The 300 had learned something that every generation must rediscover. Victory belongs not to the swift or the strong, but to those who trust in the Lord and follow His unconventional strategies with complete obedience, no matter how impossible the odds may seem. Gideon's story speaks to every soul who has felt too small, too weak, too ordinary to be used by God for anything significant. His transformation from fearful farmer to mighty warrior demonstrates that God specializes in taking unlikely candidates and accomplishing impossible things through them when they surrender to His purposes. The reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300 reveals a profound truth about divine strategy. God often decreases our resources to increase our dependence on Him. When victory comes through overwhelming odds, no one can claim the credit belongs to human effort. Your limitations may not be obstacles to overcome, but platforms for displaying God's power. Notice that Gideon's fear didn't disqualify him from service. It drove him to seek reassurance from God. The fleece tests weren't signs of weak faith, but honest requests for divine confirmation. God patiently provided every sign Gideon needed because He understood the magnitude of what he was asking. When you feel overwhelmed by what God is calling you to do, it's okay to ask for confirmation and encouragement. The battle strategy, trumpets, torches, and broken jars, seemed foolish by military standards, but proved perfect for God's purposes. The broken jars represent what happens when we allow God to shatter our self-reliance so His light can shine through us. Sometimes God has to break us before He can use us effectively. Most powerfully, the victory came not through fighting, but through following God's unconventional instructions precisely. The 300 didn't defeat the enemy. God confused the enemy, and they destroyed themselves. When you face impossible situations, remember that you don't have to figure out how to win. You just have to obey God's instructions and let Him handle the victory. Your 300 moments, when resources are limited, odds are overwhelming, and only God can provide the answer, may be exactly when He wants to demonstrate His power most dramatically. Don't despise small beginnings or limited resources. God's strength is perfected in human weakness. Sometimes the best army is the smallest one that trusts completely in divine power, rather than human ability. From the valley of Jezreel, where 300 trumpets had routed a vast army through divine strategy, Israel enjoyed 40 years of peace under Gideon's leadership. But the cycle that plagued God's people continued. Blessing led to complacency, and complacency to compromise. After Gideon's death, the nation again turned from the Lord who had delivered them. The next judge God would raise up would demonstrate both the heights of supernatural strength and the depths of human weakness. Samson would be set apart from birth as a Nazirite, consecrated to God and empowered with might that no ordinary man could possess. Yet his story would become a cautionary tale about how even the strongest person becomes weakest when they compromise their consecration. This is the story of Samson and Delilah, where incredible strength met irresistible temptation, where divine calling collided with human desire, where the greatest victory would come through the ultimate defeat. From the triumph of Gideon's 300, where divine strategy had overcome impossible odds, our story now turns to a tale both inspiring and heartbreaking. The rise and fall of the strongest man who ever lived. Samson was born to be a deliverer, set apart from birth as a Nazirite, blessed with supernatural strength that made him a one-man army against Israel's enemies. Yet his story would become one of history's greatest tragedies, a powerful reminder that external strength means nothing without internal character. Tonight, as you rest in the security of your own home, imagine possessing power beyond human comprehension. The ability to tear apart lions with bare hands, to kill 1,000 warriors with a donkey's jawbone, to carry away the gates of a city as if they were made of paper. Picture having strength that makes you invincible in battle, yet vulnerable to the one enemy you cannot defeat, yourself. This story speaks to every soul who has been blessed with gifts and calling, yet struggles with personal weaknesses that threaten to undermine everything God has given them. Samson's tale reveals that our greatest victories can become our greatest vulnerabilities when success breeds pride and blessing leads to compromise. The name Delilah has become synonymous with betrayal, yet her story intertwines with Samson's to create a narrative about the seductive power of temptation and the gradual erosion of consecration. This isn't just ancient history, but a timeless warning about how even the strongest among us can fall when we play with fire and expect not to be burned. Most remarkably, Samson's story doesn't end with his fall, but with his final prayer, a moment when a broken man would accomplish more in his death than in all his victories combined. His last act would demonstrate that God's mercy is greater than our failures, that divine purpose can be fulfilled even through our mistakes, that the end of our story doesn't have to be defined by our worst moments. As gentle rain continues outside your window, let this ancient tale wash over your spirit with its profound lessons about strength and weakness, consecration and compromise, failure and redemption in the hands of a God who never gives up on his children. From the moment of his birth, Samson was marked as different. The angel who announced his coming to his barren mother had been specific about the child's calling. He will be a Nazirite, set apart to God from the womb. He will take the lead in deliverance from the Philistines. The 3 vows of the Nazirite would define his life: no strong drink, no contact with the dead, and most visibly, no razor would ever touch his hair. As Samson grew, so did his strength. Not the strength that comes from training or discipline, but supernatural power that flowed from his consecration to God. By the time he reached manhood, there was no one in Israel who could match his might. He could tear apart wild animals with his bare hands, break ropes like threads, and single-handedly defeat armies that terrorized his people. For 20 years, Samson served as judge over Israel, and for 20 years the Philistines lived in fear of the Hebrew strongman who seemed invincible in battle. His exploits became legendary, killing a lion that attacked him on the road to Timnah, slaying 30 Philistines in Ashkelon when they solved his riddle through treachery, burning their grain fields with torches tied to foxes' tails, killing 1,000 warriors at Ramoth-Lehi with nothing but a donkey's jawbone. But success had bred carelessness in Samson's heart. The strength that was meant to deliver his people had become a source of personal pride. The consecration that was supposed to set him apart for God had become something he took for granted. Most dangerously, he had begun to believe that his power came from his own abilities rather than from his covenant with the Almighty. It was in this state of spiritual compromise that Samson encountered Delilah, a woman whose beauty captured his heart as completely as his strength had once captured his enemies. She lived in the valley of Sorek, in Philistine territory, and from the moment Samson saw her, he was smitten with a passion that overwhelmed his judgment. Delilah was beautiful, intelligent, and charming, everything that appealed to Samson's appetites. But she was also ambitious and greedy, qualities that made her susceptible to the offer that would soon come from her people's leaders. When the Philistine rulers learned of Samson's infatuation with her, they saw an opportunity they had never expected. Lure him into showing you the secret of his great strength and how we can overpower him so we may tie him up and subdue him, they promised Delilah. Each one of us will give you 1,100 shekels of silver. 5,500 shekels of silver, a fortune beyond most people's dreams. For Delilah, it was an offer too tempting to refuse, even if it meant betraying the man who loved her. Her approach was subtle at first, couched in the language of playful curiosity. "Tell me the secret of your great strength and how you can be tied up and subdued," she asked one evening as they lay together. Samson, perhaps sensing the danger but unable to resist the game, gave her a false answer. "If anyone ties me with 7 fresh bowstrings that have not been dried, I'll become as weak as any other man." That night, while Samson slept, Delilah bound him with 7 fresh bowstrings, having already hidden Philistine warriors in the room. "Samson, the Philistines are upon you," she cried. Samson snapped the bowstrings as if they were threads, and the hidden warriors fled in terror. But rather than recognizing the trap, Samson laughed it off as an amusing game. Delilah tried again, this time with reproach in her voice. "You have made a fool of me. You lied to me. Come now, tell me how you can be tied." "If anyone ties me securely with new ropes that have never been used, I'll become as weak as any other man," Samson replied, still treating the matter lightly. Again she bound him while he slept. Again she called out that the Philistines were upon him, and again he broke free effortlessly. The new ropes fell from his arms like threads. A third time Delilah pressed him, her voice now carrying real anger. "All this time you have been making a fool of me and lying to me. Tell me how you can be tied." "If you weave the 7 braids of my head into the fabric on the loom and tighten it with the pin, I'll become as weak as any other man," Samson said, and this time his answer was closer to the truth. It involved his hair, though not the complete secret. While he slept, Delilah wove his braids into her loom and secured them with a pin. Once again she called out her warning, and once again Samson pulled away, uprooting the loom and pin as if they were twigs. But something dangerous was happening in these games. Each time, Samson was revealing more of the truth. Each time, he was coming closer to crossing the line that protected not just his strength, but his very life. The Nazirite vow that had set him apart from birth was being treated as casually as a child's toy. Delilah's final assault combined emotional manipulation with relentless pressure. "How can you say, 'I love you,' when you won't confide in me? This is the 3rd time you have made a fool of me and haven't told me the secret of your great strength." Day after day she pressed him, wearing down his resistance with tears, accusations, and wounded declarations of love. The woman who was supposed to be his refuge had become his tormentor, yet Samson couldn't bring himself to leave her. Finally, tired to death by her constant nagging, Samson told her everything. "No razor has ever been used on my head, because I have been a Nazirite dedicated to God from my mother's womb. If my head were shaved, my strength would leave me, and I would become as weak as any other man." Delilah knew instantly that this time he had told her the truth. She sent word to the Philistine rulers. "Come back once more. He has told me everything." They came with the silver in their hands, ready to pay for the betrayal they had bought. That night, Delilah lulled Samson to sleep with her head on his lap, then called for a man to shave off the 7 braids of his hair. As the last lock fell to the floor, she called out as she had before, "Samson, the Philistines are upon you." He awoke and thought to himself, "I'll go out as before and shake myself free." But he did not know that the Lord had left him. 20 years of taking God's blessing for granted had led to this moment when the source of his strength departed as quietly as it had once come. The Philistines seized him easily, gouged out his eyes to ensure he could never again target them accurately, and brought him down to Gaza in bronze shackles. The strongest man in the world was now as helpless as a child, reduced to grinding grain in the prison like a common beast of burden. But in the darkness of his blindness and bondage, something began to change in Samson's heart. Stripped of the strength that had defined him, faced with the consequences of his choices, he began to remember the God he had forgotten. And slowly, quietly, his hair began to grow again. Months later, the Philistines gathered for a great festival to honor their god Dagon, crediting their deity with delivering their greatest enemy into their hands. 3,000 men and women packed the temple, with more crowding onto the roof to witness Samson's humiliation. "Bring out Samson to entertain us," they demanded, eager to mock the man who had once terrorized them. Samson was led between the central pillars of the temple, his sightless eyes turned toward heaven as the crowd jeered and celebrated around him. The boy who guided him positioned him exactly where he needed to be, between the two central pillars that supported the entire structure. "Put me where I can feel the pillars that support the temple, so that I may lean against them," Samson requested. Then he prayed the most important prayer of his life. "Sovereign Lord, remember me. Please, God, strengthen me just once more, and let me with one blow get revenge on the Philistines for my 2 eyes." It wasn't a perfect prayer. It contained elements of personal vengeance alongside divine justice. But it was a prayer from a broken heart that had finally learned to look beyond itself. A cry from a man who understood that true strength comes not from human ability, but from divine empowerment. God heard that prayer and answered it. Samson reached toward the pillars and braced himself against them. "Let me die with the Philistines," he prayed, and with all his might he pushed against the pillars. The temple came crashing down, killing everyone inside, including Samson himself. In his death, he killed more Philistines than he had killed during his entire life. The man who had failed so often in life achieved his greatest victory in death, demonstrating that God's purposes can be fulfilled even through our most broken moments. Samson's brothers and his father's whole family came down to Gaza and carried his body back to the hill country, burying him between Zorah and Eshtaol in the tomb of his father Manoah. The strongest man who ever lived was laid to rest, his story complete, a tale of supernatural gifts squandered through compromise, yet ultimately redeemed through final surrender to the God who had never stopped loving him. Samson's story confronts us with uncomfortable truths about the relationship between calling and character, between divine gifts and personal discipline. He possessed supernatural strength, but lacked self-control, could defeat armies, but couldn't conquer his own appetites, was set apart for God's purposes, but gradually compromised his consecration through seemingly small compromises. The tragedy of Samson lies not in his final failure, but in his gradual drift away from the source of his strength. Each game with Delilah moved him closer to crossing the line that protected his calling. Spiritual compromise rarely happens all at once. It's usually a series of small steps away from God's boundaries until we find ourselves in places we never intended to go. Delilah represents the seductive power of temptation that appeals to our legitimate desires in illegitimate ways. She offered Samson companionship, affection, and pleasure, all good things in proper context, but at the cost of his consecration to God. The enemy rarely tempts us with obviously evil things. He offers good things in wrong ways, right things at wrong times, legitimate desires through illegitimate means. Notice that Samson's strength didn't leave gradually. It departed completely when his hair was cut. Some lines once crossed have immediate and total consequences. We can push boundaries for a while, but eventually we cross a point of no return where what we've taken for granted is suddenly gone. Most powerfully, Samson's final prayer reveals that failure isn't final when we return to God with genuine hearts. His greatest victory came not through his strength, but through his surrender, not in his success, but in his acknowledgement of dependence on divine power. God used even Samson's death to accomplish his purposes. When you've compromised your calling, remember Samson's final moment. It's never too late to pray for one more chance to serve God's purposes, even if it costs you everything. Sometimes our greatest victories come through our ultimate surrender to the God who never stops believing in our potential for redemption. Strength without character leads to destruction, but broken character surrendered to God can still accomplish divine purposes. From the rubble of Dagon's temple, where Samson's final prayer had brought down both enemies and himself, our story turns from the tragedy of squandered strength to the triumph of persistent faith. The age of judges was coming to an end, and God was preparing to raise up a new kind of leader for his people. Not a warrior or deliverer, but a prophet who would hear his voice and speak his word. But before Samuel could be born, his mother Hannah would have to learn the hard lessons of waiting, hoping, and trusting God with her deepest desires. In a culture where barrenness was seen as divine disfavor, Hannah would discover that sometimes our greatest pain becomes the birthplace of our greatest purpose, that desperate prayers often precede miraculous answers. This is the story of Hannah's prayer for a child, where broken hearts meet faithful promises, where human longing intersects with divine timing. From the ruins of Dagon's temple, where Samson's final surrender had accomplished more than all his victories, our story now turns to a quiet hillside in Ephraim, where a different kind of strength was about to be revealed, the power of a mother's persistent prayer. This is not a tale of supernatural might or military conquest, but something far more profound. The story of a woman whose broken heart would birth a prophet who would change the course of Israel's history. Hannah lived in an age when a woman's worth was measured by her ability to bear children, when barrenness was viewed as divine judgment, when the deepest desire of every wife was to hear her child's first cry. Yet year after year, Hannah's arms remained empty while her heart grew heavier with unfulfilled longing. In a culture that equated fertility with divine favor, she carried the double burden of personal grief and social shame. Tonight, as you rest in the security of your own home, imagine living with a dream deferred, a promise that seems to mock you with its delay, a desire so deep that it defines your very identity, yet remains perpetually out of reach. Picture yourself making the same journey year after year to worship at the house of God, carrying not just offerings, but the weight of unanswered prayers and unexplained silence from heaven. This story speaks to every soul who has waited longer than expected for God's promises to unfold. Every heart that has wondered if divine timing means divine denial. Every dreamer whose patience has been stretched to the breaking point by circumstances that seem to contradict God's goodness. Hannah's prayer reveals that sometimes our deepest pain becomes the birthplace of our greatest purpose. Most remarkably, this tale demonstrates that God often allows our desires to grow desperate before He fulfills them, not to be cruel, but to ensure that when the answer comes, we recognize it as His gift rather than our achievement. Hannah's story reminds us that the children born from our most fervent prayers often become the instruments of God's greatest purposes in the world. As gentle rain continues outside, washing the earth clean, let Hannah's tears and triumph wash over your spirit with the timeless truth that persistent prayer eventually breaks through heaven's apparent silence, that faithful waiting is never wasted, and that God's delays are never denials when our hearts remain anchored in His promises. The annual journey to Shiloh had become both Hannah's greatest joy and deepest agony. For 15 years, she and her husband Elkanah had made the pilgrimage from their home in Ramah to worship at the tabernacle where the Ark of the Covenant resided. For 15 years, she had climbed the hill to God's house, carrying the same desperate prayer, the same aching hope, the same burden that grew heavier with each passing season. Elkanah was a good man, a righteous man who loved the Lord and provided well for his family. He also loved Hannah deeply, but his love could not fill the emptiness that consumed her heart. In their culture's attempt to address her barrenness, he had taken a second wife, Peninnah, who had given him children, sons and daughters who brought joy to their household, but pierced Hannah's soul with their very existence. The family dynamics were complicated and painful. Peninnah, perhaps feeling insecure about her husband's obvious preference for his first wife, used the one advantage she possessed with cruel effectiveness. "Where are your children, Hannah?" she would ask with false sweetness. "Surely if God favored you as much as Elkanah does, He would have opened your womb by now." Each comment was like a knife to Hannah's heart. Each year that passed without conception felt like another verdict of divine rejection. In a world where a woman's primary identity came through motherhood, Hannah felt like a failure, a disappointment to her husband, her family, and her God. The worst moments came during the festivals at Shiloh. While other families brought their children to experience the joy of worshiping together, Hannah stood empty-handed, her arms aching with the absence of the child she longed to hold. She watched mothers teaching their young ones to clap their hands in praise, fathers lifting sons onto their shoulders for a better view of the altar, families whose laughter seemed to mock her silent sorrow. "Why are you downhearted?" Elkanah would ask, his voice gentle with concern and frustration. "Don't I mean more to you than 10 sons?" His love was real, but he couldn't understand that the question wasn't about his worth to her, but about God's purpose for her. Hannah felt called to motherhood not just as personal fulfillment, but as divine destiny, and that calling remained unfulfilled year after year. This particular year, the pain had reached a crescendo. Peninnah's provocations had been especially sharp during the journey to Shiloh, her comments about God's judgment more pointed than ever. At the family feast, when Elkanah gave Hannah a double portion to show his love and perhaps compensate for her grief, Peninnah's jealousy erupted in a torrent of bitter words designed to wound. "Look how he pampers his barren wife," she said, loudly enough for others to hear. "All that extra food, as if it could fill the emptiness where children should be." Perhaps if Hannah were more grateful for what she has, instead of mourning what she lacks, God might be more inclined to bless her. The words found their mark. Hannah left the feast in tears, unable to eat, her heart breaking under the weight of another year's disappointment. She walked to the tabernacle alone, seeking solace in the presence of the God who seemed to have forgotten her. The tabernacle was quiet in the evening shadows, most worshipers having returned to their campsites for the night. Hannah found herself near the entrance, close enough to feel the sacred presence within, but far enough away to pour out her heart without disturbing others. There, in the gathering darkness, she began to pray as she had never prayed before. This wasn't the polite, measured prayer of public worship, but the desperate cry of a soul at the end of its rope. 15 years of accumulated grief poured out in words too deep for others to hear. A conversation between a broken heart and the God who held her future in his hands. "Lord Almighty," she whispered, her voice thick with tears, "if you will only look on your servant's misery and remember me, and not forget your servant, but give her a son, then I will give him to the Lord for all the days of his life, and no razor will ever be used on his head." The prayer was radical in its surrender. She wasn't just asking God to give her a child. She was promising to give that child back to him as a Nazirite, consecrated for divine service from birth. The very gift she desperately wanted, she was willing to sacrifice for God's purposes. The son she longed to raise, she was offering to surrender to the Lord's work. As she prayed, her lips moved in silent supplication, but no sound emerged. The intensity of her petition was written on her face, visible in her posture, expressed through tears that fell like rain. She was lost in communion with God, unaware that she was being observed. Eli the priest had been watching from his seat near the doorpost of the tabernacle. An old man whose own spiritual discernment had grown dull through years of routine ministry and family dysfunction, he misinterpreted Hannah's silent prayer as the babbling of a drunk woman. "How long are you going to stay drunk?" he demanded, approaching her with stern disapproval. "Put away your wine." The accusation hit Hannah like a physical blow. To be mistaken for a drunkard while pouring out her soul to God seemed like the final insult in a day of humiliations. But rather than responding with anger, she answered with the dignity of a woman who knew her own heart. "Not so, my lord," she replied, respectfully. "I am a woman who is deeply troubled. I have not been drinking wine or beer. I was pouring out my soul to the Lord. Do not take your servant for a wicked woman. I have been praying here out of my great anguish and grief." Something in her manner, perhaps the authenticity of her pain or the sincerity of her explanation, touched Eli's heart and awakened his prophetic sensitivity. He looked at this broken woman more carefully and saw not a drunkard, but a devoted worshiper whose faith had been tested to its limits. "Go in peace," Eli said, his voice now gentle with understanding. "And may the God of Israel grant you what you have asked of him." The word struck Hannah's heart like lightning. This wasn't just a priest's polite dismissal, but a prophetic declaration, a divine confirmation that her prayer had been heard. After 15 years of apparent silence from heaven, God had spoken through the very man who had initially misunderstood her petition. "May your servant find favor in your eyes," Hannah replied, her spirit suddenly lightened by hope she hadn't felt in years. She returned to the family camp transformed. The woman who had left in tears came back with joy. The wife who had been too grief-stricken to eat now joined the family meal with appetite restored. Elkanah noticed the change immediately, the peace that had replaced anxiety, the hope that had displaced despair. That night, for the first time in months, Hannah slept deeply and peacefully. She had cast her burden on the Lord and felt the sweet relief of surrender. Whether God gave her a child or not, she had placed her deepest desire in His hands and found rest in His will. When the family returned to Ramah, Hannah's transformation became even more evident. The bitterness that had characterized her relationship with Peninnah was replaced by gracious acceptance. The desperation that had marked her prayers gave way to quiet confidence. She had learned to hold her dream with open hands, trusting God's timing even when it stretched beyond her understanding. And then, in God's perfect time, the miracle happened. Hannah conceived and bore a son, whom she named Samuel, asked of God, because she had requested him from the Lord. The child who had been born from years of tearful prayers would grow up to become one of Israel's greatest prophets, the bridge between the era of judges and the age of kings. When Samuel was weaned, Hannah kept her promise. She brought him to the tabernacle at Shiloh and presented him to Eli, saying, "Pardon me, my lord. As surely as you live, I am the woman who stood here beside you praying to the Lord. I prayed for this child, and the Lord has granted me what I asked of him. So now I give him to the Lord. For his whole life he will be given over to the Lord." The sacrifice was tremendous, to give back the very gift she had begged for, to surrender the child she had waited 15 years to hold. Yet Hannah's joy in that moment of surrender revealed that she had learned something profound about the nature of true worship. The gifts God gives us are meant not just for our blessing, but for His glory, not just for our fulfillment, but for His purposes. As she left young Samuel at the tabernacle and returned home, Hannah's heart overflowed with a song of praise that would echo through the ages. "My heart rejoices in the Lord. In the Lord my horn is lifted high. My mouth boasts over my enemies, for I delight in your deliverance." The barren woman had become the joyful mother of children, for God would bless her with 3 more sons and 2 daughters. But more than that, she had become the mother of revival, for Samuel would grow up to lead Israel back to God and anoint the kings who would establish God's kingdom on earth. Hannah's prayer had been answered beyond her wildest dreams, but the answer came through surrender rather than demanding, through trusting God's timing rather than forcing her own, through offering back to God the very gift she had begged Him to provide. Hannah's story speaks to every soul whose deepest desires have been met with apparent divine silence. Every heart that has wondered if God truly cares about the longings He Himself has planted within us. Her 15-year journey from desperate pleading to peaceful surrender reveals profound truths about the nature of prayer, faith, and God's perfect timing. Notice that Hannah's breakthrough came not when she changed God's mind, but when she surrendered her will to His purposes. Her prayer at Shiloh was different from all her previous petitions. This time, she offered back to God the very thing she was asking for. True prayer isn't about manipulating divine outcomes, but about aligning our hearts with heavenly purposes. The radical nature of Hannah's vow, to give her son to the Lord as a Nazirite, demonstrates that sometimes God delays His answers until we're ready to use His gifts for His glory rather than just our satisfaction. Samuel became a prophet precisely because he was consecrated from birth, raised in God's house rather than his mother's. Hannah's sacrifice became the foundation for her son's calling. Eli's initial misunderstanding reminds us that even spiritual leaders don't always recognize authentic worship when they see it. Your most desperate prayers might look like emotional instability to others, but God sees the heart behind the tears. Don't let others' misinterpretations discourage you from pouring out your soul to the one who understands completely. Most powerfully, Hannah's barrenness wasn't a sign of divine rejection, but preparation for divine purpose. God allowed her womb to remain closed until the time was right for Samuel to be born, exactly when Israel needed a prophet to transition from judges to kings. Your delays may not be denials, but divine timing, ensuring your blessing arrives precisely when it's needed most. The children born from our most fervent prayers often become instruments of God's greatest purposes. What you're desperately seeking from God may be exactly what He wants to use to bless the world through you. Sometimes God withholds good gifts until we're ready to hold them with open hands rather than closed fists. From Hannah's tearful surrender in the tabernacle, where desperate prayer had finally found its answer, our story continues with the child who was born from that sacred petition. Samuel grew up in the house of the Lord under Eli's guidance, serving in the tabernacle from his earliest years, learning to distinguish between human voices and the voice of heaven. But the old priest's spiritual discernment had grown dim with age, and his own sons had corrupted their sacred calling through greed and immorality. Into this spiritual darkness, God would speak to a young boy whose ears were still tender enough to hear divine whispers, whose heart was still pure enough to respond with immediate obedience. The night was about to come when the Lord would call Samuel's name in the darkness, beginning a prophetic ministry that would shape Israel's destiny for generations. This is the story of how a boy learned to recognize God's voice, from the tearful prayers of Hannah at Shiloh, where desperate faith had finally found its answer. Our story now moves to the sacred chambers of the tabernacle, where her son Samuel was growing up in the presence of God. The child born from years of barren longing was now serving the Lord under Eli's guidance, learning the rituals of worship, tending the sacred lamp, and sleeping each night where the Ark of the Covenant rested. This was an age when the word of the Lord was rare and visions were infrequent. The spiritual leadership had grown corrupt, with Eli's own sons, Hophni and Phinehas, treating the sacred offerings with contempt and using their priestly positions for personal gain. Into this spiritual darkness, God was about to break His silence in the most unexpected way, through the voice of a young boy whose heart was still tender enough to hear heaven's whispers. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep in your own bed, imagine being a child lying in the sacred chambers of God's house, surrounded by the holy implements of worship, falling asleep to the soft glow of the golden lampstand that must never be allowed to go out. Picture yourself in that liminal space between waking and dreaming, between earth and heaven, where divine encounters often occur in the quiet hours when the world grows still. This story speaks to every soul who has wondered how to recognize God's voice amid the noise of daily life, every heart that has longed for clear direction, but struggled to distinguish between divine leading and human imagination. Samuel's calling reveals that God often speaks in whispers rather than shouts, in the gentle repetition of our name rather than thunderous pronouncements. Most remarkably, this tale demonstrates that spiritual sensitivity isn't about age or experience, but about availability and responsiveness. While the veteran priest Eli could barely discern God's presence, the young boy Samuel heard the Lord's voice clearly because his ears weren't dulled by compromise or his heart hardened by routine. As gentle rain continues outside your window, let this ancient story wash over you with its timeless truth. God is still speaking to those who have ears to hear, still calling by name those who are willing to respond, still choosing the unlikely and the young to carry his messages to a world that has forgotten how to listen. The oil in the golden lampstand flickered softly in the holy place, casting dancing shadows on the linen curtains that separated the sacred space from the most holy place where the Ark of the Covenant resided. Young Samuel had carefully tended the lamp before retiring, ensuring it would burn through the night as God had commanded, a perpetual light in his dwelling place, a symbol of divine presence that must never be extinguished. At perhaps 12 years old, Samuel had spent more of his life in the tabernacle than anywhere else. His mother Hannah brought him here when he was barely weaned, fulfilling her vow to give her miracle child to the Lord for all his days. Now he served under Eli the priest, learning the sacred rituals, helping with the daily sacrifices, and sleeping each night in the chamber near the Ark of God. It was a strange childhood by any measure. While other boys his age were learning trades from their fathers or playing games in village squares, Samuel was learning to distinguish between clean and unclean offerings, memorizing the proper procedures for various sacrifices, and growing up in the constant awareness of God's presence. His playmates were the sacred implements of worship. His lullabies were the evening prayers of pilgrims. His education came from observing the mysterious ways of divine service. Yet it was a childhood marked by both privilege and sorrow. Samuel was growing up in the very house of God, closer to the divine presence than any other child in Israel. But he was also growing up amid spiritual corruption that grieved his pure heart. Eli's sons, Hophni and Phinehas, had turned their sacred calling into an opportunity for personal gain, treating the offerings meant for God as their private wealth and using their positions to exploit the very people they were supposed to serve. The sin of the young men was very great in the Lord's sight, Scripture records, for they were treating the Lord's offering with contempt. Samuel watched these abuses with the clear eyes of childhood, seeing the contradiction between what the priests preached and how they lived, between the holiness God required and the compromise they practiced. Eli himself was a good man whose heart was right with God, but he had grown old and spiritually dull. His physical eyes were dim, and his spiritual discernment had weakened through years of tolerating his son's behavior rather than confronting it decisively. He knew what was happening, but seemed powerless to stop it, grieved by the corruption, but unable to summon the strength to cleanse the temple of its defilement. Into this spiritual twilight, God was about to break his long silence. The word of the Lord had become rare in those days, not because God had stopped speaking, but because his people had stopped listening. Visions were infrequent because hearts had grown hard and ears had become dull to divine whispers. But there was one set of ears still tender enough to hear, one heart still pure enough to respond. Samuel, sleeping peacefully near the Ark of the Covenant, was about to discover that God had been preparing him for something far greater than tending lamps and arranging sacrifices. It was during the deep hours of the night, in that hushed time when the world grows still and heaven seems closest to earth, that the voice came. "Samuel! Samuel!" The call was clear and unmistakable, spoken with the authority of someone who had every right to summon him. Samuel sat up immediately, his young heart jumping with the assumption that Eli needed him for some late-night task. "Here I am," he called out, scrambling from his sleeping mat and hurrying to where the old priest lay. "You called me." Eli, roused from sleep, looked at the eager boy with confusion. "I did not call. Go back and lie down." Samuel returned to his place, puzzled but obedient. Perhaps he had been dreaming, or maybe his imagination had turned some night sound into a human voice. He settled back onto his mat, pulling his cloak around him, and tried to return to sleep. But the voice came again, just as clear as before. "Samuel!" Once more the boy sprang up, certain that Eli needed him. "Here I am. You called me," he said, standing beside the priest's bed. "My son, I did not call you," Eli replied, more gently this time. "Go back and lie down." The second dismissal left Samuel even more confused. He had heard his name called distinctly, not once, but twice. Yet Eli insisted he hadn't spoken. The boy returned to his sleeping place, lying awake this time, listening carefully to the night sounds around him. When the voice came a third time, "Samuel!" there was no mistaking its reality or its source. This wasn't imagination or dreaming, but genuine audible communication from someone who knew his name and had something important to say. For the third time, Samuel rose and went to Eli. "Here I am. You called me." Now understanding began to dawn on the old priest. His physical eyes might be dim, but his spiritual perception, dulled though it was, still carried the wisdom of decades in God's service. If the boy was hearing his name called and no human voice was speaking, then perhaps the Lord himself was trying to communicate. "Go and lie down," Eli instructed, his voice filled with wonder and recognition. "And if he calls you, say, 'Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening.'" The words hit Samuel like a revelation. The Lord? Could it really be that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was speaking directly to him? The same God whose presence filled the most holy place, whose glory had once filled the tabernacle so completely that Moses couldn't enter. Was he calling a young boy by name? Samuel returned to his place with a heart full of anticipation and reverence. He lay down, but sleep was impossible now. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow pregnant with possibility. He was about to hear from the Creator of heaven and earth, about to receive direct communication from the source of all wisdom and power. The voice came again, as it had before. Samuel, Samuel. This time the boy was ready. Speak, for your servant is listening, he replied, his young voice steady with faith and trembling with awe. What followed was Samuel's first prophetic message, and it was a heavy one. God revealed to him the coming judgment on Eli's house because of his son's wickedness and Eli's failure to restrain them. The message was specific and sobering. I told him that I would judge his family forever because of the sin he knew about. His sons blasphemed God, and he failed to restrain them. Therefore, I swore to the house of Eli. The guilt of Eli's house will never be atoned for by sacrifice or offering. It was a terrible burden for a young boy to carry, knowing that the man who had been like a father to him was about to experience divine judgment, that the priestly line through which he had learned to serve God was about to be cut off forever. Yet Samuel received the message with the solemn understanding that came with his calling. When morning came, Samuel went about his usual duties with unusual quietness. Eli noticed the change in the boy's demeanor and knew that something significant had occurred during the night. "Samuel, my son," Eli called. "Here I am," Samuel replied, the same response he had given to the divine voice. "What was it he said to you?" Eli asked. "Do not hide it from me. May God deal with you, be it ever so severely, if you hide from me anything he told you." The moment had come for Samuel to speak his first prophetic word, and it was to the man who had raised him, the priest who had taught him to love God's service. With the courage that would mark his entire ministry, Samuel told Eli everything, hiding nothing of the divine judgment that was coming. Eli's response revealed both his spiritual maturity and his acceptance of divine justice. "He is the Lord. Let him do what is good in his eyes." From that night forward, Samuel's life was forever changed. The Lord was with Samuel as he grew up, and he let none of Samuel's words fall to the ground, and all Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, recognized that Samuel was attested as a prophet of the Lord. The boy who had heard God's voice in the darkness became the man who would speak God's word in the light. His ministry would span the transition from judges to kings, from the chaos of spiritual compromise to the establishment of godly leadership. He would anoint Saul as Israel's first king, and later anoint David when Saul proved unfaithful. But it all began with a voice in the night calling a young boy's name, with ears tender enough to hear and a heart ready to respond. Samuel's encounter with the divine voice established a pattern that would continue throughout his life. God speaking, Samuel listening, and the word of the Lord going forth to guide and correct his people. The lamp in the holy place had burned faithfully through that momentous night, its light bearing witness to the even greater light that was dawning in Israel through the ministry of a prophet who had learned to recognize his master's voice. The silence of heaven had been broken, and it would never be the same again. Samuel's nighttime encounter reveals profound truths about how God communicates with those who have ears to hear. His story demonstrates that spiritual sensitivity isn't about age, education, or experience, but about availability and responsiveness to divine leading. While the veteran priest Eli struggled to discern God's voice, the young boy Samuel heard it clearly because his heart wasn't hardened by compromise or dulled by routine. Notice that God called Samuel by name, not once, but multiple times, with patient persistence, until the boy learned to recognize the divine voice. God doesn't speak once and then give up if we don't immediately understand. He repeats his call, often using the same approach until we learn to distinguish his voice from all the other sounds competing for our attention. Eli's role in helping Samuel recognize God's voice highlights the importance of spiritual mentors who can guide us in discerning divine communication. Sometimes we need mature believers to help us understand what we're experiencing, to confirm that God is indeed speaking and teach us how to respond appropriately. The content of Samuel's first prophetic message was difficult, a word of judgment against the very man who had raised him. This reveals that God's calling often requires us to speak hard truths in love, to deliver messages that may not be popular, but are necessary for spiritual health and divine purposes. Most significantly, Samuel's response, "Speak, for your servant is listening," became the model for how to approach divine communication. Not demanding that God prove himself or explain his ways, but simply positioning ourselves as available servants ready to hear and obey whatever he chooses to reveal. Your own spiritual sensitivity develops through the same principles that marked Samuel's calling. Maintaining a tender heart toward God, spending time in his presence, having mature believers who can guide your discernment, and responding obediently when you sense his leading. God is still speaking to those who position themselves to listen, still calling by name those who are available for his purposes, still choosing unlikely vessels to carry his messages to a world that desperately needs to hear from heaven. The voice that called Samuel in the darkness still speaks today to hearts that are tuned to hear. From the sacred chambers where young Samuel first heard God's voice calling his name, our story now moves forward through his remarkable ministry as prophet and judge over Israel. Samuel would grow to become the bridge between the age of judges and the era of kings, anointing both Saul and David as rulers over God's people. It was during Samuel's time that a young shepherd boy would face his greatest test, not against wild animals that threatened his father's flocks, but against a giant who mocked the armies of the living God. Armed with nothing but a sling, 5 smooth stones, and unshakable faith in the Lord who delivers, this teenager would accomplish what seasoned warriors feared to attempt. The same God who had spoken to Samuel in whispers would soon demonstrate his power through David's courage, proving once again that victory belongs not to the strong, but to those who trust completely in divine strength. This is the story of David and Goliath. From the sacred chambers where young Samuel learned to recognize God's voice in the darkness, our story now moves to the sunlit hills of Judah, where another young man was learning to hear that same voice in the wilderness. David, the youngest son of Jesse, spent his days watching over his father's sheep, unknown to the world but known to God, who was preparing him for a destiny that would make him the greatest king in Israel's history. But before David could wear a crown, he would face a test that would define not just his reputation, but his character. In the valley of Elah, where two armies stood in fearful stalemate, a giant would issue a challenge that no warrior in Israel dared accept. For 40 days, Goliath of Gath had mocked the God of heaven and taunted his people, his massive frame and thunderous voice striking terror into hearts that had forgotten the power of the one they served. Tonight, as you rest in the security of your own home, imagine being 17 years old and watching grown men cower before a challenge you know your God could easily overcome. Picture yourself seeing giants not as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities for divine glory, viewing impossible situations not through the lens of human limitation, but through the scope of supernatural possibility. This story speaks to every soul facing giants that seem too big to defeat. Mountains of debt, walls of addiction, fortresses of fear that mock your faith and challenge your courage. David's victory over Goliath reveals that the size of your giant matters less than the size of your God, that battles are won not in the mind that calculates odds, but in the heart that trusts divine power. Most remarkably, this tale demonstrates that God often chooses the smallest stones to bring down the biggest giants, the youngest warriors to win the greatest victories, the most unlikely heroes to accomplish the most impossible deeds. When everyone else sees problems, faith sees possibilities. When others calculate defeat, believers anticipate victory. As gentle rain continues outside your window, washing the earth clean, let David's triumph wash over your spirit with its timeless truth. Giants fall not to superior weapons, but to superior faith. Victory comes not to those who appear strongest, but to those who trust most completely in the God who never loses a battle. The morning mist hung low over the valley of Elah as 17-year-old David made his way toward the battlefront, carrying supplies for his 3 older brothers who served in King Saul's army. Behind him, his father's sheep grazed peacefully under the watchful eye of hired shepherds, unaware that their young guardian was about to step into his destiny and change the course of Israel's history. David had risen before dawn to make the long journey from Bethlehem to the valley where Israel's army had been camped for weeks in a tense standoff with the Philistines. Jesse had sent him with roasted grain and bread for his sons, along with 10 cheeses for their commanding officer. A father's care for children serving in a war that seemed to have no end and no solution. As David approached the Israelite camp, he could hear the familiar sounds of an army preparing for battle, the clatter of armor being donned, the sharpening of swords, the nervous conversations of men steeling themselves for combat. But there was something different in the air today, an undercurrent of tension that went beyond normal pre-battle anxiety. David left his supplies with the keeper of baggage and hurried to find his brothers among the battle lines. The Israelite army was drawn up on one side of the valley while the Philistines occupied the opposite ridge, with a narrow valley between them that would become the stage for single combat rather than full-scale warfare. As David greeted Eliab, Abinadab, and Shammah, the morning routine was suddenly shattered by a voice that seemed to make the very mountains tremble. From the Philistine ranks emerged a figure so massive that he appeared more legend than man, Goliath of Gath, whose height reached 6 cubits and a span, standing over 9 feet tall. The giant's armor alone was a marvel of military engineering. His bronze coat of mail weighed 5,000 shekels, about 125 pounds of metal protection. Bronze greaves covered his legs, and a bronze javelin was slung between his shoulders. His spear shaft was like a weaver's rod, with an iron point weighing 600 shekels. A shield-bearer walked before him, completing the picture of a warrior who seemed more machine than man. But it was Goliath's voice, not his appearance, that struck terror into Israelite hearts. Day after day, for 40 days, he had issued the same taunting challenge. "Why do you come out and line up for battle? Am I not a Philistine, and are you not the servants of Saul? Choose a man and have him come down to me. If he is able to fight and kill me, we will become your subjects. But if I overcome him and kill him, you will become our subjects and serve us." Then came the words that cut deepest. "This day I defy the armies of Israel. Give me a man and let us fight each other." David watched in amazement as the entire Israelite army, seasoned warriors who had fought bears and lions, men who had conquered cities and defeated enemy armies, trembled before this one giant and retreated in fear. The same soldiers who sang songs about the God who had parted the Red Sea and brought down the walls of Jericho now cowered before a man of flesh and blood. Who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he should defy the armies of the living God? David asked, his young voice carrying an indignation that his older companions had lost. The question revealed everything about David's perspective. While others saw an invincible giant, he saw an enemy of God who had no covenant protection, no divine backing, no legitimate authority to challenge the people whom the Almighty had chosen as his own. The issue wasn't military strategy, but spiritual reality. Eliab, David's eldest brother, was embarrassed by his young sibling's boldness. "Why have you come down here?" he demanded angrily. "And with whom did you leave those few sheep in the wilderness? I know how conceited you are, and how wicked your heart is. You came down only to watch the battle." But David's heart burned with righteous anger at the insult being hurled daily at his God. When word of the young shepherd's interest reached King Saul, the monarch summoned him immediately. Perhaps desperation made the king willing to consider any volunteer, even a teenager with no military experience. "Let no one lose heart on account of this Philistine," David declared to the king. "Your servant will go and fight him." Saul's response reflected the conventional wisdom of military science. "You are not able to go out against this Philistine and fight him. You are only a young man, and he has been a warrior from his youth." David's reply revealed the secret of his confidence. "Your servant has been keeping his father's sheep. When a lion or a bear came and carried off a sheep from the flock, I went after it, struck it, and rescued the sheep from its mouth. When it turned on me, I seized it by its hair, struck it, and killed it. Your servant has killed both the lion and the bear. This uncircumcised Philistine will be like one of them, because he has defied the armies of the living God. The Lord who rescued me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will rescue me from the hand of this Philistine." The wilderness had been David's training ground, and God had been his instructor. Every lion faced, every bear defeated, every sheep rescued had been preparation for this moment when his faith would be tested on a stage where all Israel could see. Convinced by the young man's earnestness, if not his logic, Saul attempted to equip David with proper armor. The king's own bronze helmet and coat of mail were brought, along with a sword and shield befitting a royal warrior. But the equipment that should have provided protection became a burden that hindered movement. "I cannot go in these," David said after trying to walk in the unfamiliar gear, "because I am not used to them." He took off the armor and approached his destiny with only the tools he knew how to use: his shepherd's staff, his sling, and 5 smooth stones carefully chosen from the stream bed. As David walked into the valley, Goliath's reaction was initially one of amused contempt. "Am I a dog that you come at me with sticks?" the giant roared, seeing the young shepherd approaching with nothing but a staff and sling. "Come here, and I'll give your flesh to the birds and the wild animals." David's response echoed across the valley with prophetic power. "You come against me with sword and spear and javelin, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This day the Lord will deliver you into my hands, and I'll strike you down and cut off your head. This very day I will give the carcasses of the Philistine army to the birds and the wild animals, and the whole world will know that there is a God in Israel. All those gathered here will know that it is not by sword or spear that the Lord saves, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will give all of you into our hands." The declaration wasn't born of youthful bravado, but of absolute confidence in God's character and power. David understood what the Israelite army had forgotten: that battles are won not by superior weapons, but by divine intervention, not by human strength, but by faith in the God who cannot be defeated. As Goliath moved to attack, David ran quickly toward the battle line to meet him. Reaching into his bag, he took out a stone and slung it with the accuracy honed through years of protecting sheep from predators. The stone struck the giant in the forehead with such force that it sank deep into his skull, and Goliath fell face down on the ground. The silence that followed was deafening. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, neither army moved as the reality of what had happened penetrated their consciousness. The invincible giant lay motionless in the dust, felled by a stone thrown by a teenager who trusted in the power of God. David ran to where Goliath had fallen, drew the giant's own sword from its sheath, and used it to cut off his head, the ultimate proof that the champion of the Philistines was truly dead. When the Philistine army saw that their hero was dead, they turned and ran in panic, pursued by Israelites who suddenly found their courage restored. The victory was complete, decisive, and supernatural. What no army had been able to accomplish in 40 days of standoff, one faithful teenager had achieved in a single moment of divinely empowered action. The giant who had terrorized a nation lay dead, killed not by superior military technology, but by faith in the God who specializes in making small things defeat big things. As David stood over Goliath's fallen form, holding the giant's massive head in his hands, he knew that his life had been forever changed. The shepherd boy who had entered the valley that morning would leave it as a national hero, anointed by God for leadership, and marked for a destiny that would make him the greatest king in Israel's history. But more than personal transformation had occurred in the valley of Elah. The entire nation had been reminded that their God was still the God of miracles, still the Lord of armies, still the one who could deliver them from any enemy, no matter how intimidating. The lesson would echo through generations. Giants fall when faced with faith, impossibilities yield to God's power, and victory belongs not to the strong, but to those who trust completely in divine strength. David's victory over Goliath speaks to every soul facing giants that seem too big to defeat, challenges that appear insurmountable through human effort alone. His triumph reveals that the size of your obstacle matters less than the size of your God, that battles are won not through superior weapons, but through superior faith in divine power. Notice David's perspective. While everyone else saw an invincible giant, he saw an enemy of God who had no covenant protection. Your giants may look impossible from a human standpoint, but they have no legitimate authority over a life surrendered to God's purposes. When you view challenges through the lens of God's power rather than your limitations, impossibilities become opportunities for divine glory. David's wilderness training with lions and bears prepared him for his public victory over Goliath. Your current struggles aren't meaningless trials, but divine preparation for greater challenges ahead. Every small victory over fear, every private triumph over temptation, every hidden battle won through faith builds the spiritual muscle needed for public tests of your character. The contrast between Saul's armor and David's sling illustrates an important principle. God's methods often differ from human wisdom. What the world considers adequate preparation may actually hinder divine intervention. Sometimes you must lay aside conventional approaches and trust God's unconventional strategies for breakthrough. Most powerfully, David ran toward Goliath while others ran away. Faith doesn't wait for fear to disappear. It acts despite fear, moves toward challenges rather than away from them, embraces divine opportunities disguised as human impossibilities. David's declaration, "The battle is the Lord's," reveals the secret of supernatural victory. When you recognize that your giants are actually God's enemies, that your battles are divine opportunities to display His power, that your weakness becomes the perfect backdrop for His strength, victory becomes inevitable. Your Goliath, whether fear, addiction, debt, disease, or despair, has been mocking God's power in your life long enough. The same God who empowered David's sling still specializes in using small things to defeat big problems when we trust completely in His power rather than our own abilities. Giants fall not to superior strength, but to surrendered faith. From the valley of Elah, where a giant's fall had demonstrated God's power over impossible obstacles, our story moves forward through David's rise to the throne of Israel. The shepherd boy who had trusted God with 5 smooth stones would become the king who established Jerusalem as the holy city and received divine promises about an eternal dynasty. But the greatest demonstration of wisdom in Israel's history would come through David's son Solomon, who inherited not just his father's throne, but the opportunity to ask for anything his heart desired from the God who had blessed his lineage. In a dream that would define his reign and establish his reputation for all time, the young king would make a request that would surprise heaven and bless earth. This is the story of Solomon's wisdom, where divine generosity met human humility. where the right request unlocked unlimited blessing. From the valley of Elah, where young David's faith had felled a giant and demonstrated God's power over impossible obstacles, our story now moves to the golden age of Israel's history. David's son Solomon sat upon the throne of a united kingdom, inheriting not just his father's crown, but the divine promises made to his lineage. The shepherd boy's son had become the most powerful monarch in the ancient world, ruling over an empire that stretched from Egypt to the Euphrates River. Yet for all his earthly advantages, vast wealth, political alliances, architectural projects that amazed the nations, Solomon understood that human wisdom was insufficient for the task before him. How do you govern millions of people with justice? How do you make decisions that affect countless lives? How do you lead a nation chosen by God to be a light to all peoples? Tonight, as you rest in your own home, imagine being thrust into responsibilities that exceed your experience and abilities. Picture yourself facing decisions that will impact not just your own life, but the lives of thousands, knowing that wrong choices could have devastating consequences for those who depend on your leadership. This story speaks to every soul who has felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of their calling, every heart that has recognized the gap between what is required and what they possess in their own strength. Solomon's request for wisdom reveals the humility that opens heaven's storehouses, the recognition that divine insight is more valuable than earthly treasure. Most remarkably, this tale demonstrates that God delights in giving good gifts to those who ask for the right things, that seeking divine wisdom unlocks blessings we never thought to request, that when our desires align with God's purposes, He exceeds our expectations in ways that astonish the world. The dream that would define Solomon's reign came not because he was perfect, but because he was humble enough to recognize his need for supernatural help. His prayer for wisdom would become the template for all who understand that true success comes not from human intelligence, but from divine insight, not from worldly accumulation, but from heavenly guidance. As gentle rain continues outside your window, let Solomon's story wash over your spirit with its timeless truth. God is more willing to give wisdom than we are to ask for it. Divine insight is available to all who seek it with sincere hearts, and the right request can unlock blessings beyond our wildest imagination. The weight of the crown felt heavier than Solomon had anticipated. 3 years had passed since his father David's death. 3 years since he had ascended to the throne of Israel amid the political turmoil that threatened to tear the kingdom apart. His older brother Adonijah had attempted to seize power, supported by influential leaders who questioned whether Solomon, despite David's clear designation, was truly ready to rule. Now, at perhaps 20 years old, Solomon found himself the undisputed king of the most powerful nation in the region. The kingdom his father had forged through decades of warfare and diplomacy stretched from Dan to Beersheba, from the Mediterranean Sea to the Jordan River and beyond. Jerusalem had become a center of international commerce and political power, with kings and queens traveling great distances to establish treaties and trade agreements with Israel. Yet Solomon understood that external success meant nothing without divine blessing. He had witnessed his father's relationship with God, seen how David's greatest victories came not through military might, but through spiritual dependence on the Lord. The Psalms David had written revealed a heart that trusted completely in divine guidance, that sought God's will above personal ambition. It was with this understanding that Solomon made his way to Gibeon, where the ancient tabernacle still stood with its bronze altar, though the Ark of the Covenant now resided in Jerusalem. This was the most important high place in Israel, the site where the nation had historically sought God's guidance in matters of ultimate importance. Solomon had come to offer sacrifices, not just a few animals in token worship, but 1,000 burnt offerings that demonstrated the sincerity of his dedication to the Lord. This wasn't ritual obligation, but heartfelt devotion, an expression of gratitude for God's blessings and a plea for continued divine favor. As the smoke from the sacrifices rose toward heaven throughout the day, Solomon's heart was full of both thanksgiving and anxiety. The responsibilities of kingship seemed overwhelming. How could he possibly govern millions of people with wisdom? How could he make decisions that would honor God and bless his subjects? How could he fulfill the covenant promises made to his father while avoiding the pitfalls that had destroyed other kings? That night, as Solomon slept near the altar where he had offered his sacrifices, the Lord appeared to him in a dream that would change not just his life, but the course of human history. The dream felt more real than reality itself, not the confused imagery of ordinary sleep, but clear divine communication that penetrated his consciousness with unmistakable authority. "Ask for whatever you want me to give you," God said, and the words carried both infinite generosity and divine testing. Here was an opportunity granted to no other human being, a blank check from the Creator of the universe, an invitation to request anything the heart could desire from the one who possessed all things. The moment stretched into eternity as Solomon considered the magnitude of what was being offered. He could ask for anything, unlimited wealth that would make him the richest man who ever lived, military victories that would establish an empire lasting forever, personal pleasures that would satisfy every earthly appetite, long life that would extend his reign for decades beyond normal human experience. But Solomon's response revealed the character that had qualified him for this extraordinary opportunity. His prayer began not with personal requests, but with recognition of divine goodness. "You have shown great kindness to your servant, my father David, because he was faithful to you and righteous and upright in heart. You have continued this great kindness to him and have given him a son to sit on his throne this very day." The acknowledgement of God's past faithfulness set the foundation for everything that followed. Solomon understood that he stood not on his own merits, but on divine grace, not through personal achievement, but through covenant promises made to his father. "Now, Lord my God, you have made your servant king in place of my father David," Solomon continued. "But I am only a little child and do not know how to carry out my duties. Your servant is here among the people you have chosen, a great people, too numerous to count or number." The humility in these words was remarkable. Despite being the most powerful monarch in the known world, Solomon described himself as a little child who didn't know how to fulfill his responsibilities. This wasn't false modesty, but genuine recognition of the enormous gap between human wisdom and the divine insight required for righteous leadership. Then came the request that would echo through history. So give your servant a discerning heart to govern your people and to distinguish between right and wrong. For who is able to govern this great people of yours?" The request was perfect in its focus and humility. Solomon didn't ask for personal benefit, but for the ability to serve others well. He didn't seek wealth or power, but wisdom to use his position righteously. He didn't request easy circumstances, but divine insight to handle difficult decisions. Most importantly, he recognized that governing God's people required more than human intelligence. It demanded supernatural discernment. The response from heaven was immediate and overwhelming. "Since you have asked for this, and not for long life or wealth for yourself, nor have asked for the death of your enemies, but for discernment in administering justice, I will do what you have asked. I will give you a wise and discerning heart, so that there will never have been anyone like you, nor will there ever be." But God's generosity exceeded even Solomon's humble request. "Moreover, I will give you what you have not asked for, both wealth and honor, so that in your lifetime you will have no equal among kings. And if you walk in obedience to me and keep my decrees and commands as David your father did, I will give you a long life." The promise was staggering in its scope. Not only would Solomon receive the wisdom he had requested, but he would possess it in measure that would make him the wisest human being who ever lived. Additionally, the wealth and honor he hadn't sought would be added to him in quantities that would amaze the world. Kings and queens would travel from distant lands just to hear his wisdom and witness his prosperity. Solomon awoke from the dream transformed. The young king, who had fallen asleep uncertain about his abilities, rose with the confidence that came from divine empowerment. Yet it was confidence balanced by humility, strength tempered by understanding that his gifts came from God and must be used for God's glory. The first test of his newfound wisdom came sooner than expected. Two women appeared before him with a dispute that seemed impossible to resolve. Both claimed to be the mother of the same living baby, while a dead infant lay nearby. One woman accused the other of switching the babies during the night to cover up her own child's death. With no witnesses and no evidence, how could anyone determine the truth? Solomon's solution revealed the divine nature of his wisdom. "Bring me a sword," he commanded. "Cut the living child in two and give half to one and half to the other." The true mother immediately cried out in anguish, "Please, my lord, give her the living baby. Don't kill him." But the false claimant callously agreed, "Neither I nor you shall have him. Cut him in two." "Give the living baby to the first woman," Solomon declared. "Do not kill him. She is his mother." The wisdom of the judgment was immediately apparent to everyone present. The real mother's willingness to give up her child rather than see him harmed revealed her genuine love, while the false claimant's indifference exposed her deception. Word of the decision spread throughout Israel, and the people stood in awe of their young king who possessed such divine insight. This was only the beginning. Solomon's wisdom would manifest in countless ways: in the just laws he established, the diplomatic alliances he negotiated, the building projects he designed, and most famously, in the proverbs and songs he composed. 3,000 proverbs and over 1,000 songs flowed from his inspired mind, capturing divine truth in memorable forms that would guide humanity for millennia. Kings and queens traveled vast distances to hear Solomon's wisdom and witness his prosperity. The Queen of Sheba came from the ends of the earth and left amazed. The report I heard in my own country about your achievements and your wisdom is true. But I did not believe these things until I came and saw with my own eyes. Indeed, not even half was told me. In wisdom and wealth, you have far exceeded the report I heard. The temple Solomon built became one of the wonders of the ancient world, its gold-covered walls and intricate craftsmanship reflecting not just human skill, but divine inspiration. When it was completed and the Ark of the Covenant was placed in the most holy place, the glory of the Lord filled the temple so completely that the priests could not perform their service. For 20 years, Solomon's reign represented the golden age of Israel's history. Peace reigned throughout his territories, prosperity flourished in every region, and wisdom emanated from Jerusalem to bless the nations. The promise God had made to Abraham, that through his descendants all peoples on earth would be blessed, found remarkable fulfillment through Solomon's reign. Yet even in the midst of unprecedented success, Solomon never forgot the source of his gifts. His dedication prayer at the temple's completion revealed his understanding that all his wisdom and wealth came from divine generosity. Praise be to the Lord, who has given rest to his people Israel, just as he promised. Not one word has failed of all the good promises he gave through his servant Moses. The young king who had humbly asked for wisdom to serve others well had received not just what he requested, but far more than he could have imagined. His reign demonstrated that God delights in blessing those whose desires align with his purposes, that seeking divine wisdom unlocks earthly prosperity, and that the right prayer can release heaven's abundance into human experience. Solomon's request for wisdom reveals profound truths about prayer, priority, and divine generosity. His story demonstrates that God is more impressed by what we seek than by what we possess, more interested in our character than our credentials, more willing to bless humility than reward ambition. Notice that Solomon's request emerged from recognition of his inadequacy rather than confidence in his abilities. The young king understood that the task before him exceeded his natural gifts, that governing God's people required supernatural insight. When you feel overwhelmed by responsibilities that exceed your experience, remember that this awareness of need positions you perfectly to receive divine help. Solomon asked for wisdom to serve others well rather than seeking personal advantage. His focus was on blessing his subjects rather than benefiting himself. This outward orientation opened heaven's storehouses and released blessings he never thought to request. When your prayers focus on how you can better serve God's purposes rather than advance your own agenda, you position yourself for supernatural provision. God's response exceeded Solomon's request, adding wealth and honor to the wisdom he had sought. This demonstrates divine generosity. When our desires align with God's purposes, He often gives us more than we ask for. The blessings you don't seek may be added to the gifts you do request when your heart is right with God. The test case of the two mothers revealed that wisdom isn't just theoretical knowledge, but practical insight for solving real problems. Divine wisdom equips you not just to understand truth, but to apply it effectively in complex situations where human intelligence proves insufficient. Most powerfully, Solomon's story reminds us that all gifts come from God and must be used for His glory. The wisdom that blessed nations, the wealth that amazed kings, the honor that drew international attention, all flowed from one humble prayer offered by a young man who recognized his need for divine help. When you face decisions that exceed your wisdom, remember Solomon's prayer. God still gives generously to those who ask with sincere hearts, still provides supernatural insight for natural challenges, still delights in blessing those who seek His wisdom above worldly wealth. The prayer that seeks divine wisdom above personal gain always receives more than it requests. From Solomon's golden age, where divine wisdom had brought unprecedented peace and prosperity to Israel, our story now moves to a time when that wisdom was desperately needed, but seemingly absent. The kingdom that had reached its zenith under Solomon gradually declined as his successors turned from the Lord who had blessed their dynasty. Into this spiritual darkness, God would raise up prophets to call His people back to faithfulness. Among the greatest of these was Elijah, whose very name meant, "My God is Yahweh," a declaration that would be tested in the most dramatic confrontation between true and false religion in biblical history. On Mount Carmel, before all Israel, one man would stand against 450 prophets of Baal, challenging them to call down fire from heaven to prove which God was real. The same God who had answered Solomon's prayer for wisdom was about to answer Elijah's prayer for fire. From Solomon's golden age, where divine wisdom had brought unprecedented prosperity to a united kingdom, our story now moves to one of the darkest periods in Israel's history. The nation had split into two kingdoms after Solomon's death, and the northern kingdom of Israel had plunged into idolatry under the wicked reign of King Ahab and his even more evil wife, Jezebel. The worship of Baal had replaced the worship of the true God, and the prophets of the Lord had been systematically murdered or driven into hiding. Into this spiritual wasteland stepped a man whose very name was a declaration of war against the false gods that had captured his people's hearts. Elijah, "My God is Yahweh," emerged from the wilderness like a force of nature. Clothed in rough garments and burning with holy indignation against the apostasy that had infected the land he loved. Tonight, as you rest in the security of your own home, imagine living in a time when speaking truth could cost your life, when standing for God's ways meant standing alone against an entire culture, when faithfulness required courage that defied human logic. Picture yourself as the only voice crying out against prevailing darkness, calling people back to light they had chosen to abandon. This story speaks to every soul living in an age when truth is relative and righteousness is mocked, every heart that has felt like a lonely voice crying in the wilderness of cultural compromise. Elijah's confrontation on Mount Carmel reveals that there are moments when the battle between truth and falsehood must be fought in public, when God's people must choose sides once and for all. Most remarkably, this tale demonstrates that God specializes in dramatic demonstrations of His power when His character is challenged, that He never ignores direct confrontations with false gods, that He delights in vindicating those who stake everything on His faithfulness. The same fire that would fall from heaven at Elijah's prayer still burns in the heart of the God who tolerates no rivals for his people's affection. As gentle rain continues outside your window, remember that Mount Carmel's miracle came after 3.5 years of devastating drought. Proof that God's apparent delays are not denials, that his silence doesn't mean his absence, and that his most powerful interventions often follow his people's most desperate hours. The drought had lasted 3.5 years, turning the once fertile land of Israel into a wasteland of cracked earth and empty wells. No rain had fallen since the day Elijah had stood before King Ahab and declared, "As the Lord, the God of Israel, lives, whom I serve, there will be neither dew nor rain in the next few years, except at my word." It was a pronouncement that had seemed impossible at the time. How could one man stop the heavens from giving rain? But as months turned to years and the skies remained mercilessly clear, even Ahab began to understand that Israel was dealing with a God who controlled the very forces of nature. The famine had devastated the land, crops had failed, livestock had died, and people were beginning to starve. Yet still Ahab and his queen Jezebel continued their campaign to eradicate the worship of Yahweh and establish Baal as the supreme deity of Israel. They had imported 450 prophets of Baal and 400 prophets of Asherah, maintaining them at royal expense while systematically hunting down and killing the prophets of the Lord. Elijah had spent these years hidden by God's provision, first at the brook Cherith, where ravens brought him food and he drank from the stream until it dried up, then in Zarephath with a widow whose flour and oil never ran out despite the famine. But now the time of hiding was over. God had given him a mission that would settle once and for all the question of who ruled over Israel. "Go and present yourself to Ahab," the Lord commanded, "and I will send rain on the land." The reunion between prophet and king was electric with tension. When Ahab saw Elijah approaching, he called out with barely contained fury, "Is that you, you troubler of Israel?" Elijah's response cut straight to the heart of the nation's spiritual crisis. "I have not made trouble for Israel, but you and your father's family have. You have abandoned the Lord's commands and have followed the Baals." The accusation hung in the air like a sword. For 3.5 years, Ahab had blamed the drought on Elijah's prophecy rather than examining his own rebellion against God. Now the prophet was making it clear that the real source of Israel's troubles wasn't God's judgment, but the king's apostasy. "Now summon the people from all over Israel to meet me on Mount Carmel," Elijah continued, "and bring the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table." Mount Carmel was chosen strategically. Rising majestically above the Mediterranean coast, it was visible throughout northern Israel and could accommodate vast crowds. More importantly, it was associated with Baal worship. The storm god was supposedly most powerful in high places, where he could demonstrate his control over wind and rain. When the appointed day arrived, the scene on Mount Carmel was unprecedented in Israel's history. Thousands of people had gathered from across the northern kingdom, drawn by curiosity and perhaps a desperate hope that someone might finally end the drought that was destroying their land. King Ahab was there with his royal entourage, and the 450 prophets of Baal had assembled in their elaborate robes and ceremonial garments. In stark contrast stood Elijah, One man against hundreds, a lone voice preparing to challenge an entire religious system. His rough garment of camel's hair and leather belt marked him as a man of the wilderness, someone who had learned to depend on God rather than human comfort. "How long will you waver between two opinions?" Elijah called out to the assembled multitude, his voice carrying across the mountaintop. "If the Lord is God, follow him, but if Baal is God, follow him." The question went to the heart of Israel's spiritual confusion. For too long they had tried to worship both Yahweh and Baal, hedging their bets by serving multiple gods rather than committing completely to one. Elijah was demanding a choice, not partial allegiance, but total commitment to whichever deity proved to be real. The people remained silent, afraid to commit themselves before seeing the outcome of whatever test the prophet had in mind. "I am the only one of the Lord's prophets left," Elijah continued, "but Baal has 450 prophets. Get 2 bulls for us. Let Baal's prophets choose one for themselves, and let them cut it into pieces and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. I will prepare the other bull and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. Then you call on the name of your God, and I will call on the name of the Lord. The God who answers by fire, he is God." The test was brilliantly designed. Fire was essential for sacrifice, but it was also associated with divine power throughout the ancient world. More importantly, Baal was specifically the god of storms and lightning. If anyone should be able to call down fire from heaven, it should be him. The test would prove definitively which deity possessed real power. "This is a good idea," the people responded, finally finding their voices in agreement with the proposed contest. The prophets of Baal went first, choosing their bull and preparing their sacrifice on the altar they built. From morning until noon, they called on Baal's name, dancing around the altar and crying out with increasing desperation, "Baal, answer us! Baal, answer us!" But there was no response, no voice, no fire, no sign that their God even existed, much less that he had power to send fire from heaven. As midday passed and the prophet's efforts grew more frantic, Elijah began to mock them with cutting sarcasm. "Shout louder! Surely he is a god. Perhaps he is deep in thought, or busy, or traveling. Maybe he is sleeping and must be awakened." The taunting drove the Baal prophets to greater extremes. They shouted louder, danced more wildly, and began cutting themselves with swords and spears until their blood flowed freely. A desperate attempt to get their God's attention through self-mutilation. But as evening approached, there was still no response from Baal. No voice, no fire, no acknowledgement of their sacrifice or their suffering. The silence from heaven was deafening. "Come here to me," Elijah called to the people as the Baal prophets finally collapsed in exhaustion. It was time for the God of Israel to demonstrate his reality and power. Elijah took 12 stones, one for each of the tribes of Israel, and built an altar to the Lord. He arranged the wood, cut the bull into pieces, and laid it on the altar. Then he did something that seemed to make an already impossible task even more difficult. He ordered that 4 large jars of water be poured over the offering and the wood. "Do it again," he commanded, and they poured 4 more jars of water over the sacrifice. "Do it a 3rd time," he insisted, and they poured a 3rd round of water until the altar was completely soaked and water ran down around it, filling the trench he had dug around the base. The water wasn't just symbolic, it made burning impossible by human means. No spark could ignite wood that was thoroughly soaked. No natural fire could consume an offering drenched in water. Whatever fire might come would have to be supernatural, unmistakably divine. At the time of the evening sacrifice, when the Jewish temple services were traditionally conducted, Elijah stepped forward to pray. His prayer was remarkably brief and simple compared to the hours of frantic pleading from Baal's prophets. Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known today that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant, and have done all these things at your command. Answer me, Lord, answer me, so these people will know that you, Lord, are God, and that you are turning their hearts back again. The prayer revealed Elijah's heart. This wasn't about personal vindication, but about God's glory and the people's restoration. He wanted Israel to know that Yahweh was the true God and that he desired to win back their hearts, not destroy them in judgment. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Fire fell from heaven with such power that it consumed not only the offering and the wood, but the stones of the altar and the soil around it. Even the water in the trench was licked up by the supernatural flames that blazed with divine intensity. When the people saw this display of awesome power, they fell prostrate and cried out, "The Lord, He is God! The Lord, He is God!" The demonstration was complete and conclusive. Baal had been unable to send even a spark, while Yahweh had sent fire so powerful it consumed stone and soil along with the sacrifice. There could be no doubt about which deity possessed real power, which God deserved Israel's worship and allegiance. At Elijah's command, the people seized the 450 prophets of Baal and brought them down to the Kishon Valley, where they were executed for their role in leading Israel into idolatry. It was harsh justice, but it demonstrated that there are consequences for leading God's people astray. As the dramatic day concluded, Elijah turned to Ahab with a prophetic word. "Go, eat and drink, for there is the sound of a heavy rain." Though the sky was still clear, Elijah climbed to the top of Carmel and bent down to the ground, putting his face between his knees in intense prayer. 6 times he sent his servant to look toward the sea, and 6 times the servant reported, "There is nothing there." But on the 7th look, the servant announced, "A cloud as small as a man's hand is rising from the sea." "Go and tell Ahab, hitch up your chariot and go down before the rain stops you," Elijah instructed. Soon the sky grew black with clouds, the wind rose, and a heavy rain began to fall. The 3.5-year drought was over, broken by the same God who had sent it. As Ahab rode his chariot back to Jezreel, the power of the Lord came upon Elijah, and he ran ahead of the king's chariot, a final demonstration that the God who sends fire from heaven also gives supernatural strength to his faithful servants. The confrontation on Mount Carmel had settled the question of Israel's allegiance decisively. Yahweh had proven himself to be the only true God, the one who controls both fire and rain, judgment and mercy. The demonstration would be remembered for generations as the day heaven vindicated truth and expose the impotence of false gods. Elijah's confrontation on Mount Carmel speaks to every believer living in an age when truth is questioned and God's existence is mocked. His courage to stand alone against overwhelming odds demonstrates that faithfulness to God sometimes requires us to take public stands that appear foolish to worldly wisdom, but prove powerful through divine intervention. Notice that Elijah's challenge demanded a clear choice. No more wavering between opinions, no more attempting to serve both God and idols. His question, "How long will you waver?" confronts every heart that tries to maintain partial allegiance to God while compromising with cultural values that oppose his ways. Some moments require decisive commitment rather than comfortable middle ground. The water poured on Elijah's sacrifice made human effort impossible, ensuring that any fire would be unmistakably divine. Sometimes God allows circumstances that eliminate natural solutions, forcing us to depend completely on supernatural intervention. Your impossible situations may be divine setups for miraculous demonstrations of His power. Elijah's prayer was brief but focused, not on personal vindication, but on God's glory and the people's restoration. His motivation wasn't winning an argument, but winning hearts back to the Lord. When you face opposition to your faith, check your motives. Are you seeking personal victory or God's glory? Are you trying to prove yourself right or prove God faithful? The fire that fell consumed not just the sacrifice, but the altar itself. Divine power that exceeded even Elijah's expectations. God often does more than we ask when our hearts align with His purposes. Your prayers for breakthrough may receive answers that surpass your highest hopes when you seek His honor above your comfort. Most powerfully, the story reminds us that God still answers by fire when His character is challenged. He may not respond to every test we devise, but He never ignores direct confrontations with false gods or deliberate challenges to His authority. When you feel outnumbered by voices opposing truth, remember Elijah. One person plus God constitutes a majority that no opposition can ultimately overcome. From Mount Carmel, where fire from heaven had vindicated God's power and silenced false prophets, Elijah's ministry continued with demonstrations of divine compassion that matched his displays of judgment. The same God who had sent fire to consume sacrifice would also provide miraculously for those in desperate need, showing that His heart was moved by human suffering as much as His holiness was offended by rebellion. It was in this spirit of divine mercy that Elijah's successor, Elisha, would inherit a double portion of his master's anointing. While Elijah had been a prophet of dramatic confrontations and supernatural power, Elisha would be known for gentler miracles that met people's practical needs. Among the most touching of these would be his encounter with a poor widow whose desperate circumstances would become the setting for a miracle that revealed God's tender care for the vulnerable. This is the story of Elisha and the widow's oil, where divine compassion met human need. From Mount Carmel, where fire from heaven had demonstrated God's dramatic power over false gods, our story now turns to a quieter miracle that reveals the tender heart of the same Almighty. Elisha, who had inherited a double portion of Elijah's spirit, walked through Israel not as a prophet of confrontation, but as a minister of compassion, bringing God's mercy to ordinary people facing extraordinary needs. In an age when women had few rights and even fewer resources, widowhood often meant destitution. Without a husband's protection or a son's provision, a widow might find herself facing not just poverty, but slavery, as creditors could legally seize her children to pay outstanding debts. This was the cruel reality that one desperate woman faced when she appeared at Elisha's door with a plea that would break any compassionate heart. Tonight, as you rest in the security of your own home, imagine having nothing left but empty containers and enormous debt, watching helplessly as circumstances beyond your control threaten to destroy what little remains of your family. Picture yourself at the end of every human resource, facing a future so dark that even your children's freedom hangs in the balance. This story speaks to every soul who has experienced the panic of insufficient resources and overwhelming obligations. Every heart that has wondered if God sees their struggle or cares about their practical needs. The widow's crisis reveals that our extremity often becomes God's opportunity, that divine provision frequently begins with whatever small thing we have, rather than the large thing we lack. Most remarkably, this tale demonstrates that God's miracles often require our participation, not just passive waiting, but active obedience to instructions that might seem inadequate or even absurd. The widow's oil would multiply not while she sat in despair, but while she poured in faith, trusting that divine provision would match her practical action. As gentle rain continues outside your window, washing the earth with fresh life, let this ancient story wash over your spirit with its timeless truth. God specializes in making much from little when we offer what we have rather than lamenting what we lack. Divine multiplication begins with human dedication, and the God who sends fire from heaven also provides oil for lamps that are about to go out. The woman's footsteps echoed with desperation as she approached the house where Elisha was staying. Each step brought her closer to what might be her last hope, her final attempt to find help before catastrophe overwhelmed what remained of her shattered life. The prophet's reputation for miraculous provision had reached even her humble neighborhood, and though she had nothing to offer in return, she was willing to risk the humiliation of begging if it might save her children. She had been the wife of one of the company of prophets, those devoted men who had gathered around Elijah and now followed Elisha, dedicating their lives to serving God and learning his ways. Her husband had been a good man, faithful in his calling, generous with what little they had, and deeply committed to the Lord's work. But faithfulness to God's calling didn't guarantee earthly prosperity, and serving as a prophet in Israel often meant choosing spiritual riches over material wealth. When her husband died unexpectedly, perhaps from illness or accident, she discovered the true extent of their financial situation. Not only had he left her no inheritance, but he had accumulated debts that now fell to her as his widow to repay. In their culture, a man's debts became his family's responsibility, and creditors showed little mercy to those who couldn't immediately settle their accounts. The debt collector had been clear about the consequences if payment wasn't forthcoming. "You have 7 days to find the money, or I will take your 2 sons as slaves to work off what you owe." It was a legal right in their society, a brutal but accepted way of recovering debts when no other payment was available. As she stood before Elisha's door, the widow's mind raced through the impossibility of her situation. 7 days had become 3, 3 had become 1, and now the final deadline loomed like a storm cloud ready to burst. Her sons, the only family she had left, the only joy remaining in her grief-stricken world, would be taken from her in the morning unless a miracle occurred. "Your servant my husband is dead," she began when Elisha answered her desperate knock, "and you know that he revered the Lord. But now his creditor is coming to take my 2 boys as his slaves." The words poured out in a rush of anguish and fear. There was no time for polite conversation or gradual explanation. Her children's freedom would be decided within hours, and she needed divine intervention more than she needed her dignity. Elisha's response was immediate and compassionate, but it seemed almost callous in its simplicity. "How can I help you? Tell me, what do you have in your house?" What did she have? The question seemed to mock her desperation. If she had anything of value, would she be standing here begging for help? If she possessed resources adequate to her need, would her children be facing slavery in the morning? "Your servant has nothing there at all," she replied, her voice heavy with the weight of absolute poverty. But then she paused, remembering one small item that she had overlooked in her despair. "Except a small jar of olive oil." It was so little, perhaps enough to cook 1 meal or light a lamp for a few hours. In her mind, it barely qualified as something, certainly not enough to matter in the face of overwhelming debt. Yet Elisha's eyes lit up at her words as if she had mentioned a treasure chest rather than a tiny container of oil. "Go around and ask all your neighbors for empty jars," Elisha instructed, his voice carrying the authority of divine inspiration. "Don't ask for just a few. Get as many as you can find." The instruction seemed bizarre. Empty jars? How would borrowing containers help her pay her debts? What good were vessels with nothing to put in them? Yet something in the prophet's manner convinced her that this wasn't random advice, but specific direction from the God who had provided for Elijah in the wilderness. "Then go inside and shut the door behind you and your sons," Elisha continued. "Pour oil into all the jars, and as each is filled, put it to one side." The woman hurried away, her mind spinning with questions, but her heart beginning to flutter with hope. She spent the remaining daylight hours going from house to house, explaining her urgent need and asking to borrow every empty container her neighbors possessed. Some people gave willingly, moved by compassion for her plight. Others grumbled about the inconvenience, but eventually handed over unused pottery. A few slammed their doors in her face, but she persisted until she had gathered dozens of jars, pitchers, bowls, and containers of every size and description. As evening approached, she and her 2 sons carried the borrowed vessels into their small house, filling every available space with empty pottery. The sight was almost comical. Their humble dwelling looked like a pottery merchant's warehouse, with containers covering every surface and filling every corner. "What are we doing, Mother?" the older boy asked, his voice mixing curiosity with worry. "How will these empty jars help us keep from losing our freedom?" "I don't know," she admitted honestly, "but the man of God gave us specific instructions, and we're going to follow them exactly." When the last jar was positioned and the door was securely shut behind them, the widow took her small container of oil in trembling hands. According to Elisha's directions, she was supposed to pour from her tiny supply into all these empty vessels. It seemed impossible, like trying to fill a lake with a cup of water. But faith doesn't require understanding before acting. Sometimes obedience must precede comprehension, and trust must triumph over logic. The widow lifted her small jar and began to pour oil into the first empty container. To her amazement, the oil flowed steadily from her jar without any sign of diminishing. She filled the first vessel completely, then moved to the second. Still the oil flowed as if her small jar contained an unlimited supply. Container after container was filled as her sons watched in wide-eyed wonder, passing empty jars to her and moving full ones aside. "Bring me another jar," she called to her younger son after filling what seemed like dozens of containers. "There is not a jar left," he replied, and only then did the oil stop flowing from her original container. The miracle was complete. Every borrowed vessel was filled with pure, high-quality olive oil, the kind that commanded premium prices in the marketplace. What had started as one small jar had multiplied into enough oil to not only pay her debts, but provide for her family's needs far into the future. The next morning, the woman hurried to find Elisha, her heart overflowing with gratitude and amazement. "The oil stopped flowing only when there were no more jars to fill," she reported breathlessly. Elisha's response revealed the full scope of God's provision. "Go, sell the oil, and pay your debts. You and your sons can live on what is left." The sale of the oil brought in enough money to completely satisfy the creditor, freeing her sons from the threat of slavery. But God's provision went beyond just meeting her immediate crisis. There was enough left over to provide for their ongoing needs, to establish them in financial stability, to transform their poverty into plenty. The woman who had faced the loss of everything discovered that God's arithmetic operates by different principles than human mathematics. In his economy, one small jar plus divine blessing equals more than enough. Limited resources plus unlimited God equals abundant provision. What we have plus what he gives always results in overflow. Word of the miracle spread throughout the region, encouraging other struggling families and demonstrating that the God of Israel cared about practical needs as much as spiritual ones. The same divine power that had sent fire from heaven at Elijah's prayer now sent oil from an impossible source at a widow's desperate need. The empty jars that had seemed so useless became vessels of divine provision. The small amount of oil that appeared insignificant became the seed of abundant supply. The situation that looked hopeless became an opportunity for God to display his compassion and power in a way that would be remembered for generations. As the widow looked around her home, now restored to peace and security, she understood something profound about God's character. He wasn't a distant deity concerned only with national affairs and spectacular displays of power. He was also a loving father who noticed when his children were in trouble, who cared about their daily needs, who delighted in providing for those who had nowhere else to turn. The miracle of the widow's oil became more than just one family's deliverance. It became a testimony to God's heart for the vulnerable, his power to multiply the little we have into more than we need, and his willingness to use ordinary objects to accomplish extraordinary purposes when faith dares to pour out what it possesses in obedience to his word. In years to come, whenever people faced impossible circumstances with insufficient resources, they would remember the widow whose oil never ran out as long as there were empty vessels to fill. Her story would whisper hope to the desperate and encourage the fearful that the God who multiplies oil still performs miracles for those who pour out their little in faith and trust him to provide what they lack. The widow's oil miracle speaks to every soul facing impossible circumstances with insufficient resources. Her crisis reveals that our extremity often becomes God's opportunity, that divine provision frequently begins with whatever small thing we have, rather than the large thing we lack. Notice that God's miracle required the widow's participation, not passive waiting, but active obedience to instructions that seemed inadequate. She had to gather empty jars, shut the door, and begin pouring before the multiplication occurred. Your breakthrough may be waiting for you to act on whatever small resource you have, rather than lamenting what you don't possess. The oil stopped flowing only when there were no more containers to fill. This teaches us about the importance of expectation and preparation. The widow's faith was measured not just by her willingness to pour, but by how many jars she gathered. Your capacity to receive God's blessing may be limited more by your expectations than by his willingness to give. Elisha's instruction to shut the door reveals that some miracles happen in private before they're demonstrated in public. God often works in the hidden places of our lives, multiplying resources away from the crowds and critics. Your financial breakthrough, relational restoration, or spiritual renewal may need the quiet space of closed doors and focused faith. The miracle met both immediate and long-term needs, enough to pay the debt and support the family ongoing. God's provision typically exceeds our crisis to establish us for the future. When he intervenes in your situation, expect not just problem-solving, but life-changing abundance. Most powerfully, this story reminds us that God sees the vulnerable and cares about practical needs as much as spiritual ones. The same power that sent fire from heaven provides oil for empty lamps. Your daily struggles matter to the God who controls both supernatural displays and natural provision. When you feel you have nothing to offer, remember the widow's small jar. Divine multiplication often begins with dedication of whatever little we possess rather than acquisition of what we lack. Pour out what you have. God will provide what you need. From the quiet miracle of multiplied oil, where God's tender mercy had provided for a desperate widow, our story now moves across the ancient world to the shores of the Mediterranean Sea. There, in the great port city of Joppa, another dramatic divine intervention was about to unfold, not involving fire from heaven or miraculous provision, but the strange tale of a prophet who tried to run away from God's calling. Jonah thought he could escape the Lord's assignment by sailing in the opposite direction, but he was about to discover that there is nowhere on earth beyond the reach of divine sovereignty. The God who had controlled fire and oil was also Lord of wind and waves, and he had prepared an unusual vessel of discipline for his reluctant servant. This is the story of Jonah and the great fish, where disobedience met divine pursuit in the depths of the sea. From the widow's house, where empty jars had been filled with miraculous oil, demonstrating God's tender provision for those in desperate need, our story now moves to the Mediterranean coast, where a very different kind of divine intervention was about to unfold. This is the tale of a prophet who discovered that running from God's calling leads not to freedom, but to the strangest classroom in biblical history, the belly of a great fish. Jonah was a successful prophet in Israel, known for delivering messages of hope and restoration to God's chosen people. But when the Lord commanded him to travel to Nineveh, the capital of the brutal Assyrian Empire, with a message of impending judgment, something inside Jonah rebelled. These were Israel's enemies, the very people who threatened his nation's existence. Why should he warn them of God's judgment? Why give them opportunity to repent and escape the destruction they deserved? Tonight, as you rest in the comfort of your own home, imagine being asked to show mercy to those who have hurt you most deeply, to offer grace to enemies who deserve judgment, to extend God's love to people you'd rather see punished. Picture yourself facing a divine assignment that contradicts every instinct for justice and revenge burning in your heart. This story speaks to every soul who has struggled with God's mercy toward those we consider undeserving, every heart that has wrestled with divine assignments that conflict with human preferences. Jonah's journey reveals that we cannot outrun God's purposes, that his plans will be accomplished with or without our willing cooperation, that his mercy often extends to places and people we think should be excluded. Most remarkably, this tale demonstrates that God's love for his reluctant servants exceeds even their stubbornness and rebellion. The same Lord who disciplined Jonah in the depths also delivered him from the depths, proving that divine correction serves divine restoration, that God's pursuit of us is motivated by love rather than anger. As gentle rain continues outside your window, washing the earth clean, let Jonah's story wash over your spirit with its timeless truth. You cannot sail beyond God's sovereignty, cannot dive deeper than his mercy can reach, cannot run farther than his love can pursue, and cannot resist his calling forever without missing the very purpose for which you were created. The word of the Lord came to Jonah with unmistakable clarity. Go to the great city of Nineveh and preach against it, because its wickedness has come up before me. The command was simple, direct, and absolutely the last thing Jonah wanted to hear from God. Nineveh was not just any city. It was the capital of the Assyrian Empire, the most feared and brutal military power of the ancient world. The Assyrians were legendary for their cruelty in warfare, their practice of impaling prisoners, their systematic torture of conquered peoples. They were Israel's greatest enemy, the nation that posed the most serious threat to God's chosen people. And now God wanted Jonah to travel there and warn them that divine judgment was coming? The very idea seemed not just dangerous, but counterproductive. If God was planning to destroy Nineveh, why give them advance warning? Why offer an opportunity for repentance to people who had spent decades terrorizing Israel? Jonah's reaction was swift and decisive, but not in the direction God had commanded. Instead of heading northeast toward Nineveh, he went to the port city of Joppa and found a ship sailing west to Tarshish, possibly as far away from his divine assignment as he could get. If God wanted someone to preach to the Assyrians, he would have to find a different prophet. The irony was profound. Jonah, who had spent his career proclaiming God's sovereignty over all nations, was now trying to escape from that very sovereignty. The prophet who had taught others about God's omnipresence was attempting to find a place where the Almighty couldn't reach him. He paid the fare and went aboard, going below deck to sleep as the ship sailed away from Israel's coast. Perhaps he thought that if he couldn't see the land of his calling, God couldn't see him either. Perhaps he imagined that physical distance could create spiritual separation from the one who filled heaven and earth. But the Lord who had called Jonah was not finished with him. As the ship sailed across the Mediterranean, God sent a great wind that stirred up such a violent storm that the vessel was in danger of breaking apart. The experienced sailors, who had weathered countless storms in their careers, had never seen anything like this supernatural tempest that seemed to target their ship specifically. The mariners were terrified, each crying out to his own God for deliverance, while desperately throwing cargo overboard to lighten the ship. These were hardened men of the sea, but they recognized that this was no ordinary storm. This was divine judgment pursuing someone aboard their vessel. Meanwhile, Jonah slept soundly in the hold, either exhausted by his emotional turmoil or unconsciously trying to escape his reality through sleep. The ship's captain found him there and was incredulous that anyone could sleep through such a fierce storm. "How can you sleep?" the captain demanded. "Get up and call on your God. Maybe he will take notice of us so that we will not perish." The sailors, desperate to identify the source of their supernatural trouble, decided to cast lots to determine who among them had brought this calamity upon the ship. When the lot fell on Jonah, they surrounded him with urgent questions. "Tell us, who is responsible for making all this trouble for us? What kind of work do you do? Where do you come from? What is your country? From what people are you?" Jonah's answer revealed both his identity and the source of their peril. "I am a Hebrew, and I worship the Lord, the God of heaven, who made the sea and the dry land." The irony was staggering. Jonah proclaimed faith in the God who made the very sea that was now threatening to destroy them, yet he was running from that same God's command. He understood divine power over nature, yet thought he could escape divine authority over his life. When the sailors learned that Jonah was fleeing from the Lord, something that terrified them even more than the storm, they asked desperately, "What should we do to you to make the sea calm down for us?" Jonah's response revealed that despite his rebellion, he retained some sense of integrity. "Pick me up and throw me into the sea, and it will become calm. I know that it is my fault that this great storm has come upon you." The pagan sailors showed more compassion than the Hebrew prophet. Instead of immediately throwing him overboard, they tried even harder to row back to land. But the sea grew even wilder, making their efforts futile. Finally, with reluctant desperation, they prayed to Jonah's God. "Please, Lord, do not let us die for taking this man's life. Do not hold us accountable for killing an innocent man, for you, Lord, have done as you pleased." Then they took Jonah and threw him into the raging sea, and immediately the storm ceased. The sudden calm was so dramatic that the sailors were filled with awe at the Lord's power and offered sacrifices to him. But Jonah's story was far from over. As he sank beneath the waves, certain that he was about to drown for his disobedience, the Lord provided a great fish to swallow him. This wasn't death, but discipline. Not destruction, but a divine timeout in the most unusual classroom imaginable. For 3 days and 3 nights, Jonah remained in the belly of the fish, surrounded by darkness and the acidic environment of the creature's stomach. It was a place of death that became a place of prayer, a tomb that became a temple where the rebellious prophet finally had nowhere to run except back to God. In that impossible place, Jonah composed one of the most beautiful prayers of deliverance in Scripture. In my distress, I called to the Lord, and he answered me. From deep in the realm of the dead, I called for help, and you listened to my cry. You hurled me into the depths, into the very heart of the seas, and the current swirled about me. All your waves and breakers swept over me. The prayer revealed both Jonah's desperation and his growing understanding of God's character. Even in discipline, the Lord was listening. Even in the depths of judgment, divine mercy was available. Even when he had run from God's calling, God had not abandoned him, but was working to restore him to his purpose. I said, I have been banished from your sight, yet I will look again toward your holy temple, Jonah continued. The engulfing waters threatened me. The deep surrounded me. Seaweed was wrapped around my head. To the roots of the mountains I sank down. The earth beneath barred me in forever. But you, Lord my God, brought my life up from the pit. The transformation was remarkable. The prophet who had tried to flee from God's presence was now desperately seeking it. The man who had rebelled against divine mercy was now pleading for it. The servant who had rejected his calling was beginning to understand that his purpose was inseparable from his relationship with the one who had called him. When my life was ebbing away, I remembered you, Lord, and my prayer rose to you, to your holy temple, Jonah prayed. Those who cling to worthless idols turn away from God's love for them. But I, with shouts of grateful praise, will sacrifice to you. What I have vowed, I will make good. I will say, salvation comes from the Lord. The prayer concluded with surrender and renewed commitment. Jonah acknowledged that salvation belonged to the Lord alone, not just physical deliverance from the fish, but spiritual restoration to divine purpose. He was ready to fulfill his calling, ready to go where God sent him, ready to speak whatever message God gave him. In response to this genuine repentance, the Lord commanded the fish, and it vomited Jonah onto dry land. The prophet emerged from his 3-day ordeal transformed, bleached by stomach acids, and marked by his encounter with divine discipline and mercy. The word of the Lord came to Jonah a second time. Go to the great city of Nineveh and proclaim to it the message I give you. This time there was no hesitation, no rebellion, no attempt to flee in the opposite direction. Jonah went to Nineveh. Nineveh was indeed a great city, so large that it took 3 days to walk through it. Jonah entered the city and began proclaiming God's message. 40 more days and Nineveh will be overthrown. The Hebrew prophet, who had once resented God's mercy toward Israel's enemies, was now offering them exactly what he had hoped they wouldn't receive: a chance to repent and be spared. The response was immediate and unprecedented. From the greatest to the least, the people of Nineveh believed God's message. They declared a fast and put on sackcloth in mourning for their sins. Even the king arose from his throne, took off his royal robes, covered himself with sackcloth, and sat in the dust. The king issued a decree: do not let people or animals, herds or flocks taste anything. Do not let them eat or drink. But let people and animals be covered with sackcloth. Let everyone call urgently on God. Let them give up their evil ways and their violence. Who knows? God may yet relent and with compassion turn from his fierce anger so that we will not perish. When God saw their genuine repentance, he had compassion and did not bring the destruction he had threatened. The city that deserved judgment received mercy instead, demonstrating that divine forgiveness extends even to the most unlikely recipients when hearts genuinely turn from evil. Jonah's mission was complete, but his story would become a lasting testimony to several profound truths. You cannot outrun God's calling. Divine mercy often exceeds human understanding, and God's purposes will be accomplished even through reluctant servants. The great fish had served as both prison and schoolroom, teaching the rebellious prophet that God's love pursues us into the depths and that his plans for redemption include even our enemies. The prophet who had been swallowed by a fish had, in turn, been swallowed by a greater understanding of divine grace, grace that extended not just to Israel, but to all nations, grace that reached not just the righteous, but the repentant, grace that pursued not just the willing, but the reluctant, until they discovered the joy of serving the God whose mercy knows no bounds. Jonah's story speaks to every soul who has tried to run from God's calling, every heart that has struggled with divine assignments that conflict with personal preferences. His journey reveals that we cannot outrun God's purposes, that his plans will be accomplished with or without our willing cooperation, and that his mercy often extends to places we think should be excluded. Notice that Jonah's rebellion didn't stop God's mission to Nineveh. It only caused the prophet unnecessary suffering. When we resist God's calling, we hurt ourselves more than we hinder his purposes. Your disobedience may delay divine plans, but cannot ultimately defeat them. God's will finds a way around our reluctance, but obedience spares us the painful detours. The storm that pursued Jonah affected innocent sailors, demonstrating that our rebellion rarely impacts only ourselves. When we run from God's calling, we often create chaos in other people's lives. Your resistance to divine purpose may be causing storms for those around you who depend on your obedience. Jonah's prayer from the fish's belly shows that God hears us even in the consequences of our own choices. The depths of discipline can become the depths of divine encounter when we stop running and start praying. Your lowest moments may become your most transformative encounters with God's mercy. The great fish wasn't punishment, but preservation. God's unusual method of keeping Jonah alive until he was ready to fulfill his calling. Sometimes what looks like divine judgment is actually divine protection, preparing us for purposes we're not yet ready to embrace. Most powerfully, Jonah's prejudice against God's mercy toward Nineveh reveals our own struggles with divine grace. We want forgiveness for ourselves, but judgment for our enemies. God's heart is bigger than our categories of who deserves mercy. When you feel called to extend grace to those you'd rather see punished, remember Jonah. God's love includes even your enemies, and his purposes often require your participation in mercy, that exceeds your natural inclination to withhold it. You cannot swim beyond the depths of God's calling or His love. From the shores where Jonah had been delivered from the great fish, having learned that God's mercy extends even to Israel's enemies, our story now moves to the temple in Jerusalem, where another prophet was about to receive a vision that would transform his understanding of God's holiness and human sinfulness. Unlike Jonah, who had tried to flee from his calling, Isaiah would volunteer for service the moment he encountered the Lord's glory. In the year that King Uzziah died, when political uncertainty gripped the nation and spiritual decline marked the people, God would reveal Himself to a young man in a way that would make him one of history's greatest prophets. This encounter would begin not with a call to go somewhere, but with a revelation of who God truly is. This is the story of Isaiah's vision of the Lord, where human pride would meet divine holiness in the sacred chambers of heaven itself. From the Mediterranean shore, where Jonah had emerged from the great fish with a new understanding of God's mercy, our story now moves to the sacred temple in Jerusalem, where another prophet was about to encounter the divine in a way that would shatter every assumption about holiness, sin, and calling. Unlike Jonah, who had run from God's assignment, Isaiah would volunteer for service the moment he glimpsed the Lord's glory, but only after being utterly undone by the revelation of his own unworthiness. It was the year King Uzziah died, and uncertainty gripped the nation of Judah. The king who had reigned for 52 years, bringing prosperity and military success, was gone, leaving behind questions about the future and fears about what lay ahead. Political instability often breeds spiritual anxiety, and the people wondered if their God was still watching over them, still present in their sacred places, still concerned with their destiny. Tonight, as you rest in your own home, imagine entering a place you've always considered holy, only to discover that your understanding of holiness was like comparing a candle to the sun. Picture yourself face to face with perfection so pure that it reveals every flaw in your character, every stain on your conscience, every pretense in your heart. This is what awaited Isaiah when he entered the temple that day. This story speaks to every soul who has had their comfortable assumptions about God shattered by an encounter with His true nature. Every heart that has discovered the vast chasm between human goodness and divine perfection. Isaiah's vision reveals that seeing God as He truly is transforms everything: our understanding of ourselves, our perception of others, our comprehension of what it means to be called into His service. Most remarkably, this tale demonstrates that divine holiness, rather than driving us away in despair, becomes the very thing that qualifies us for service once we've been cleansed by grace. The same fire that reveals our sinfulness becomes the power that purifies our hearts and prepares us for purposes beyond our imagination. As gentle rain continues outside your window, washing the earth clean, let Isaiah's vision wash over your spirit with its timeless truth. Encountering God's holiness is both the most terrifying and most transforming experience possible, revealing our need for cleansing while providing the very purification our souls require. Isaiah's vision confronts us with the reality that true encounters with God's holiness transform everything: our understanding of ourselves, our perception of sin, and our comprehension of divine grace. His experience reveals that comfortable religious assumptions often crumble when we glimpse God as He truly is rather than as we imagine Him to be. Notice that Isaiah's first response wasn't worship, but terror. "Woe is me, I am ruined." True holiness reveals human sinfulness with devastating clarity. When we encounter God's perfect purity, even our best righteousness appears as filthy rags. This isn't condemnation, but revelation, showing us our desperate need for cleansing that only divine grace can provide. The seraph's coal from the altar represents substitutionary atonement, sin dealt with not by destroying the sinner, but through sacrifice that satisfies divine justice. Your guilt and shame don't disqualify you from God's service. They drive you to the altar where grace provides what holiness demands. The same fire that reveals sin's ugliness becomes the power that burns it away. Isaiah's immediate volunteering, "Here am I, send me," came only after experiencing both conviction and cleansing. Effective service flows from encounters with divine holiness followed by divine grace. You cannot give what you haven't received or serve from a heart that hasn't been transformed by the coal from God's altar. The difficult commission Isaiah received reminds us that God's calling doesn't guarantee easy ministry or popular reception. Sometimes faithfulness means preaching truth that people don't want to hear, offering grace that seems too costly, calling for repentance in cultures that celebrate rebellion. Most powerfully, this vision reveals that God seeks volunteers rather than conscripts. After demonstrating His holiness and providing cleansing, He asks, "Who will go?" rather than commanding obedience. True service flows from hearts captured by grace rather than compelled by duty. When you feel unworthy of God's calling, remember Isaiah. The coal that cleanses lips also qualifies them for prophetic speech, and the grace that forgives sin also empowers service. Divine holiness doesn't drive us away. It draws us to the altar where cleansing prepares us for calling. Isaiah's vision confronts us with the reality that true encounters with God's holiness transform everything: our understanding of ourselves, our perception of sin, and our comprehension of divine grace. His experience reveals that comfortable religious assumptions often crumble when we glimpse God as He truly is, rather than as we imagine Him to be. Notice that Isaiah's first response wasn't worship, but terror. "Woe is me, I am ruined." True holiness reveals human sinfulness with devastating clarity. When we encounter God's perfect purity, even our best righteousness appears as filthy rags. This isn't condemnation, but revelation, showing us our desperate need for cleansing that only divine grace can provide. The seraph's coal from the altar represents substitutionary atonement, sin dealt with not by destroying the sinner, but through sacrifice that satisfies divine justice. Your guilt and shame don't disqualify you from God's service. They drive you to the altar where grace provides what holiness demands. The same fire that reveals sin's ugliness becomes the power that burns it away. Isaiah's immediate volunteering, "Here am I, send me," came only after experiencing both conviction and cleansing. Effective service flows from encounters with divine holiness, followed by divine grace. You cannot give what you haven't received or serve from a heart that hasn't been transformed by the coal from God's altar. The difficult commission Isaiah received reminds us that God's calling doesn't guarantee easy ministry or popular reception. Sometimes faithfulness means preaching truth that people don't want to hear, offering grace that seems too costly, calling for repentance in cultures that celebrate rebellion. Most powerfully, this vision reveals that God seeks volunteers rather than conscripts. After demonstrating his holiness and providing cleansing, he asks, "Who will go?" rather than commanding obedience. True service flows from hearts captured by grace rather than compelled by duty. When you feel unworthy of God's calling, remember Isaiah. The coal that cleanses lips also qualifies them for prophetic speech, and the grace that forgives sin also empowers service. Divine holiness doesn't drive us away. It draws us to the altar where cleansing prepares us for calling. From the temple where Isaiah had encountered God's overwhelming holiness and been commissioned as a prophet, our story now moves forward through Israel's history to another prophet whose calling would be marked not by volunteering, but by divine appointment from before birth. Jeremiah would become known as the weeping prophet, called to minister during Judah's darkest hour, when the nation would finally face the consequences of centuries of rebellion against God. Unlike Isaiah, who had received visions of ultimate restoration beyond judgment, Jeremiah would witness the actual fulfillment of divine warnings, the destruction of Jerusalem, the burning of the temple, the exile of God's people to Babylon. His tears would flow not from personal weakness, but from a heart that shared God's grief over his people's choices. This is the story of Jeremiah the weeping prophet, where divine sorrow would flow through human tears. From the temple where Isaiah had encountered God's overwhelming holiness and received a vision of ultimate restoration, our story now moves to one of the most heartbreaking periods in Israel's history. The judgment that Isaiah had prophesied was finally coming to pass, and God would choose a young man named Jeremiah to deliver the most difficult messages a prophet had ever been asked to speak. Words of certain destruction to a people he loved deeply. Jeremiah would become known as the weeping prophet, not because he was weak or overly emotional, but because his heart had been so aligned with God's heart that he felt the divine anguish over his people's rebellion. While false prophets proclaimed peace and prosperity, Jeremiah would weep over the coming judgment. While others celebrated political alliances and military strength, he would mourn the spiritual adultery that made destruction inevitable. Tonight, as you rest in the security of your own home, imagine being called to deliver messages that everyone around you refuses to hear, to speak truth that makes you a target of hatred, to weep over consequences that people insist will never come. Picture yourself carrying in your heart the burden of knowing that those you love most are heading toward disaster they could avoid if only they would listen. This story speaks to every soul who has watched loved ones make destructive choices, every heart that has grieved over the consequences of others' rebellion against God. Jeremiah's tears reveal that true love sometimes requires speaking hard truths, that genuine compassion includes warning people about danger they don't want to acknowledge. Most remarkably, this tale demonstrates that God's heart breaks over the judgment he must bring, that divine justice flows from divine love rather than divine anger, that even necessary discipline grieves the heart of the one who must administer it. Jeremiah's weeping reflected not just human sorrow, but the tears of God himself over children who had chosen destruction rather than blessing. As gentle rain continues outside your window, let Jeremiah's story wash over your spirit with its profound truth. Sometimes love weeps before it disciplines. Divine mercy mourns even as divine justice acts, and the hardest messages to deliver are often the most necessary ones to speak. The call came to Jeremiah when he was still a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, living in the small town of Anathoth, just a few miles northeast of Jerusalem. He was from a priestly family, destined for a comfortable life of temple service. But God had other plans for this sensitive young man, whose heart would become a conduit for divine emotions. "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you," the Lord said to Jeremiah. "Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." The words revealed something profound about God's calling. It wasn't an afterthought based on Jeremiah's qualifications, but a divine plan established before his birth. Yet the magnitude of the assignment terrified the young man, who understood that speaking for God in his generation would mean delivering messages no one wanted to hear. "Alas, sovereign Lord," Jeremiah replied, "I do not know how to speak. I am too young." The protest was understandable. Jeremiah would be called to confront kings and princes, priests and prophets, to challenge the most powerful people in Judah with messages that would threaten their political alliances and religious assumptions. How could a young man from a small town stand against such overwhelming opposition? But God's response assured him that divine authority would overcome human inadequacy. "Do not say, 'I am too young.' You must go to everyone I send you to and say whatever I command you. Do not be afraid of them, for I am with you and will rescue you." Then the Lord reached out and touched Jeremiah's mouth, saying, "I have put my words in your mouth. See, today I appoint you over nations and kingdoms to uproot and tear down, to destroy and overthrow, to build and to plant." The commission was sobering in its scope. Jeremiah wouldn't just be a prophet to Judah, but to the nations, speaking God's word about the rise and fall of kingdoms, the destruction of some powers, and the establishment of others. His ministry would span over 40 years, covering the reigns of 5 kings and witnessing the fulfillment of every judgment he was commanded to proclaim. The burden Jeremiah carried was unlike anything previous prophets had borne. While Isaiah had prophesied judgment, but also glorious restoration, while Ezekiel would see visions of future glory even in exile, Jeremiah was called primarily to announce inevitable doom. The time for repentance was passing. The window for turning back was closing. The consequences of centuries of rebellion were about to fall like an avalanche on the people he loved. "From the north disaster will be poured out on all who live in the land," God revealed to him through visions of a boiling pot tilted from the north. The Babylonian army would sweep down like an unstoppable flood, bringing destruction that would make previous invasions seem like minor skirmishes. But the hardest part of Jeremiah's calling wasn't delivering messages of judgment. It was watching how the people responded to those messages. Instead of examining their hearts and repenting of their sins, they attacked the messenger. Instead of seeking God's mercy while it was still available, they accused Jeremiah of treason and disloyalty. The priests of his own hometown plotted to kill him. The people of Anathoth, who had known him from childhood, rejected his ministry and threatened his life. Even his own family turned against him when his prophetic words brought shame upon their household name. Why did I ever come out of the womb to see trouble and sorrow, and to end my days in shame? Jeremiah cried out in one of his darkest moments. The emotional toll of his ministry was overwhelming. To love people deeply, yet be forced to pronounce their doom. To desire their blessing, yet be commanded to speak their judgment. The false prophets made Jeremiah's burden even heavier. While he wept over coming destruction, they proclaimed peace and prosperity. While he warned of Babylonian invasion, they assured the people that God would protect Jerusalem just as he had in previous generations. Their popular messages made Jeremiah appear unpatriotic, pessimistic, and faithless. The prophets are prophesying lies in my name, God told Jeremiah. I have not sent them or appointed them or spoken to them. They are prophesying to you false visions, divinations, idolatries, and the delusions of their own minds. Yet the people preferred the false hope of lying prophets to the painful truth of God's authentic messenger. When Jeremiah proclaimed that Jerusalem would be destroyed and the temple burned, they accused him of blasphemy. When he urged submission to Babylon as God's instrument of judgment, they charged him with treason. The breaking point came when Jeremiah purchased a clay jar and, as God commanded, broke it in front of the religious leaders while declaring, "This is what the Lord Almighty says. I will smash this nation and this city, just as this potter's jar is smashed and cannot be repaired." The symbolic act was too much for Pashur, the priest in charge of the temple, who had Jeremiah beaten and put in stocks overnight. When he was released the next morning, Jeremiah's response revealed both his pain and his persistence. The Lord's name is in my heart like a burning fire, shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot. This was the source of Jeremiah's tears, not just human emotion, but divine compulsion. God's word burned within him like unquenchable fire, demanding to be spoken regardless of the personal cost. He couldn't stop prophesying even when prophecy brought him nothing but suffering. The tears flowed most freely when Jeremiah contemplated what was coming to the people he loved. "Oh, that my head were a spring of water and my eyes a fountain of tears," he cried. "I would weep day and night for the slain of my people." His weeping wasn't weakness, but love made visible. Like a father watching his children run toward a cliff while refusing to heed his warnings, Jeremiah wept because he could see the disaster they couldn't, or wouldn't, see. His tears reflected God's own heartbreak over children who had chosen rebellion over blessing, destruction over deliverance. The invasion Jeremiah had prophesied finally came. Nebuchadnezzar's armies surrounded Jerusalem, besieged the city, and eventually broke through its walls. The temple was burned, the palace was destroyed, and thousands of Judah's people were carried away to Babylon in chains. Everything Jeremiah had warned about came to pass exactly as he had predicted. Even in Jerusalem's final hours, Jeremiah continued his ministry of weeping. He composed the Book of Lamentations, pouring out his grief over the city's destruction in some of the most heartbreaking poetry ever written. How deserted lies the city, once so full of people. How like a widow is she, who once was great among the nations. She who was queen among the provinces has now become a slave. Yet even in his deepest sorrow, Jeremiah found hope in God's unchanging character. Because of the Lord's great love, we are not consumed, for his compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. The weeping prophet understood something profound about divine discipline. It flows from love rather than anger, from desire to restore rather than destroy. Even judgment serves the purposes of mercy for those who learn its lessons and return to the God who never stops loving them. Jeremiah's ministry continued even after Jerusalem's fall. The Babylonians, recognizing his loyalty to the word he had proclaimed, offered him comfortable exile in Babylon. But he chose to remain with the remnant in Judah, continuing to minister to the broken survivors who finally understood that their prophet had been right all along. His final years were spent among people who had learned through devastating loss what they had refused to learn through patient warning. The tears he had shed over their rebellion now mingled with their tears of repentance. The prophet who had been rejected as a traitor was finally recognized as a faithful servant who had tried to save them from the very disaster he was forced to announce. Jeremiah's story became a lasting testimony to the cost of faithful ministry in dark times. He demonstrated that love sometimes requires delivering unwelcome messages, that genuine compassion includes warning people about consequences they don't want to face, that faithful servants often suffer for speaking truth that others refuse to hear. The weeping prophet's tears revealed something beautiful about God's heart, that divine judgment flows from divine love, that necessary discipline grieves the one who must administer it, and that even when consequences must fall, mercy remains available to those who genuinely repent and return to the Lord their God. Jeremiah's story speaks to everyone called to speak hard truths in love, to warn of consequences that others refuse to acknowledge, to minister faithfully even when the message brings persecution rather than popularity. His tears reveal that genuine love sometimes requires delivering unwelcome warnings, that true compassion includes alerting people to spiritual dangers they prefer to ignore. Notice that Jeremiah's weeping wasn't self-pity, but empathy. He shared God's heartbreak over his people's choices. When your heart aligns with God's heart, you feel his joy over repentance and his sorrow over rebellion. The closer you grow to God, the more his concerns become your concerns. His emotions flow through your emotions. Jeremiah's calling was established before his birth, reminding us that God's purposes for our lives aren't afterthoughts based on our qualifications, but divine plans that preceded our existence. When you feel inadequate for what God is asking you to do, remember that his calling creates its own qualifications through his empowerment. The false prophets who proclaimed peace while Jeremiah announced judgment represent the constant temptation to speak what people want to hear rather than what they need to hear. Popular messages aren't always true messages. Sometimes love requires saying things that temporarily damage relationships to prevent permanent destruction. Jeremiah couldn't stop prophesying because God's word was like a burning fire in his bones. When God gives you a message for others, you'll find it impossible to keep silent, even when speaking brings suffering. Divine compulsion overrides human comfort when eternal issues are at stake. Most powerfully, Jeremiah found hope even in the midst of judgment. His compassions never fail. They are new every morning. God's discipline serves his love rather than contradicting it. Even necessary consequences flow from a heart that desires restoration rather than destruction. When you're called to speak difficult truths, remember Jeremiah, "Tears are not weakness, but love made visible." Faithful warning is not unloving, but the highest expression of care, and God's judgment always serves his ultimate purposes of mercy for those who learn its lessons. Sometimes love weeps before it warns, but it warns because it weeps. From the ruins of Jerusalem, where Jeremiah had wept over the fulfillment of his prophetic warnings, our story moves to the land of Babylon, where many of God's people now lived in exile. Among these captives was a priest named Ezekiel, whose calling would begin with visions so dramatic and supernatural that they would redefine prophetic ministry for generations to come. While Jeremiah had ministered primarily through words and symbolic acts, Ezekiel would receive visions that opened windows into both heaven's throne room and earth's ultimate destiny. Among the most powerful of these would be his vision of a valley filled with bones. Dry, scattered, and apparently lifeless, representing Israel's spiritual condition in exile. But this vision of death would become a prophecy of resurrection, a promise that the God who breathes life into bones can restore hope to the most hopeless situations. This is the story of Ezekiel's vision of dry bones, where divine breath would transform death into life. From the ruins of Jerusalem, where Jeremiah had wept over fulfilled prophecies of judgment, our story now moves to the banks of the Kebar River in Babylon, where Jewish exiles sat weeping as they remembered Zion. Among these displaced people was a priest named Ezekiel, whose visions would pierce through the darkness of exile to reveal God's ultimate purposes for his scattered people. The exiles had lost everything that defined their identity: their temple, their city, their land, their freedom. Many wondered if their God had abandoned them, if their covenant was broken, if their national story had come to a tragic end. Some questioned whether the Lord even possessed power in foreign lands, whether he cared about his people's suffering, whether restoration was possible after such devastating judgment. Tonight, as you rest in the security of your own home, imagine being transported to a valley of utter desolation, where every dream has died, every hope has been buried, every promise seems to have turned to dust. Picture yourself surrounded by the bones of what once lived, but now lies scattered and dry, with no apparent possibility of life returning to what death has claimed. This story speaks to every soul who has stood in valleys of despair, where circumstances appear utterly hopeless, every heart that has wondered if restoration is possible after devastating loss, every dreamer whose visions seem to have died beyond any possibility of resurrection. Ezekiel's encounter with the Valley of Dry Bones reveals that the God who spoke worlds into existence can speak life into situations that appear terminally dead. Most remarkably, this vision demonstrates that divine restoration often begins not with changing circumstances, but with prophesying to impossibilities, not with seeing hope, but with speaking hope into places where hope seems irrational. The same voice that commanded, "Let there be light," in the beginning, still commands, "Let there be life," over the deadest situations when faith dares to speak God's word into apparent hopelessness. As gentle rain continues outside your window, breathing fresh life into the earth, Let Ezekiel's vision wash over your spirit with its profound truth. No situation is too dead for divine resurrection. No bones too dry for heavenly breath. No valley too desolate for God's life-giving power to transform despair into dancing, mourning into morning, and death into abundant life. The hand of the Lord came upon Ezekiel with the familiar intensity that marked his prophetic encounters, lifting him from his dwelling place among the exiles by the Kibar River and transporting him in the spirit to a place that would burn itself into his memory forever. He found himself standing in the middle of a valley, but this was unlike any landscape he had ever seen or imagined. The valley stretched as far as the eye could see, covered with bones. Not a few scattered remains, but countless thousands of them, bleached white by sun and time, scattered across the entire expanse like the aftermath of some unimaginable battle. These weren't the ordered remains of a burial ground, but the chaotic debris of death unleashed, bones separated from bones, with no apparent organization or hope of restoration. The Lord led Ezekiel back and forth among the bones, ensuring that he saw the full extent of the devastation. Everywhere he looked, north, south, east, west, the ground was carpeted with the remnants of what had once been a mighty army, or perhaps an entire nation. The bones were very dry, indicating that death had claimed this valley long ago, that whatever hope of life these remains had once possessed had been extinguished beyond memory. "Son of man," the Lord asked, "can these bones live?" The question hung in the air like a challenge to everything Ezekiel understood about the nature of death and the possibilities of restoration. Can these bones live? The physical evidence screamed, no. Death had done its complete work here. Time had stripped away every vestige of life. The bones were not just dead, but dry, not just scattered, but seemingly beyond any hope of reassembly. Yet Ezekiel had learned through years of prophetic ministry that God's questions often contain their own answers, that divine inquiries were invitations to see beyond present circumstances to eternal possibilities. His response revealed both humility and faith. "Sovereign Lord, you alone know." The answer acknowledged human limitation while affirming divine omnipotence. Ezekiel couldn't see how such restoration was possible, but he had witnessed enough supernatural interventions to know that God's power exceeded human understanding, that the Lord who had created life from dust could certainly restore life to bones. "Prophesy to these bones," the Lord commanded, "and say to them, 'Dry bones, hear the word of the Lord.' This is what the sovereign Lord says to these bones: I will make breath enter you, and you will come to life. I will attach tendons to you, and make flesh come upon you, and cover you with skin. I will put breath in you, and you will come to life. Then you will know that I am the Lord." The command seemed absurd by every human standard. Prophesy to bones, speak to death, address scattered remains as if they could hear and respond. Yet Ezekiel had learned that divine methodology often appears as foolishness to human wisdom, that God's ways transcend natural limitations, that faith sometimes requires acting on divine word rather than visible evidence. So Ezekiel began to prophesy as he was commanded, his voice echoing across the valley of death, speaking life to lifelessness, declaring divine promises over human impossibilities. As he prophesied, something extraordinary began to happen. There was a sound, a rattling, rustling noise, like the echo of an earthquake, but more organized, more purposeful. Before Ezekiel's amazed eyes, the bones began to come together, not randomly or chaotically, but bone to bone, each finding its proper place in the divine design. Leg bones connected to hip bones, spine assembled vertebra by vertebra, arms found their shoulders, skulls crowned the growing skeletons. What had been scattered chaos became ordered structure as thousands of complete skeletons formed across the valley floor. But this was only the beginning. As Ezekiel continued to watch and wonder, tendons appeared and attached themselves to the bones, providing the connective framework that would allow movement. Flesh grew upon the skeletons, covering the bone and tendon structure with the substance of life. Skin formed over the flesh, completing the physical restoration until the valley was filled not with scattered bones, but with perfectly formed bodies. Yet they did not breathe. The restoration was complete, but not animated, whole, but not alive. They lay like a vast army in perfect formation, but without the spark that would transform them from corpses to living beings. Then the Lord spoke again, "Prophesy to the breath, prophesy, Son of Man, and say to it, this is what the Sovereign Lord says. Come, breath, from the four winds, and breathe into these slain, that they may live." This second prophetic word addressed not the bones, but the breath, not the physical structure, but the spiritual essence that gives life meaning and purpose. The four winds represented the fullness of divine power, coming from every direction to accomplish what human effort could never achieve. The transformation of dead bodies into living beings. As Ezekiel prophesied to the breath, it came from the four winds and entered the bodies, and they came to life. They stood up on their feet, a vast army, countless thousands of living, breathing, active people, where moments before there had been only the silence of death and the despair of scattered bones. The transformation was complete and overwhelming. Death had been conquered. Hopelessness had been transformed into hope. The impossible had become inevitable through divine intervention. What had appeared to be the end of the story had become a new beginning, written by the hand of God. Then the Lord explained the vision's meaning. "Son of man, these bones are the people of Israel. They say, 'Our bones are dried up, and our hope is gone. We are cut off.' Therefore prophesy and say to them, 'This is what the Sovereign Lord says. My people, I am going to open your graves and bring you up from them. I will bring you back to the land of Israel.'" The vision wasn't just about physical resurrection, but about national restoration. The bones represented the exiled people of Israel who felt spiritually dead, completely cut off from their God, their land, and their future. Their bones had dried up in Babylon. Their hope had died in the destruction of Jerusalem. Their identity had been scattered like remains across foreign soil. But God was promising resurrection not just for individual bodies, but for the corporate body of His people. The same power that could restore life to scattered bones could restore nationhood to scattered people, could breathe new life into covenant relationships that seemed terminally broken. Then you, my people, will know that I am the Lord, when I open your graves and bring you up from them, God continued. I will put my spirit in you, and you will live, and I will settle you in your own land. then you will know that I, the Lord, have spoken, and I have done it. The promise extended beyond mere physical restoration to spiritual renewal. God would not just bring his people back to their land, but would put his Spirit within them, ensuring that their restoration would be more than external relocation, but internal transformation. They would live not just geographically, but spiritually, not just as returnees, but as renewed covenant partners. The vision concluded with divine assurance that God's word would accomplish what it declared. The same voice that had spoken worlds into existence was now speaking restoration into impossibility, life into death, hope into despair. What God had promised, God would perform, regardless of how unlikely it appeared to human observation. Ezekiel emerged from the vision with a message that would sustain the exiles through their darkest hours and longest years of displacement. When they felt forgotten, they could remember the valley where God had demonstrated his power over death. When they felt abandoned, they could recall the promise that graves would be opened and restoration would come. When they felt hopeless, they could cling to the assurance that the breath of God could bring life to the driest bones. The vision of dry bones became one of the most powerful prophetic images in Scripture, speaking not just to ancient exiles, but to every generation that has faced situations that appear dead beyond hope of resurrection. It reminds us that God specializes in breathing life into impossibilities, that his power is not limited by natural boundaries or human expectations, that the same voice that created life in the beginning can recreate it in the midst of apparent endings. For the exiles in Babylon, the vision provided hope during the long decades of displacement. For Christians throughout history, it has offered comfort in times when churches, ministries, relationships, or dreams seem to have died beyond restoration. For every believer facing valleys of dry bones in their own experience, it whispers the promise that God's breath can transform the most hopeless situations into testimonies of resurrection power. The valley of dry bones had become a valley of living hope, and Ezekiel's prophetic voice had become the instrument through which death was challenged and life was restored through the inexhaustible power of the God who gives life to the dead and calls things that are not as though they were. Ezekiel's vision of dry bones speaks to every soul standing in valleys of despair where circumstances appear beyond hope of restoration. His experience reveals that God specializes in breathing life into impossibilities, that divine power is not limited by natural boundaries or the apparent finality of death, and that resurrection remains possible even when situations seem terminally hopeless. Notice that God asked Ezekiel to prophesy before any visible change occurred. Faith must speak life to death before seeing evidence of transformation. Your breakthrough may be waiting for you to speak God's promises over your impossible circumstances, rather than agreeing with what appears dead and hopeless. Prophetic declaration often precedes divine demonstration. The two-stage process, first bones coming together, then breath bringing life, teaches us about complete restoration. God doesn't just rearrange our circumstances, he breathes new life into them. Your situation may need both structural rebuilding and spiritual renewal, both external reorganization and internal animation through divine breath. Ezekiel's response, "Sovereign Lord, you alone know," demonstrates the humility required for miraculous intervention. When facing impossibilities, acknowledge your limitations while affirming God's unlimited power. Some situations are beyond human solution, but well within divine capability. The vision addressed not just individual needs, but corporate restoration. The entire nation of Israel felt dead and scattered. Sometimes God's resurrection power works on communities, churches, families, or ministries that appear terminally broken. Your prayers for revival in dead situations align with God's heart for corporate restoration. Most powerfully, the promise extended beyond mere physical return to spiritual renewal. I will put my spirit in you, and you will live. True restoration involves more than returning to former conditions. It includes transformation that prevents repeating previous failures. When you stand in valleys of dry bones, whether facing dead dreams, broken relationships, failed ministries, or hopeless circumstances, remember Ezekiel's vision. The God who created life from dust can recreate it from the driest bones when faith dares to prophesy hope into despair. Can these bones live? Sovereign Lord, you alone know, and you alone can make it so. From the valley where dry bones had been transformed into a living army through divine breath, our story now moves to another place of seeming hopelessness. The palace of Babylon, where Hebrew captives faced a test that would either compromise their faith or cost them their lives. Among these exiles were young men who had been taken from Jerusalem as teenagers and trained to serve in the court of the world's most powerful empire. But when King Nebuchadnezzar's pride led him to demand worship of a golden image, these faithful Jews would discover that there are commands of earthly kings that must be refused by servants of the heavenly King. Their refusal would lead them into a furnace heated 7 times hotter than normal, where they would encounter not death, but the presence of one who walks through fire unharmed. This is the story of Daniel in the lion's den, where faithful conviction would meet divine protection. From the valley where dry bones had come to life through divine breath, demonstrating God's power to resurrect the seemingly impossible, our story now moves to the marble halls of the Persian Empire, where another kind of miracle was about to unfold. Daniel, now an elderly statesman who had served in Babylon for nearly 70 years, was about to face a test that would prove whether a lifetime of faithfulness could sustain him through one final trial. The kingdoms had changed around Daniel. Babylon had fallen to Persia. Nebuchadnezzar had been replaced by Darius, and the young Hebrew captive had become one of the most trusted administrators in the empire. Yet through all these political upheavals, one thing had remained constant: Daniel's unwavering commitment to worship the God of his fathers, regardless of the earthly consequences. Tonight, as you rest in the security of your own home, imagine being over 80 years old and facing a choice between abandoning the faith that has sustained you through a lifetime or accepting a death sentence for maintaining your convictions. Picture yourself as the only person in an entire empire willing to defy a royal decree rather than compromise your relationship with God. This story speaks to every soul who has wondered if faithfulness really matters when it seems to lead only to suffering. Every heart that has questioned whether standing for God's ways is worth the personal cost. Every believer who has faced pressure to conform to cultural demands that contradict divine commands. Daniel's night with the lions reveals that God never abandons those who refuse to abandon him. Most remarkably, this tale demonstrates that divine protection doesn't always prevent dangerous situations, but often manifests within them. That God's presence doesn't eliminate trials, but transforms them into testimonies. The same God who could have prevented Daniel from being thrown to the lions chose instead to shut their mouths and spend the night with his faithful servant in their den. As gentle rain continues outside your window, washing the earth clean, let Daniel's story wash over your spirit with its timeless truth. Integrity that has been tested over decades will not fail in the final examination. Faithful prayer cannot be legislated away by human laws, and the God who shut lions' mouths still protects those who dare to remain faithful when faithfulness costs everything. Daniel knelt beside his open window as he had every day for nearly 70 years, his aged knees finding their familiar position on the floor, his weathered hands folded in the posture that had become as natural to him as breathing. 3 times each day, morning, noon, and evening, he had maintained this ritual of prayer, facing toward Jerusalem and the temple that no longer existed, pouring out his heart to the God who had sustained him through 7 decades of exile. At over 80 years of age, Daniel had outlived 3 empires and served under multiple kings, yet his devotion to the Lord had never wavered. Through the golden years of Nebuchadnezzar's reign, through the chaos of Babylon's fall, through the transition to Persian rule under Darius, Daniel's character had remained as constant as the movement of the stars he had learned to read in his youth. King Darius had recently reorganized his vast empire, appointing 120 satraps to govern the provinces and 3 administrators to oversee them. Daniel, despite his advanced age and foreign birth, had been chosen as one of these 3 administrators, a testament to his exceptional wisdom and unblemished integrity. Indeed, the king was considering appointing him over the entire kingdom, recognizing in this Hebrew exile qualities that surpassed those of any native-born Persian. But Daniel's elevation bred jealousy among the other officials, who resented being overshadowed by a foreigner, especially one who owed his position to merit rather than political connections. They searched desperately for some fault in his administration, some corruption in his dealings, some weakness they could exploit to bring him down. Their investigation yielded nothing. "We will never find any basis for charges against this man Daniel," they finally admitted to one another, "unless it has something to do with the law of his God." The admission revealed both Daniel's character and their desperation. After decades in positions of authority, he had maintained such integrity that his enemies could find no legitimate grounds for accusation. His only vulnerability was his unwavering commitment to his faith. The very thing that made him trustworthy also made him a target. The conspirators devised a cunning plan. They approached King Darius with a proposal that seemed to honor his authority while secretly targeting Daniel's devotion. "King Darius, live forever." The royal administrators, prefects, satraps, advisors, and governors have all agreed that the king should issue an edict and enforce the decree that anyone who prays to any god or human being during the next 30 days, except to you, your majesty, shall be thrown into the lion's den. The proposal appealed to royal vanity while cloaking its true purpose. They presented it as unanimous consent from all officials, though Daniel himself knew nothing of their plan. The 30-day limitation made it seem reasonable and temporary, while the severe penalty demonstrated the supposed importance of the honor they were proposing to give their king. Now, Your Majesty, issue the decree and put it in writing so that it cannot be altered, in accordance with the law of the Medes and Persians, which cannot be repealed, they urged, pressing for immediate action before the king could consider the implications fully. Darius, flattered by what appeared to be his officials' desire to honor him as divine, signed the decree into law. According to Persian legal tradition, once sealed with the royal signet, the law became unalterable, binding even upon the king himself. When Daniel learned of the decree, he faced the defining moment of his long life. For 30 days, he could maintain his safety simply by adjusting his prayer routine, praying silently instead of audibly, facing a different direction instead of toward Jerusalem, or simply postponing his devotions until the law expired. The adjustment would be temporary, the compromise minimal, the risk eliminated. But Daniel understood something his enemies had counted on. Genuine faith cannot be legislated away by human laws. Authentic worship cannot be silenced by royal decrees, and a lifetime of devotion to God cannot be abandoned for convenience when inconvenience becomes dangerous. So he went home, climbed to his upper room, opened his windows facing Jerusalem, and knelt to pray exactly as he had done 3 times daily for nearly 70 years. If anything, his prayers became more earnest, his devotion more visible, his commitment more pronounced. He would not allow human threats to interrupt his communion with the divine. The officials who had set the trap wasted no time in springing it. They went as a group to Daniel's house and found him praying and asking God for help. Armed with the evidence they needed, they hurried to the king with their accusation. Didn't you publish a decree that during the next 30 days, anyone who prays to any god or human being, except to you, Your Majesty, would be thrown into the lion's den? They asked, establishing the legal foundation for their charge. The decree stands in accordance with the law of the Medes and Persians, which cannot be repealed, Darius confirmed, still unaware of the trap that had been set. Daniel, who is one of the exiles from Judah, pays no attention to you, Your Majesty, or to the decree you put in writing, they declared triumphantly. He still prays 3 times a day. The words hit Darius like a physical blow. Immediately, he realized he had been manipulated, that the decree designed to honor him had been crafted to destroy the most faithful servant in his kingdom. The law that seemed to exalt his authority would now force him to execute the man he most trusted and respected. The king was deeply distressed and spent the rest of the day desperately seeking a way to rescue Daniel from the consequences of the trap that had been set. He consulted legal experts, searching for loopholes or precedents that might allow him to spare his faithful administrator. But the law of the Medes and Persians was absolute. Once signed and sealed, not even the king could revoke it. As sunset approached, the officials returned to remind Darius of his legal obligations. Remember, Your Majesty, that according to the law of the Medes and Persians, no decree or edict that the king issues can be changed. With a heavy heart, the king gave the order for Daniel's arrest. As the elderly statesman was brought before him, Darius spoke words that revealed both his grief and his hope. "May your God, whom you serve continually, rescue you." Daniel was taken to the lion's den, a pit where the royal menagerie's most dangerous predators were kept for entertainment and execution. These were not tame animals, but wild beasts trained to kill, creatures whose roars could be heard throughout the palace complex, whose very presence struck terror into the hearts of condemned prisoners. As Daniel was lowered into the den, King Darius ordered that a stone be placed over the mouth of the den and sealed with his own signet ring and the rings of his nobles, ensuring that no one could secretly rescue the condemned man or interfere with the execution. But if the officials expected to hear screams of agony or the sounds of a man being torn apart by wild beasts, they were disappointed. And strange quiet settled over the den, broken only by the soft sounds of the lions moving restlessly in their confined space. Darius returned to his palace but could neither eat nor sleep. He refused entertainment and spent the night pacing in anguish, tormented by the knowledge that he had been forced to destroy the most righteous man in his kingdom. At the first light of dawn, he hurried to the lion's den and called out in an anguished voice, "Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God, whom you serve continually, been able to rescue you from the lions?" The response that came from the den must have sounded like a voice from heaven. "May the king live forever. My God sent his angel, and he shut the mouths of the lions. They have not hurt me, because I was found innocent in his sight. Nor have I ever done any wrong before you, your majesty." The king was overjoyed and gave orders to lift Daniel out of the den. When he emerged, they found no wound on him, no mark of violence, no sign that he had spent the night among hungry predators. His faith in his God had protected him completely. The divine protection extended beyond mere survival. Daniel had not simply endured the night in terror while angels held back the lions. He had experienced peace in the presence of danger, rest in the midst of threat, communion with God in what should have been his final hour. King Darius's response revealed how profoundly the miracle had affected him. First, he ordered that Daniel's accusers be brought and thrown into the lion's den along with their wives and children. And the lions overpowered them and crushed all their bones before they reached the floor of the den, proving that the beast's restraint the previous night had been supernatural, not natural. Then Darius issued a new decree that reached to all peoples, nations, and languages throughout his empire. "I issue a decree that in every part of my kingdom, people must fear and reverence the God of Daniel. For he is the living God, and he endures forever. His kingdom will not be destroyed. His dominion will never end. He rescues and he saves. He performs signs and wonders in the heavens and on the earth. He has rescued Daniel from the power of the lions." The persecution intended to destroy Daniel's influence had instead magnified it throughout the known world. The faithfulness that his enemies hoped to silence had become a testimony that echoed across an entire empire. The night spent with lions had become a platform for proclaiming the power of the living God to peoples and nations who had never heard his name. Daniel prospered during the remainder of Darius's reign and continued to serve faithfully into the reign of Cyrus the Persian. the man who had been condemned to death for his devotion, lived to see his people's exile ended and their return to Jerusalem authorized. His faithfulness in the lion's den had become part of a testimony that would encourage believers facing persecution for thousands of years to come. The elderly prophet, who had maintained his prayer routine despite royal prohibition, had proven that integrity tested over decades will not fail in the final examination, that faithful worship cannot be silenced by human laws, and that the God who shut lions' mouths still protects those who choose to honor him, regardless of earthly consequences. Daniel's night in the lion's den speaks to every believer facing pressure to compromise their faith for safety, success, or social acceptance. His story reveals that integrity maintained over decades creates a foundation that will not crumble in crisis moments, that faithful habits prepare us for faithful choices when the stakes are highest. Notice that Daniel's enemies could find no fault in his character except his devotion to God. After 70 years in public service, his only vulnerability was his greatest strength, his unwavering commitment to worship the Lord. When your faith becomes your only weakness, you know your character has been refined to remarkable purity. Daniel didn't modify his prayer routine when it became illegal. Genuine faith cannot be legislated away by human laws or silenced by earthly threats. Sometimes obedience to God requires disobedience to human authorities when their commands contradict divine principles. Your vertical relationship with God takes precedence over horizontal relationships with people. The lions' mouths were shut not to prevent Daniel from entering the den, but while he was in it. God's protection doesn't always prevent dangerous situations, but manifests within them. Sometimes divine deliverance comes not by avoiding trials, but by experiencing supernatural peace and protection in the midst of them. King Darius's sleepless night contrasted with Daniel's peaceful rest among predators demonstrates that clear conscience enables rest even in threatening circumstances. When you're walking in obedience to God, you can sleep peacefully even when enemies surround you like hungry lions. The miracle became a testimony throughout the Persian Empire, proving that persecution intended to silence faith often amplifies it instead. Your faithfulness in trials becomes a platform for proclaiming God's power to audiences you never could have reached through comfort. Most powerfully, Daniel's story reminds us that the same God who protected him in the lion's den still watches over those who choose faithfulness over safety, who maintain their devotion despite earthly consequences, who trust his protection more than human threats. When faced with choosing between earthly approval and heavenly allegiance, remember Daniel. Some battles are won not by fighting, but by faithful endurance in God's presence. From the lion's den, where divine protection had vindicated a lifetime of faithfulness, our final story takes us to another furnace of testing, where 3 young Hebrew men would demonstrate that there are some commands of earthly kings that servants of the heavenly King must refuse, regardless of the consequences. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego had been Daniel's companions since their teenage years in Babylon, sharing his commitment to their God while serving in pagan courts. But when King Nebuchadnezzar demanded worship of a golden image, these faithful Jews would discover that their God was not only able to deliver them from the fire, but would choose to join them in it. This is our final story, the fiery furnace where human pride would meet divine presence, where earthly flames would be powerless against heavenly protection, where three faithful hearts would become four figures walking in fire. Let us witness the ultimate demonstration that our God is able to deliver. And even if He chooses not to, He is still worthy of our worship. From the lion's den, where Daniel's faithfulness had been vindicated by divine protection, our final story takes us back to an earlier moment in Babylon's history when three young Hebrew men would face the ultimate test of their faith. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego had grown up alongside Daniel in King Nebuchadnezzar's court, maintaining their devotion to the God of their fathers while serving in a pagan empire that demanded conformity to its idolatrous ways. The test would come not gradually, but suddenly, not in private, but before the entire Babylonian Empire, not with the option of compromise, but with the stark choice between worship and death. King Nebuchadnezzar, drunk on his own power and pride, would erect a golden image and demand that all peoples, nations, and languages bow down and worship it at the sound of the royal orchestra. Tonight, as you rest in the security of your own home, imagine being a young person in your 20s, far from family and homeland, surrounded by a culture that celebrates everything your faith condemns. Picture yourself facing a moment when everyone around you compromises their convictions for safety, while you must choose between following the crowd or standing alone with God. This story speaks to every soul who has faced pressure to conform, when conformity means denying their deepest convictions. Every heart that has wondered if standing for truth is worth the cost, when that cost appears to be everything. The fiery furnace reveals that God's presence is more powerful than earthly flames, that divine protection is more reliable than human approval, that obedience to heaven is more important than safety on earth. Most remarkably, this tale demonstrates that when we refuse to bow to false gods, the true God doesn't just deliver us from the fire, He joins us in it. The same Lord who could have prevented the furnace from being heated chose instead to walk with His servants through the flames, transforming their trial into a testimony that would echo through eternity. As gentle rain concludes our journey through these 25 connected stories, let this final account wash over your spirit with its profound truth. There are some battles that can only be won by refusing to fight them on the enemy's terms. Some victories that come only through faithful surrender, and some moments when the only way out is through, with God walking beside us every step of the way. The golden image rose 90 feet into the Babylonian sky, its surface gleaming in the desert sun like a beacon of King Nebuchadnezzar's magnificent pride. 60 cubits high and 6 cubits wide, the massive idol dominated the plain of Dura, visible for miles around, and designed to be the centerpiece of the most elaborate worship service the ancient world had ever witnessed. Nebuchadnezzar had summoned every official in his vast empire to attend the dedication ceremony: satraps, prefects, governors, advisors, treasurers, judges, magistrates, and all the other provincial officials. From every corner of the known world they came, representing dozens of nations and languages, all gathering to witness the king's ultimate expression of imperial power and personal deity. Among the crowd stood 3 young Hebrew men who had served faithfully in the Babylonian court for over a decade. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego had been teenagers when they were taken from Jerusalem alongside their friend Daniel, and they had spent their adult years proving that it was possible to serve a pagan king while maintaining devotion to the God of Israel. They had excelled in their administrative duties, gained the trust of their superiors, and earned positions of significant responsibility in the government of the world's most powerful empire. Yet through all their success, they had never forgotten who they truly served, never compromised their core convictions, never bowed to the gods of Babylon despite the constant pressure to conform. As the massive crowd assembled before the golden image, a herald proclaimed the royal decree with a voice that carried across the plain. Nations and peoples of every language, this is what you are commanded to do. As soon as you hear the sound of the horn, flute, zither, lyre, harp, pipe, and all kinds of music, you must fall down and worship the image of gold that King Nebuchadnezzar has set up. The command was absolute and the penalty clear. Whoever does not fall down and worship will immediately be thrown into a blazing furnace. The furnace in question was no ordinary fire, but a massive industrial oven used for metalworking and execution, capable of generating temperatures that could consume a human body in moments. Its flames had been stoked until they roared with intensity that could be felt hundreds of yards away, serving both as a tool of execution and a visible reminder of the consequences of disobedience. When the royal orchestra began to play, horn, flute, zither, lyre, harp, pipe, and all kinds of music filling the air with imperial majesty, the response was immediate and universal. Thousands upon thousands of officials fell to their knees in worship of Nebuchadnezzar's golden image, their bodies creating a vast carpet of submission stretching across the plain. But three figures remained standing. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego stood alone among the prostrate masses, their upright postures marking them as clearly as if they had been illuminated by spotlights. In a sea of bowing backs and lowered heads, they alone maintained their vertical position, their faces turned not toward the golden idol, but toward heaven itself. The sight was impossible to miss and equally impossible to ignore. Some astrologers who harbored jealousy against the Hebrew officials quickly reported the defiance to King Nebuchadnezzar. "May the king live forever! You have issued a decree that everyone who hears the sound of the musical instruments must fall down and worship the image of gold, and that whoever does not fall down and worship will be thrown into a blazing furnace. But there are some Jews whom you have set over the affairs of the province of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who pay no attention to you, your majesty. They neither serve your gods nor worship the image of gold you have set up." The report struck Nebuchadnezzar like a personal insult. These were not random rebels, but men he had personally elevated, officials who owed their positions to his favor, Jews who had benefited from his generosity and trust. Their refusal to worship his image felt like both political rebellion and personal betrayal. Furious with rage, the king summoned Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego to appear before him. When they stood in his presence, he gave them one final opportunity to comply. "Is it true that you do not serve my gods or worship the image of gold I have set up? Now when you hear the sound of the musical instruments, if you are ready to fall down and worship the image I made, very good. But if you do not worship it, you will be thrown immediately into a blazing furnace. Then what God will be able to rescue you from my hand. The question revealed the heart of the conflict. This wasn't merely about political loyalty or cultural conformity. It was about ultimate allegiance, about which God possessed real power, about whether the God of Israel could protect his servants when they faced the wrath of the world's most powerful monarch. The response of the three young men was immediate, respectful, and absolutely uncompromising. King Nebuchadnezzar, we do not need to defend ourselves before you in this matter. If we are thrown into the blazing furnace, the God we serve is able to deliver us from it, and he will deliver us from your majesty's hand. But even if he does not, we want you to know, your majesty, that we will not serve your gods or worship the image of gold you have set up. Their answer revealed the mature faith that had sustained them through years of exile and testing. They believed God was able to deliver them. His power exceeded any earthly threat, including the king's furnace. They trusted that he would deliver them. His love for his servants gave them confidence in his protection. But most remarkably, they declared their commitment regardless of the outcome. Even if he does not, even if God chose to allow them to die rather than deliver them, even if faithfulness led to martyrdom rather than miracle, even if obedience cost them everything rather than saving them, they would not compromise their convictions or bow to false gods. This was faith at its purest, not demanding guarantees before obeying, not requiring visible evidence before trusting, not negotiating terms with divine commands. They had settled the question of ultimate allegiance long before facing this crisis, and no threat could shake their commitment to the God who had called them to be holy as he is holy. Nebuchadnezzar's response was swift and terrible. His face became distorted with rage against men who had dared to defy his absolute authority. He ordered the furnace heated 7 times hotter than usual, not just hot enough to kill, but hot enough to send a message about the consequences of rebellion against royal decree. The furnace roared with such intensity that the very air around it shimmered with heat. Soldiers were commanded to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and throw them into the flames. But the fire was so fierce that it killed the men who carried out the execution, consuming them before they could escape the furnace's vicinity. The 3 Hebrew men, still bound, fell into the blazing fire. By every human calculation, their story should have ended there. 3 faithful young men who chose death rather than compromise, whose commitment to their God cost them their lives, but preserved their integrity. But human calculation cannot account for divine intervention. As King Nebuchadnezzar watched the execution he had ordered, something happened that made him leap to his feet in amazement. "Weren't there 3 men that we tied up and threw into the fire?" he asked his advisors in astonishment. "Certainly, Your Majesty," they replied, perhaps wondering why he was asking such an obvious question. "Look," Nebuchadnezzar exclaimed, pointing toward the furnace with trembling finger. "I see 4 men walking around in the fire, unbound and unharmed, and the 4th looks like a son of the gods." The impossible had become visible. Not only were the 3 Hebrews alive in the flames, but they were no longer bound. The fire that should have consumed them had only burned away their ropes. They walked freely in the furnace as if it were a pleasant garden, and with them walked a 4th figure whose appearance was so glorious that even the pagan king recognized divine presence. Nebuchadnezzar approached the furnace as closely as the heat would allow and shouted, "Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, servants of the Most High God, come out, come here." When they emerged from the fire, the assembled officials crowded around to examine them in wonder. The hair of their heads was not singed, their robes were not scorched, and there was no smell of fire on them. The only evidence that they had been in the furnace was the absence of the ropes that had bound them. Even those had been consumed, while they themselves remained untouched. The king's response revealed how completely the miracle had transformed his understanding. Praise be to the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who has sent his angel and rescued his servants. They trusted in him and defied the king's command, and were willing to give up their lives rather than serve or worship any god except their own God. Then Nebuchadnezzar issued a decree that protected the worship of the God of Israel throughout his empire. "Therefore I decree that the people of any nation or language who say anything against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego be cut into pieces, and their houses be turned into piles of rubble, for no other God can save in this way." The three men who had faced death for their refusal to compromise were promoted to even higher positions in the province of Babylon. Their faithfulness in the furnace had become a testimony that reached every corner of the known world, demonstrating that the God of Israel was not limited by geography or politics, that his power exceeded every earthly authority, that his presence was available to his servants, even in their darkest trials. The golden image that Nebuchadnezzar had erected to display his own glory had instead become the stage for revealing the glory of the true God. The furnace intended to destroy faith had become the place where faith was most dramatically vindicated. The trial designed to force compromise had become the platform for the greatest testimony these young men would ever give. Their story would echo through the centuries, encouraging believers facing persecution to remember that God's presence is more powerful than earthly flames, that divine protection is more reliable than human approval, that faithfulness to heaven is worth any earthly cost. The three who refused to bow had learned that when we stand for God, He stands with us, not just beside us, but within our trials, transforming our fires into His temples, our tests into His testimonies. The furnace had been heated 7 times hotter than usual, but it could not touch those whom the Almighty had chosen to preserve. The flames that consumed the king's soldiers could not harm the servants of the King of Kings. The fire that should have ended their story had instead begun a testimony that would burn in human hearts long after Babylon's empire had turned to dust. The fiery furnace confronts us with the ultimate test of faith, choosing obedience to God when that choice appears to guarantee earthly destruction. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego's declaration, even if he does not, represents mature faith that serves God for who He is, rather than what He might do for us. Notice their response contained 3 levels of faith: belief that God was able to deliver them, trust that He would deliver them, and commitment to obey Him, even if He chose not to. This progression from possibility to probability to certainty of faithfulness represents the mature faith that sustains believers through trials where God's intervention isn't guaranteed. The command to worship the golden image represents every cultural pressure to bow to false gods: materialism, popularity, success, security, or any other idol that demands our ultimate allegiance. Some battles can only be won by refusing to fight them on the enemy's terms, by standing rather than bowing, by maintaining vertical relationship with God despite horizontal pressure from people. The furnace heated 7 times hotter reveals that faithfulness often increases rather than decreases the intensity of our trials. Your commitment to God's ways may make your situations more difficult rather than easier, but divine presence in the fire is better than safety outside God's will. Most powerfully, God didn't prevent the furnace from being lit. He joined them in it. The fourth figure walking in the flames demonstrates that divine deliverance often comes not by avoiding trials, but by experiencing supernatural presence within them. Sometimes God's greatest miracles happen not by changing our circumstances, but by changing how we experience them. The fire that should have destroyed them only burned away their bonds, freeing them while preserving them. Your trials may consume everything that restricts you, while leaving everything that represents you completely untouched. When you face pressure to compromise your convictions, remember the furnace. There are some things worth burning for, and the God who walks through fire with his faithful servants transforms every trial into a testimony of his presence and power. Even if he does not deliver you from the fire, he will join you in it. From the beginning of creation to the flames of the fiery furnace, we have journeyed through 25 stories that reveal one unchanging truth. Our God is faithful through every season, powerful in every trial, and present in every moment of human history. From Adam's first breath to the Hebrew men's final test, we see divine love pursuing, divine grace providing, and divine presence protecting those who trust in him. These ancient stories echo in our modern hearts because human nature hasn't changed, and neither has God's character. The same Lord who spoke light into darkness still illuminates our shadows, who parted seas still removes our obstacles, who shut lions' mouths still protects his faithful servants, and who walked in fire still joins us in our trials. May these timeless truths accompany you into peaceful sleep, reminding you that the God of every age is your God, and his love endures forever. Rest well in his unchanging faithfulness.